Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of what if Deku became a teaching assistant? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku had just gotten the last of the blood from his hair in the bathroom sink when the door creaked open. He hoped maybe it was Shoyuta with a towel. Or maybe Hizashi was coming to give him another lecture. That idea made him cringe. But when he looked up in the mirror, he found Shinso standing at the bathroom entrance. "Hey," the purple-haired student offered, his voice casual and tired sounding. Izuku was suddenly thankful he'd worked quickly so he didn't have to answer any questions about his fall. Shinso hadn't been outside, so hopefully his quirk was still a secret between just a couple members of 1A, Katsuki included. Nedzu had made some announcement about it not minutes ago, leaving the school to believe Izuku was caught by a teacher's quirk, or something. It wasn't a perfect cover-up, but it worked for now. Hey, it's Shinso, right? Yeah, Hitoshi Shinso. You're Izuku, right? Neither teen moved for a while. Izuku's hair was dripping into the sink with a soft pat 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 sound that filled the bathroom. Slowly, a pink color started to fade into Izuku's cheeks as the whole situation got increasingly awkward the longer they went without speaking. A doting blonde dad came crashing through their awkwardness. Zu, I got you a towel. Shinso-kun, hey listener, what are you, never mind. Hizashi threw the towel at Izuku's head, which landed perfectly to block out his reddened face before his dad scrambled out of the bathroom, leaving Izuku to this ridiculous standoff that didn't seem like it would ever end. Thankfully, Izuku was proven wrong when a cackling laugh broke the tension. Izuku immediately decided he loved the sound, and quickly joined in. So they're really your dads? Izuku nodded. Yeah. They, sorry, the day I met them was really hard for me. No, you don't need to explain anything to me. Izuku finally started rubbing the towel across his hair, which somehow looked even more white than before. Had there been some faint green hue left over before his last death? Maybe. I met them on probably one of the worst days of my life, and they supported me, helped me. It was the first time anyone had, you know? I grew up quirkless. The day I met them was the day my quirk manifested. Even if he couldn't tell Shinso what his quirk was exactly, he could be honest enough. Shinso visibly cringed. His arm finally dropped the door so he could lean back against it. I can't compare it to my life exactly, but, well, you know my quirk. Kids weren't so kind to a villain. I can't even imagine what they did to you. Actually, you showed us, so I know, but I can't imagine experiencing it. Izuku sighed and stood up, resting the towel on his shoulders. Yeah, but my life has changed a lot, and I'm honestly happy now. Good. Shinso rubbed at the back of his neck. Oh, that's not what I came in here for. Oh, sorry, was I in your way? Not at all. Aizawa-sensei said I should thank you, that you're the reason I was first picked for transfer to 1. I really do appreciate you putting your neck out for me. I won't throw away my chance at being a hero. I promise. Izuku's face beamed, one of his brightest smiles showing off for Shinso as he bounced over to give the tired teen a tackled hug. The poor purple boy seemed dumbstruck by the sudden affection. I'm so glad you accepted. Dad is totally excited to train you for underground heroics. Don't mind his annoyed face, I swear he's thrilled. I find that hard to believe, but he did offer me private lessons, so yeah. Anyway, thanks again. It means a lot. Shinso didn't hug Izuku back at first, but after a pause, he patted his hands against Izuku's back. Izuku pulled back after a moment. You're welcome, Shinso. I gotta run. Nedzu wants to talk to me, but we should, hang out sometime? If you want. Shinso's face broke into a blush as he turned away, reaching for the door. Sure, we could do that. Here. He was trying to brush it off coolly, and Izuku was more than happy to roll with it. Shinso handed him his phone and they exchanged numbers for later before he left the bathroom. When the door shut, Izuku collapsed against the wall with a heavy sigh. Holy shit. He mumbled to the empty bathroom. He most certainly did not let out a happy squeal while tapping his feet on the tile floor. That never happened. His buzzing phone interrupted his giddy episode, reminding him he needed to get to Nezu's office to discuss his quirk and also likely get another lecture. Izuku bursts through Nezu's office door with enough energy to make it bang on the wall, hopefully not causing any real damage. Despite the crazy start to his day, it had all turned out well and he was mostly satisfied. He saved Katsuki and his dad from falling out a window, he'd made some big strides in his quirk development, and he'd even had a conversation with his totally not crush. Izuku! Nezu greeted him pleasantly. I see you have finally lost whatever remained of your green hair. Yeah, once I washed the blood out, it was even whiter than before. I'm curious how I got this quirk anyway. Mom has an attraction quirk, telekinesis subtype. She can pull small objects towards her hands. She told me my father had a fire-breathing quirk, which makes no sense if I have a resurrection quirk. They're so rare, there's no way I could have just mutated from theirs. Do you know any of your grandparents' quirks? Both of Mom's parents had telekinesis types, though stronger than Mom's, weirdly. As for my dad, I know absolutely nothing about him besides the name and the quirk I was told. I mentioned this to Shoyuta and Zashi. There's no record of him besides his name registry on the prefecture resident list. No birth certificate, no death certificate, no marriage certificate, not even a record of him buying the apartment. That's suspicious. Understatement of the year. Well, Nezu went on, pushing himself up onto his desk as Izuku plopped down into one of the chairs across from it. I have some news regarding your mother's case. I wasn't expecting any, but when I got back to my office I had an email from the commission. Izuku's body went rigid in the chair. Conflicting emotions filtered through his head. On one hand, he didn't really feel any emotion for his mother anymore. She had abandoned him a long time ago, and despite his desire for parental love and belief she might have one day come back, he knew he'd never find it with her. Even if she were alive, she'd never come home. He accepted that now. On the other hand, he wanted closure. He wanted to know what really happened and why the commission paid him to look the other way without so many words on the page. What did it say? Nezu sighed. Exactly what I thought it would say, everything and nothing at the same time. They admitted there was possible friendly fire from a hero, but the way they stated it left no legal room for an admission of guilt, and of course they didn't mention any names. Izuku ground his teeth and stood up so he could pace the room. A hand brushed through his barely dry hair, trying to think through how they could manipulate or maybe infiltrate the commission to get what they wanted. He had been secretly learning to hack and code break under Nezu's tutelage. They both knew Shoyuta and Zashi wouldn't approve, but what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them, right? I could dash. Don't, Izuku. Nezu lifted a paw, already knowing what he'd say. You aren't ready for that yet. Their security is beyond your skill level for the moment. Besides that, if you got caught it would fall back on your parents and me. I don't mind taking the fall, but neither of us wants them to get in trouble. Yeah? Izuku sighed. You're right. But we can't even access the police reports for that villain attack. They've been sealed. I've been trying to access them for months. Tsukachi has also been trying, but it's above his pay grade and they keep shooting down his requests. At this point, I think the files connected to the event have been flagged and are under watch. So what you're saying is we're back to square one? Nezu nodded solemnly. Damn it. Izuku paced the room a little more aggressively. Nezu watched while sipping a teacup he didn't have in hand a second ago. So, we can't hack them. Well, you could, but that's a high-risk infiltration. We can't read any of the related reports. The most they're willing to say is that there may have been friendly fire that killed a bunch of civilians, but it wasn't even stated in a way that could be taken legally. On top of that, we don't even know who was there, and who might know which hero was there. Well, actually, Nezu grinned. Izuku stopped pacing. Oh come now, give me some credit, Izuku. I have ways of getting information the commission doesn't want me to know. Well, obviously. They wouldn't fear you otherwise. And fear me they do. Izuku snorted and returned to his seat at the desk. This was admittedly a little convoluted because they did attempt to cover their tracks, however. I may or may not have, legally or otherwise, obtained the hero schedules for all of the agencies that serve the area where your mother died and made a patrol schedule for that day. He pulled up an Excel doc and turned his monitor so Izuku could see. The commission did their due diligence in hiding the details, so we only know who was on duty that day, not what times or routes. I figured you could easily assess that based on your hero knowledge. Most likely, could. I also got the list of police officers in the area on duty that day. I'm sure all the police and heroes involved have been paid off or silenced with threats, but at least we have names and maybe we could get enough leverage to get them to talk. Now we have somewhere to start. Excellent. Izuku leaned back in his chair and grinned at the chimera across from him. Nedzu was smirking into his teacup. This wasn't much, hell, it was a whole lot of nothing. But it was more than they had 6 months ago when this started. They'd have to reverse engineer the scene from only the duty schedules of all the police and heroes patrolling that day, but it could be done. If anyone could do it, Izuku could. He knew heroes inside and out. He'd studied them all his life and he knew their patrol routes and schedules almost by heart. Grabbing his laptop from the bag he left in here this morning, Izuku pulled up the encrypted file he kept on his hero notebooks. This was what they'd decided on after also coding the physical copies. Anything new was added here instead of in writing. While one could argue the files being either more or less safe on a laptop, it was just more convenient and mobile. On top of that, with it all localized, he didn't have to worry about one missing notebook in a series. Alright, which heroes were on duty that day? Let's see. Nedzu went back to his seat and listed them off in no particular order. Fat Gum, Crust, Death Arms, Mount Lady, Edgeshot, Kamui Woods, and Endeavor. Okay, well, from memory I can already cross out Crust, Fat Gum, Death Arms, and Kamui Woods. They all have similar patrol routes in various parts of Mizudafu but not the area where my mom was attacked. That leaves us with Mount Lady, Edgeshot, and Endeavor. All three can cause serious property or personal damage, but I'm going to cross Edgeshot off as well. Why is that? For one, his quirk, while incredibly powerful and dangerous, is too precise. 2, he's never had a record of accidental harm to any civilian in his whole career. 3, he's the kind of hero to admit to his faults, even if the commission told him not to. Okay, so Mount Lady and Endeavor. I don't want to think Mount Lady would be part of a cover-up, it's not really her vibe, but she's young and new enough that the commission could sway or threaten her into it. As for Endeavor, Izuku flipped to another screen and pulled up a file he kept on hero stats. Endeavor's was pretty ugly to look at. He has the worst kill-to-capture ratio in the country. He's got the most property damage on record in the history of the hero industry. He also has the worst civilian accident record and highest personal damage report. His record's an absolute mess, and I would bet my whole commission hush money check it was his fault. Frankly, I would too. Nedzu agreed. Shoyuda settled into his office chair heavily. There was a weight on his shoulders he couldn't quite remove just yet. His son had somehow managed to break through Bakugo's barriers and shatter his walls. It hadn't taken long to calm the blonde down, but afterwards he was quiet, eerily quiet. The whole school was used to the aggressive kid being in their faces. They didn't know what to do with a silent Bakugo. Regardless, Shoyuda had to have a talk with him. After the broken window incident, subsequent cover-up by the staff, and sending Izuku to clean up, he'd called Bakugo into his office. They were currently having a standoff. Though, standoff was a bit of a misnomer since Bakugo was peacefully staring out the window and Shoyuda was just watching him. Bakugo didn't move, but his eyes were full of emotion. After about 15 minutes, Shoyuda finally broke the tension by shoving his foot into it. "Alright kid, talk to me. What's going through your head?" The teen finally looked at Shoyuda, but he seemed to debate his words for a moment. "I don't get why he saved me." It was almost a whisper. Shoyuda would have missed it had they not been in his quiet corner office tucked away at the back of the school. He sighed. "Izuku has one of the biggest hearts I've ever seen, and as I tell my husband, an ability to forgive that could rival the gods. He believes you can be a great hero, he's told me so himself. Not because of your flashy quirk, but because you have the head and heart to do so, if you put your mind to it. Are you gonna expel me?" "What? Look, Bakugo, there were times this week where I certainly debated it. But each time, you showed improvement. You showed me that something Izuku or I said did get through and that you wanted this more than anything, you're working for it. Shoyuta paused to lean over his desk a little. Are you going to give that up now? No. The reply was instant. Shoyuta had barely finished his sentence. He grinned. Good. Then we have some things to work out so we can all move forward. Bakugo didn't reply. But he sat up straighter as if expecting bad news. He was bracing himself. Shoyuta did not disappoint. You need therapy badly. Anger management is one aspect you'll be required to attend, but also general psychiatric care. I can't say if you'll need any medication, that's up to Hound Dog to determine, but it might be included. I'm also going to have you do community service after Hound Dog evaluates you and we know just how deep this well goes. Okay. He was surprised the blonde wasn't fighting him on any of this, but he almost seemed like he was in shock. Shoyuta pressed a thumb into his temple. Alright, enough of that. Stop absent-mindedly complying, be yourself. You're just floating right now, letting it all wash over you so you don't have to feel it. You need to feel it, Bakugo? What the fuck do you want me to feel, sensei? The boy snapped. Shoyuta didn't even jump, it's what he expected, wanted. You want me to feel guilty? Guess what I do. You want me to feel horrified at seeing Izuku's body? Because I do. I never dash. Bakugo's voice cut out in what might have been a sob if he didn't slap his hands over his mouth and take a huge breath through his nose. After a moment he went on. I feel it. I've always felt it. I just didn't know how far I'd pushed it. You always felt it? You didn't hear us arguing, did you? The brats were all too loud. I told him I was trying to protect him. It was stupid. I thought I was protecting him. I thought that if I tried to force him to give up his dream, maybe he wouldn't throw his life away trying to save people who wouldn't even bother giving him the time of day when they knew he was quirkless. I thought if I beat sense into him, he wouldn't march towards his death on the front lines of a battle that wasn't his to take on. He was my best friend. Our parents raised us together. I knew that idiot would gladly throw himself out a window for anyone he met long before today, sensei. I see. No, you don't see. I might have been his worst bully but only to keep everyone else away from him. You don't know what they did when I wasn't around. That piqued his interest, or more accurately, his worry. Go on. Those slices on his chest. That was another classmate of ours. He had this stupid fingernail quirk, could grow like 10 inches or something nasty. They were sharp to... That kid was sadistic. I didn't know it was happening. Found out after you took Izuku when they were complaining about losing their torture toy. Shuta's jaw set, his teeth grinding so hard he felt an ache in his neck. Still, he didn't speak, he let Bakugo continue. Apparently, he liked drawing on Izuku. He'd have the other extras hold Izuku to a chair or tie him down with electrical cords. They'd only do it when I wasn't around because they knew I'd stop them. There was an unspoken rule that Izuku was mine. Take that whatever way you want, but the other extras knew not to mess with him. Bakugo sighed. It wasn't enough. I know I went about it wrong, and even then, it wasn't enough. Shoyuta had to take a few very long deep breaths before he could even think about replying. Imagining his son tied to a chair while someone carved their nails into his chest. He'd known, in some way, that those scars he'd seen weren't simple or easily gotten. He knew, but he'd chosen not to ask. In some way, it was good he didn't, at least not around Izuku. The unadulterated rage that was bubbling just beneath his skin was so hard to control. It shocked Shoyuta that for once he didn't feel the need to direct that anger at the blonde teen in front of him. While he'd never actually lay a hand on a child, it didn't stop him from being angry or upset with the cause of his child's pain. This time, it just didn't happen to be Bakugo. Finally, his voice came back to him, even if terse. Therapy and community service. On top of that, you'll give Izuku a formal apology that Hound Dog can help you write. Also, I need to discuss if it would be better to put you into 1B for a while. That would not be a punishment, it would only be to give you and Izuku some space. What are your thoughts on that? My thoughts? Why do you care what I think? I'm the asshole who hurt him. That doesn't mean you don't get an input into your own treatment plan. Bakugo sighed. I think it should be up to Izuku. except we both know he would never let you punish even his worst abuser if asked. If you're worried about my behavior, I don't plan to ever hurt Izuku again. I never wanted to. I thought I was pushing him away from getting hurt when all I was doing, I was just making things worse. Shoyuta nodded. We all make mistakes. Sometimes those mistakes hurt other people deeply. But that doesn't mean you can't take the time to make up for it over time. I think that even if Izuku has faith in you, he doesn't yet trust you. So here's my decision. Bakugo looked up expectantly. For now, we'll keep you in 1A, but at the first sign of aggression, you get moved. Depending on the severity, it will either be to 1B or down to general education. Is that understood? Sensei. Good. Shoyuta ripped a piece of paper from the pad on his desk and offered it to Bakugo. Take this with you after school today to Hound Dog's office. You'll be seeing him at least 3 times a week for the time being. He waved a hand to dismiss his student, but as Bakugo made it to the door, he stopped and turned back. Thank you. For what? Shoyuta hadn't expected any gratitude for this. It might not be a punishment, but it certainly wasn't an easy way out of what Bakugo had done. They both knew this would be a long road for the blonde, and not an easy one. For trusting Izuku's faith in me and not giving up on either of us like the world already did. He left Shoyuta staring at his door in shock. Shoyuta knew that clarity and softness might only be a result of shock from the day's events, but Shoyuta got a glimpse into what kind of person Bakugo might be with the right help. A small smile found a place on his lips as he set about grading some papers before heading back to the teacher's lounge. Maybe that kid could change, maybe Izuku's faith wasn't misplaced. The next Monday, Izuku was bracing himself for the day. It was supposed to be his first day assisting in Shuta's foundational heroics class, and he was nervous. Actually, screw nervous, he was frayed. Every nerve ending in his body was on fire. He shouldn't be this nervous, but he knew that all of the students would have questions for him. Nedzu had kept him busy on Saturday, and on Sunday he crashed so hard after another quirk experiment that he slept the whole day and night. Shoyuta had to force him out of bed this morning against his will. Hizashi made waffles and Izuku struggled to eat, despite them being his absolutely favorite breakfast food. Both of his dads gave him worried looks, but he just waved them off with a short, "I'm nervous" explanation. They accepted it, even if Izuku could tell Shoyuta wanted a better reason. Izuku had noticed the tired hero staring at him throughout breakfast, and he wasn't sure why. Usually if he stared at Izuku, he'd direct his attention to the burn scar on his shoulder. Today, it was directed at his chest. Shoyuta had seen everything back at the hospital, he knew where the scars were. But Izuku couldn't figure out why he was focusing on those scars that morning. Izuku set his fork down, a little too loudly. Just asked it. His voice came out harsher than he intended. What? Hizashi looked up from his grading, wondering what they were talking about. It's okay if you want to ask about my scars. I won't get upset. You're staring. He managed to make his voice softer that time. He wasn't angry about the staring, he was just on edge for what was to come during school hours. Shoyuta sighed and followed Izuku in setting down his utensils. I'm sorry. I got lost in thought. I guess I was being a bit more obvious than I thought. You do it often. Hizashi added, not looking up. His glasses were balanced so precariously on his nose, Izuku swore they would fall off at the smallest breath. We both know you're angry about the scars, and that it's not directed at Izuku, but it's hardly subtle. Zashi's eyes slid over to Shoyuta with a slight roll when he said that last word. Izuku had to resist laughing by clearing his throat. Either you watched the school footage I know Nedzu's been gathering, or Kaken said something. Which one is it? The latter. Shoyuta leaned back in his chair. He admitted after we took you in that his classmates were complaining about losing their torture toys. Izuku blinked. Hizashi's fork clattered to the floor. The kitchen was dead silent otherwise. Izuku knew they viewed him as nothing more than a sick pet or some kind of object. Hell, it's why they had called him Deku, useless/puppet. But that didn't reduce the sting that just struck his chest at hearing the words aloud. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Oh. It's fine. I needed to hear it. I just never wanted to admit they were that far gone. I think you and Bakugo need to have an open conversation with Ryo as mediator. Hisashi's papers rustled as he stood up, his body language aggressive. You'd let him do that so soon after they just had a brawl in the hallway show? Zashi, that was hardly a brawl. It's not like either of them were trying to break the window. We both watched the footage. It wasn't a conversation, Shoyuda Aizawa. Shoyuda twitched at his full name being used. Zashi almost never called him anything other than Sho. Everyone in the room knew it was a rare instance of Hisashi using a choke chain to try and rein his wild, tired, underground husband in. Shoyuda stood up and the pair stared each other down. Izuku took a few steadying breaths. Voices filled his head. Screams from his mother's shrill voice shouting at his father. Usually he'd let himself curl into a ball and cry. He'd shrink himself down in fear so he could disappear. But he'd worked far too hard over the last 6 months to allow that to happen again. He shoved the chair back loudly and put both palms on the table with a slap. We're leaving that decision to Ryo, end of conversation. Now please, stop staring at each other like that, it's giving me a headache. He mumbled afterwards, and flashbacks. He didn't check if either man looked guilty as he returned to attempting to eat his breakfast. The meal was silent until they were cleaning up. It was Izuku's day to do dishes and when Shoyuda brought them up, he took Izuku's hand. I'm sorry Izuku. I didn't mean to upset you. I forgive you, Dad. I know how you feel about this whole situation. I know it's not ideal. But I don't know if I'm ready to have the conversation I know Kaken and I need to have eventually. I'll leave that to my therapist. I should have thought of that. How are you so smart? Shoyuda rubbed his knuckles into Izuku's head and the teen squealed. Zashi came over and rescued Izuku by picking him up under his arms. Our genius boy. Izuku rolled his eyes and poked Zashi's glasses further up his nose. Why thank you, Green Bean. Zashi set him back down and he finished up the dishes quickly. So, I'll see you for foundational heroics? Get it? I'll be there. But I make no promises I won't lose my shit on Trashmite. Hisashi barked a laugh from the living room and Izuku watched the stifled look of pleasure cross Shuda's face. It was gone in an instant but he'd seen it. I make no promises to stop you. Shoyuda left the room, winking as he bit into an apple. Shoyuda kept his face tucked deeply in his capture scarf as he walked to the main school building. Hisashi was to his left but they hadn't spoken since they left. Arguments like that were few and far between in their marriage. He was sure the added stress of everything that happened last week is what caused it. Once he'd finished the apple he was eating, Shoyuda tossed the core into a passing trash can and finally addressed the elephant between him and his husband. I'm sorry. Well, that wasn't good. Shoyuda cleared his throat. I shouldn't have pushed so far. I overstepped. I apologized to Izuku after breakfast. Hisashi stopped and turned to face him. The look on his face was half compassion, half annoyance. Only someone as expressive as Hisashi could pull it off. I know. I'm not mad at you right now. I just feel like there's so much we keep finding out about our little green bean and it breaks my heart every time. Shoyuda was quick to wrap his arms around Hisashi, pulling him in and tucking a hand through his blonde locks. This was one of the first times he'd seen the man go to school with his hair down. Izuku liked braiding their hair now that he knew how and Shoyuda figured that was probably why. I know, baby, I know. But our son is so strong. Shoyuda pulled back a little to catch his husband's eye. He's going to be an amazing hero, or an absolute menace if Netsu has his way. But no matter what, we'll be there for him, right? Of course. Then stop focusing on how heartbreaking his past is. Let the professional therapist on staff help him through that, because we're certainly not qualified. Hisashi chuckled, you're right. I'm sorry too. I'm trying to solve all the problems and stand up for Izuku but he's doing such an amazing job advocating for himself now. He's grown so much so fast. I know. I'm really proud of him. Me too, Sho. The first half of the day was boring. Nedzu had Izuku running ethics scenarios on top of license test practice for hours on end. By the time that broke for lunch, Izuku felt like his head was going to explode. The only exciting thing that happened was the alarms went off when the media stormed the gate to try and get a look at All Might teaching. They'd been quickly dispatched, but the students had almost made a stampede trying to get to the doors. Nedzu had voiced his concern and annoyance that even the third years didn't respond like heroes or UA-taught students. Izuku suggested they run more drills and give a few hours or days each semester to training, and the Chimera agreed. Something about the alarm had set Izuku's hackles on edge though, and he couldn't explain why. "Hey, can I see the front gate footage again?" "Of course." "Did something stand out to you?" "Not particularly, but I have an odd feeling about what I saw." Nedzu pulled up the footage again, and Izuku took the tablet to one of the sitting areas in the office so he could play with the recording. He sped it up, slowed it down, and even played it frame by frame. He was 15 minutes late for lunch by the time he'd almost given up. The office door creaked open ominously and Shoyuta appeared, already having his scarf in hand. Izuku lifted a hand to stop him from attacking the principal. Nedzu, to his credit, looked pale. "There's just something off about how the gate, it's like it disintegrated." "What?" Shoyuta asked. "I haven't run a report on the damage yet." "What do you see, Izuku?" Nedzu hopped off his desk and came over. Shoyuta was quick to follow. "Yeah, look, if I slow the footage down, you can almost see the way a dark, almost rust color envelopes the metal before it just, poof. It's like it turned to ash. That's a quirk activation. It has to be, right?" "You're right." Nedzu took the tablet and ran a few more diagnostics from the screen before flipping back to the camera recording. "I'll have our on-site labs run analysis on anything they find at the gate." Shoyuta leaned over the chair and used the screen to enhance something he saw. Izuku watched him scroll frame by frame through the footage. "What is it, Dad?" "I don't know, but I swore I saw someone there that morning at the front of the crowd, right before this happened." Shoyuta and Hizashi had been out there, trying to talk down the crowds shortly before the gate came down. "He had a hoodie on and I couldn't see his face, it's why he stood out to me." "But he's not in this." "Well, he had enough time between you and Papa leaving and the gate going down." "Yeah, maybe." "Nedzu, pull up the exterior footage from this morning." "Of course." The Chimera grabbed a second tablet so they could compare the recordings. Shoyuta took the tablet and scrolled through the footage while Izuku and Nedzu shrugged at each other, unsure what to make of their tired hero's idea. Shoyuta held out the tablet. "That guy. Watch." Shoyuta combed through slowly. The guy vanished into the crowd and never left it, even when all the media started to walk away. Izuku sat up straighter as he yanked the tablet from his dad's hands. Something was really freaky about this. Izuku couldn't place it, but it didn't feel right. "Do you think he was one of the media members?" Nedzu asked. No, Izuku squinted at the screen. There, catching a single frame, he paused and enhanced it. All three of them stopped and stared at the screen. In that single frame, a dark purple portal was cutting the guy in the hood in half. In the next frame, he was gone and the crowd had filled in the void he left. "That's impossible." Shoyuta grabbed the tablet and played the 3 frames back and forth at least 10 times. "Portal and warp quirks are impossibly rare." "Not as rare as mine, Dad." "That may be true, but there's none even reported in this country as far as I know. I like to keep up to date on the rarest quirks since they're high risk for criminal connection." "Are you saying all rare quirks become villains?" "Not at all. Victims. Rare quirks are high risk for becoming victims of human trafficking." "Fuck. Language," Nedzu and Shoyuta said in sync. "Sorry. Just makes me wonder what might have happened if you and Papa hadn't taken me in." "Don't worry about that, Izuku. Right now, we need to be focusing our efforts on figuring out what that hooded man was doing there." Izuku snapped out of his mind. "I think it was a distraction." "What do you mean?" Shoyuta set the tablet back on the table and plopped onto the chair arm next to Izuku. "Think about it. Why would some random guy just portal himself into a crowd of media hounds, then walk away? He walked away from the gate right as it started. What if it's his quirk? What if that's why he was there? He was the distraction. The gate. The chimera perked up at his name being barked almost as an order. Did any of the internal alarms go off? Let me check. The principal grabbed the tablet Izuku had been using and flipped to another security panel. After combing through a few screens, he found what he was looking for. That's odd. The teacher's lounge pressure sensors went off, but the door never opened. Pressure sensors? Yes, in the event of gas leaks, we can track the air pressure and gas contents of the rooms in the school. Pressure should only rise or drop when a door or window is opened. But the pressure in the teacher's lounge changed without the door sensor being tripped. Are there cameras? Izuku asked. Are there cameras? Netsu repeated, aghast. It's like you don't know me, Izuku. The white-haired teen rolled his eyes and grabbed the tablet back so they could flip through the cameras and find the right ones. He dialed the time and what they saw horrified them. Another dark purple portal opened up into the teacher's lounge, which was thankfully empty, and the hooded man walked right into the room. He stood there for a moment, looked around, picked something up off a desk, then walked right back through the portal and he was gone. A second later, Cementos and Snipe walked in chatting amicably like nothing happened. Well, to them, nothing had happened. Shit. Shoyuta mumbled. Agreed. Izuku chewed on his lip. Whose desk is that? Netsu snorted. All Might's. Of course. Izuku couldn't blame them, he was also a bit agitated that this kept tying back to All Might. Why did everything seem to come back to that damn blonde idiot? Izuku slumped back into his chair and sighed. Can we even tell what was taken? No, it just looked like a single piece of paper. It could be anything. I'll call All Might in and ask him what he might have had on his desk. Shoyuta frowned. Don't bother. That idiot's desk is a wreck. The whole staff complains about it at lunch. It's stacked with papers and to be honest with you, Netsu, he doesn't even seem to know what's on it. The damn buffoon has to sort through them any time he wants something. Netsu's paw rubbed at his temples. The poor chimera was clearly getting a headache. Izuku glanced back at his dad. The tired hero was annoyed, but not scared. That helped Izuku stay calm, even if he wasn't sure what all of this meant. If he went through it step by step, he could say that a villain distracted the school with a fake break-in, then actually broke in, stole something and left peacefully. Netsu must have seen him thinking because he pointed at the teen and called out. Scenarios, go. Izuku groaned, but obliged. The easiest assumption is some kind of attack, however we can assume it won't be today given the villain had to look for something in here first. They aren't ready, they're planning, preparing. The next assumption is they wanted blackmail on All Might. Granted, I doubt there's anything incriminating on his desk here at UA. Besides his lack of IQ? Shoyuta mumbled. Izuku smacked his lips and shrugged. Well, aside from that, the last thing I can think of is some kind of infiltration prep. Whatever he took must be what he's looking for, he seemed satisfied when he found it. I also don't have any belief he knew that that was All Might's desk. Why not? It's the only messy one. Dad, who would know that outside of the staff here? No, he wasn't looking around the room for a desk. He was looking at the desks for what was on them. Ease of access. He was looking for the most useful item laying around that no one would miss. Okay, so what's something any teacher might leave out that they wouldn't think twice about if it went missing? Izuku gave that some thought while Netsu went back to his desk and set both tablets back in their docking stations for the security system. The chimera busied himself with his computer for a moment and Izuku knew he was messaging the whole staff about what they found, and directly after that he'd be addressing the very obvious hole in his security system. Izuku packed up his books while he let his mind wander. He was rolling around ideas of what a teacher might easily leave on their desk without thinking twice about. Something that could easily go missing in the school and no one would panic or even realize. A schedule. What? Izuku snapped his head to Shoyuta. Yagi is always saying he can't remember his schedule. He prints it out each week so he knows where to go and when. It's one of the only things that's easy to find on his desk because he uses it so often. None of us would panic over losing a printed out schedule, we'd just print another one. Shoyuta. Netsu's sharp voice captured them both. Redo the whole week schedule. I want everyone in the main building, no training grounds, No field trips. You can't. Izuku argued. I mean, Nedzu's piercing gaze told him he very much could do that, and Izuku was not in a place to argue with him. The teen treaded lightly from here. I mean to say you shouldn't. If they get word the schedule changed, they could just attack another week. This is our best chance to capture or counter them. Izuku, that's incredibly dangerous. We have no idea of their numbers, and even then, we know they have a warp user. That fact alone puts them on a whole new level. They could drop dozens of people on us at any moment. Exactly, so why haven't they? What? Nedzu's voice was still tense. Think about it. If they really wanted to, they could just infiltrate the school with little effort. So why haven't they done it already? They're waiting for something specific, even if we can only assume whatever it is won't be today. So we're just supposed to function all week on high alert? Shoyuta asked, suspicious. Well, you have to admit, it's a good training exercise for the students. The way both Shoyuta and Nedzu started to grin like deviants made Izuku really regret his decision. Giving both of those chaos demons any fuel fort training their students was a terrible idea. He knew that, and yet he still said it. Okay, just for the record, if we all end up dead, I'm blaming the both of you for taking this way too literally. I can live with that. Shoyuta shrugged and turned to leave. Nedzu, you're still in trouble for Izuku being late to lunch. Izuku, come on, we have plans to make. Wait, I don't even know what this week's schedule is. There was suddenly a piece of paper in his hand and Nedzu with a smirk on his face. Never mind. He chased after Shoyuta, Nedzu busily clacking away at his computer as he left. The rat god was likely already planning a mess of trials and tests for the students to accomplish during this week's villain gambit. So what's the plan for today, kid? Izuku stood waiting on training ground Theta with Shoyuta, ready for their class to come out of the locker rooms in their hero suits. It's a surprise. Why does that make me suspicious? Because Nedzu helped me with said surprise? There it is. Don't torment my brats, problem child. Don't worry, Dad. This will be fun. Shoyuta gave him a look that said, I don't buy that for a second. But thankfully, it was too late for him to change his mind. Class 1A had arrived. Izuku put on his biggest smile for his dad, but the man was still watching him with a strong sense of suspicion. Izuku shrugged and addressed the class. Welcome everyone. Now I'm sure you all have a lot of questions for me after Friday, and we'll get to that. Eventually, maybe. But first I wanted to properly introduce myself. My name is Izuku Aizawa. Yes, Shoyuta is my adopted dad. I am going to be a teaching assistant in your Foundational Heroics course a couple times a week. I'm a licensed quirk counselor, and I'm here to help you guys utilize your quirks to your max capacity. I'll also be here to help if you get stuck or have issues with your quirks you want to overcome. A hand raised and Izuku pointed at Kirishima. That's super cool that you're here to help, but I think we're all a little confused how you're already a teaching assistant when you're our age. Yeah, it's hard to believe. Hakigure peeked out from behind Shoji as she spoke. The genius is already halfway through high school on top of being a licensed quirk counselor. Izuku tried to hide the blush Shinso's words brought to his face. He almost yelped when Shuta's hand ruffled his white curls. Izuku's a fast learner, and he's also Nedzu's private student. That's what I'm here to explain. He's technically considered an adjunct student here, so he doesn't follow the normal decorum or rules when he's not saving people from falling out of broken windows. Katsuki and Izuku both got pointed looks from Shoyuta. Izuku was surprised to find Katsuki looked guilty. Sensei, Ida announced. I find it highly irregular that a student here doesn't follow the dress code. Izuku was wearing jeans and a t-shirt that said teaching shirt in kanji. Perhaps that wasn't exactly the traditional thing to wear to class as a teacher, but Izuku didn't have a hero suit yet. Getting one was at the top of the list, and the support department had started on a few preliminary designs. It might be irregular, but that's Nedzu's decision, Ida. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Now, Shoyuta tucked his hands into his pockets as he stepped forward. Today Izuku will be leading the class. I've been told it's a surprise, So that's all I've got for you. Behave and don't get yourselves hurt. Izuku took a deep breath and stepped up beside his dad again. He took out a large remote and titled his head up to his dad with a big grin. Shuta's face paled noticeably and the tired hero actually stepped away a few feet. A few of the students whispered and moved off to the side along with their teacher, trusting him more than Izuku. The only one who didn't was Katsuki. The blonde was arching his brow at Izuku as if to say, "Well, go on then." The button made a loud beep when he pressed it and a rumbling took over the training grounds. The floor shook and most of the kids in the area struggled to stay upright. Welcome to the Foundational Heroics Quirk Assessments version 2. I know Shoyuta already gave you quirk assessments on day 1, but I need to make my own assessment of your quirks. This time, Izuku had to raise his voice over the sound of the whole training. Ground clanking and moving. Behind him, the whole city was morphing into a hellish nightmarescape of obstacles. The buildings themselves were twisting and folding until it seemed like there was no path through the mess of city spaces that were left. This time, you'll be assessed not on how powerful your quirks are, but how versatile they can be when you set your minds to it. I want you all to think outside the box, and remember that quirks aren't always useful for every situation. Now then, welcome to a custom obstacle course Nedzu and I made for you. Shoyuta was staring at the training grounds with his mouth agape. After a moment, his face twisted into a question. When exactly did you and Nedzu have time to make this? Between classes last Wednesday and Thursday? Shoyuta sighed. You just turned a whole training ground cityscape into an obstacle course, in your free time? For fun? Yeah. What else has Nedzu been teaching you for fun? Izuku lifted a finger, his mouth open to speak, but he decided that was probably not a good idea. Instead of explaining anything, he shook his head. I plead the fifth. Problem child, we're not in America. There is no fifth here. I admit nothing. Half the class was chuckling, the other half just looked confused. What's bad about learning new skills for fun, Aizawa-sensei? Even if it is, gigantic mechanics? Uraraka was trying to figure out what to call the obstacle course in terms of a skill. Izuku honestly didn't think there was a skill he could attach to this besides maybe macro construction. There were a lot of cranes and large equipment used in the making of the course. I can't even begin to explain the amount of chaos it takes for stuff like this to happen at this school, Uraraka. The rat god's rules shall reign forever. Izuku lifted both fists in the air and smirked at his dad. Shoyuta put a thumb in his left temple as his eyes rolled back into his head. I'm taking a nap. Don't kill my students. No promises, Dad. There was no reply. Shoyuta was off to the side already getting into his old yellow sleeping bag. Izuku turned back to the class, who were all visibly terrified. He knew they should be scared, after all this course was pretty tough for first years. But the course wasn't necessarily meant to be completed. It was more meant to test how the students cooperated and used their quirks in unique ways to get around as many obstacles as possible. Now then, in a real emergency or natural disaster, there's no warning signs, there's no rules, you don't know what you're going to get into when you walk in. So, my advice is this, Izuku lifted his pointer finger again. Think before you act. I want you to use your quirks outside of your usual methods. But remember, your quirk might not always be the best option. Shoyuta and I will be watching every step of the way. Izuku produced a tablet from his backpack which already had the cameras pulled up. He motioned for the kids to start on their way into the obstacle course. They were already teaming up, which was good but also bad. Izuku wanted them all to work together as a group, but they were likely going to split off into their friend groups anyway. Oh, one more thing. Izuku called out. If anyone gets injured or needs immediate attention, hold up your hand in a thumbs down pose. There's cameras everywhere, we'll see it. Safety first. Yes, sensei. A number of students called back. Katsuki made a short tch sound but nodded to Izuku. Izuku was so proud of them. He was also proud of himself. As all his students left, Shoyuta cracked open an eye and sat upright. Izuku scooted closer to him on the bench to share the tablet screen. Do you think anyone will make it to the end? That's not the point of the course, Dad. It's not? Then why bother with an obstacle course if they aren't overcoming an obstacle? They are. They're overcoming themselves. They need to stop thinking like selfish children or they'll never make it as heroes. If they can overcome themselves and the brainwashing they've had as kids, they'll work together and finish the course. If not, they'll end up stuck. The course is more testing how far they can get. Then what's the goal? For them to finish this course by the end of the school year, together as a class. I agree they need to stop acting like selfish children. Hero work is a lot more than just rushing in to save someone. It requires thought and precision and teamwork. That's where they're going to fail at first. Izuku tapped the screen a couple times and brought up 4 different cameras. The class had split into 4 groups of 5, apparently. This course was designed to require all their quirks to get through. Some sections can be completed with only a few of them, and on the other hand some require multiple quirks to get around. This won't be easy, and it won't be fun, until they figure out they need each other. Shoyuta draped an arm over Izuku's shoulders and smiled proudly. You put amazing thought into this. I'm proud of you, Izuku. Thanks, Dad. Izuku tabbed through the cameras and landed on the first group of students who chose a path. The obstacle course had 5 paths to choose from at the start, 5 different passages they could pick from, and they all looked identical at first. It wasn't until they passed through the opening that the path closed behind them that things got really interesting. Of course, Katsuki was the first to pick and his whole squad followed behind. In total they had Katsuki, Mina, Kirishima, Deki, and Shiro. It was a good mix, and since the group had worked closely for the first week of school, they did have a basic understanding of each other's quirks, but they were far from experts at teamwork. Katsuki was the issue. He was forging ahead with little regard for his teammates. The path Katsuki picked was full of weapons hazards and was going to prove challenging for the weapons master himself, going up against his own style of fighting, explosions and gunfire. That's going to get him killed in the field, Shua remarked, tapping the screen to zoom in on Katsuki and something to the teen's left. A second later, a cannon fired and a giant black blob was shot directly at the blonde teen. Not surprisingly, Katsuki dodged it with a calculated blast from his hands. The blob smacked against the wall and splattered, leaving sticky ink where Katsuki had been standing a second before. That ammo was designed by the support course. It wasn't deadly, but it left you seriously bruised from impact and covered in simulated tar without the harmful effects. The blonde stared at the pathway forward, a straight passage that stretched about 200 feet. The whole path was lined by cannons on the upper part of the wall. His team joined him at the entrance where Katsuki had backed up to, and they huddled around each other to form a plan. Izuku? Shoyuta asked, his eyebrow arched expectantly. Ah yes, well, this obstacle is designed for the disabling types. Like Mina with her acid, or Jairu with her sound waves. Either one could be very effective against the cannons from a long distance. This obstacle isn't meant for close combat. It's designed to make them think about how to get through without going through. The point is you can't always just march forward through danger, you have to step back, think, evaluate, and sometimes work around it or disable the danger before you can move forward. I think this group will probably figure that out since Mina is with them. But Shiro might try to tape the cannon's laser sights. While that would work, he'd need precision accuracy, which I don't think he has just yet. They went back to the cameras. Since that group was busy working on a plan, Izuku undocked the camera and floated it small on the screen while pulling up another camera full screen. This group had Momo in the lead with Jairu, Ida, Tsu, and Uraraka at her heels. They'd picked a path that Izuku wasn't sure they'd do that well on. He knew that path had dozens of weather and environmental traps that were detrimental to these kids. The first one they encountered was a pit full of sand. They were suspicious at first, thinking it was quicksand, but soon found they could actually swim in it. That was because the pit was aerated, so the sand actually moved like water. However, what they didn't know is the pit randomly shut off and left them trapped neck deep. This time, Izuku didn't wait for Shoyuta to prompt him before speaking. So this trap is meant to teach them patience. The sand pit isn't so much a trap as just a spatial awareness and attention provoker. It's hazardous, yes, but if they don't panic and stay calm, they can time their movements to the air in the pit and get out very easily. If they panic, they'll sink deeper until the air comes back on and they'll just keep getting into a cycle of panic. This is one of the more dangerous paths in the course, and I'm disappointed that these 5 students chose it. They're the worst set for it given all the upcoming environmental and weather hazards. Tsu and Momo especially, Tsu for her frog quirk and Momo for her lack of hero suit. Someone should really redesign that. She's half naked? I agree. I'll talk to her after class. Izuku nodded. Once again, he free-floated the camera at the top of the screen and pulled up another one. Thankfully, all the students were taking things slow. They knew this wasn't straightforward and Izuku had prepared them as best he could without giving too much away. So he had time to see all the groups figure out their first traps before anyone dove in. The next group was Tokoyami, Koda, Shoji, Sato, and Shinso. The last 2 groups seemed to form simply out of necessity and not necessarily friend groups, which Izuku found much more interesting. Tokoyami, Shoji, and Koda did have a strong and silent friend vibe going on, but they were open and welcoming to the other classmates. Shinso and Sato fit in because they were both a bit shy, but they had really useful quirks. Everyone in this group had very versatile quirks. Shinso was maybe the odd man out since his quirk was strictly verbal, but Izuku was already thinking of 100 different ways he could utilize it on the course along with his classmates. He just had to think outside the box instead of believing he was trapped inside it. That being said, the path they chose was a geometric puzzle path. Their first obstacle was a literal box. So, this one is a little on the nose, and I'm not sorry for that. But basically, they need to figure a way out of the box before it crushes them. Obviously, the mechanics stop before actually causing any harm and it announces they failed. To avoid any possible harm, the tracks aren't even long enough to make the box small enough to hurt them. Good thinking. I think Sato is best suited for this. The box is designed to fall apart when hit on the corners or seams. He could break through it if he has enough sugar on him. Plus, once the box closes in it gets darker, not blackout, but Tokoyami would be stronger. The only question is how much control he has over Dark Shadow. At the moment? Not much. That could prove challenging. I'll keep an eye on them in case his sentient quirk goes wild. Probably a good idea. Izuku carefully placed that floating camera on the center top of the screen in case anything went wrong and he needed to pull the plug on that section of the course. Each section was designed independently but connected to the rest. He could turn certain sections off or change them at will while the course was active. The coding had been an absolute nightmare and it had taken at least 2 weeks to work out before they even started on the physical building of the course. He'd left that part out when telling Shoyuta Nedzu and Izuku fabricated this between classes. It was probably best that his dads didn't know all the crazy stuff Nedzu teaches him for fun. The last group consisted of Todoroki, Hagakura, Owaze, Ojiro, and Oyama. The group was vastly diverse and seemed to just be the last 5 students who didn't have the outgoing nature to push themselves into another group. Aoyama was the exception, but he didn't seem super close to anyone in the class overall, just sort of friendly with everyone. There was nothing wrong with that, but Izuku wondered if maybe he had social anxiety in some way. He didn't try to make friends with anyone, but he was friendly when approached alone. Shaking that thought out of his head, he focused on the group's first challenge. The path they picked was designed to simulate quirk hazards. Izuku had managed to replicate quirks from Class 1A and 2A to keep them busy and confused. Their first trap to deal with was a replication of Reiko Yanagi's quirk Poltergeist. She could telekinetically control objects near her. To replicate this, he used powerful magnets that used swapping polarity in rapid succession to stimulate a floating scenario. This also worked as a replication of Uraraka's quirk Zero Gravity. This one? Shota asked, looking at the weird arms that stretched around the whole hallway the group was about to walk through. It simulates quirks. Well, this one simulates poltergeist or zero gravity. I had the support course place tiny high-density metal plates in each student's suit in case they went on this path. You what? Never mind. Point being, those are super strong magnets. I hope none of the kids brought their phones into class today or they are going to get fried. Shoyuta snorted. The magnets use a quickly changing polarity to balance anything within their range at a low altitude, basically floating them. They need to figure out how to get past this without getting trapped in midair. The point is to help them overcome quirks they might face in villains or even if their teammates misfire. It happens a lot in the field, especially with quirks like this. When a person's focus is spread across multiple tasks in the heat of a fight, they could accidentally hit their own teammate with a quirk. So this is to train them to be careful, but also how to overcome those accidents and keep going. Excellent. Honestly, I'm just excited to see the brats finally getting smacked around safely but also getting a deep lesson on field work. Trash Mike can't seem to teach them anything more than pounding villain heads in, as if that's all it takes to be a hero. Maybe for him, but it's pretty shallow and hazardous to everyone around him. They watched the students for a total of 15 minutes. That's all it took before each group started to call for help. None of them had made it past the first hazard or trap. None of them. Izuku sighed and deactivated the whole course one trap at a time. Another 5 minutes passed and they all came crawling back out of the training grounds complaining or moping. All right, brats, gather up. Show you to motion them over. Izuku is going to go over some notes. Izuku stood up and sighed again. I'm going to put this really simple. You're all selfish children. A chorus of rebukes and arguments came from most of the class. Some of them just looked too tired to argue. You're all trying to shove your quirk at a brick wall and expecting it to give, even if it's specifically designed to withstand your quirk. You can't keep doing that. Mina. Izuku called. Weiss-sensei? How many students are in this class? 20. Why does that dash? 20 students. 20 brains. 20 quirks. Tell me, did any of you even think about working as a class, as a team? Even in your small groups, you didn't try and utilize each other's quirks to get past those obstacles? Izuku pointed at each student as he called them out and rattled off his notes. Kaken. The blonde winced. Did you consider that Mina or Siro could have disabled those cannons? Instead, you thought you could fly faster than they could shoot, now you're covered in tar. He moved on after Katsuki lowered his head to the ground with a frustrated look on his face. Momo, did you consider that Jiraiya's quirk would come in perfectly well to counteract the sand? For that matter, did you? The sand was made liquid by air waves. Sound waves work almost exactly the same. But did anyone in your group even think to just stop and listen? There was a rhythm to the air waves. Both girls shook their heads and Izuku moved on. Tokoyami, you'll need more work in dark spaces. Dark shadow isn't something to fear. You need to work with her, not against her. Shinso, you need to work on using your quirk in unique ways. There's no way I could have . No? Did you think of controlling Sato to hit the weak points in the metal like corners and seams? Even if Sato himself couldn't think of that or even see it, if you asked his permission and help, you could have easily puppeted him into position. Damn, you're right, sorry. Izuku crossed his arms and looked to the last group. Todoroki, you can't throw ice at every problem. You almost gave your teammates frostbite while trying to secure them to the ground. Away's quirk would have been perfect for the task instead, and wouldn't have hurt them, only their clothes. The whole group was shivering and being warmed by blankets that Momo had created. Sorry, Sensei. Sorry, guys. Todoroki mumbled. I'm not here to belittle or upset you all, but you need to stop thinking your quirk is the only quirk. You have 20 original and unique talents and powers. Use them. This course is designed to be completed with all of you. No one person or smaller group can beat it. The goal is for you all to complete this course by the end of your first year. I will accept nothing less. There's no time limit outside of that. You can practice whenever you want, but you have to have a teacher or myself present to regulate the course. So we have to practice with the whole class present? Hagakure asked. No, there are hazards and traps that one or small groups can complete. However, the course isn't designed for that as a whole. If you get past one hazard with a group of 3 and then have no one who can salvage the next trap, you're stuck. You can work on specific paths or specific traps if you want. I can parse each hazard out into its own field for trials. I'll be sending you a detailed chart and analysis on the whole course so you can all study it and work out how you want to practice. What's the point? Katsuki barked from the back of the class. The point? To make you better heroes, Kaken. Each trap is designed to work a different skill set. The cannons were designed to make you pause before diving into danger without a plan. The sandpit was about patience. Well, that one's a bit on the nose. Think outside it. The last one is about avoiding and getting out of friendly fire. The point is you have a lot to learn. The aggressive blonde tucked his hands in his pockets. He'd already removed his gauntlets for the day and they were resting by his feet while the teen himself seemed to debate walking out of the class at that point. Izuku sighed for a third time. I'm sorry. I think I got carried away. I want you all to work together, and remember that being a hero isn't meant to be a lonely or selfish road. You're doing this for various reasons, but you still have a job to do, and I only want you to do that to the best of dash. A whooshing in the sky followed by a loud thud shook the ground. A few tired students like Aoyama and Momo couldn't keep their balance and landed on the ground. Tsu managed to mostly catch Momo and Sato was helping Aoyama up a moment later. Kirishima hardened himself around Mina, who was also exhausted from quirk use and crouched on the ground. Hello, students. Izuku twitched, stepping closer to his dad on instinct alone. Shoyuta stood a little taller and glared at the number one with barely masked hatred. He attempted to appear only annoyed. You're late. The tired underground hero barked. Well, I got caught up in a villain attack, you know? And? Shoyuta crossed his arms. And? Shout dash. I told you, it's Eraserhead or Aizawa-san to you. All Might fumbled for words. In the meantime, Aizawa rolled his eyes and addressed the class. Go get changed, we're done for the day. You should have all moved in this weekend, but I know it's only Monday, so take some extra time today to unpack and get settled into the dorms and rest. I know Izuku ran you ragged on this course today, but it's only going to get harder from here on out. Dismissed. Groans rang out among the students. Kaminari pleaded with Shiro to carry him. Tokoyami was rubbing his eyes with Dark Shadow petting his head. Tsu looked utterly exhausted and Ito was half carrying her. Momo was leaning on Todoroki, who was blushing and trying not to look at her hero suit. They really needed to get that addressed with the support department. Katsuki and Kirishima were chatting off to the side, not bothering to leave just yet, but everyone else limped off to the locker rooms. Aizawa, what's the meaning of this? You're just letting the students out of class early? Well, if you'd been here, you would have seen them work their butts off on the obstacle course. But you forgot your obligation to this school and its students. There are dozens of other heroes on duty right now who could have handled the attack just fine. That's not the point, Aizawa. The number one hero should be dash. No. All Might twitched when Shoyuta interrupted him for a second time. Izuku had to stop himself from laughing at the way the number one looked like a scolded child for just a second. You're a teacher now, you have obligations to your students. If you're going to keep being late to this class, don't bother showing up. Besides, Izuku's a far more qualified teacher than you will ever be. Izuku snuck a look at Katsuki and Kirishima off to the side. They were both sporting shit-eating grins on their faces. Katsuki was even biting his lip and Izuku knew he was trying to keep from putting his own opinion in the ring. Of course, Trash Might had to go and ruin their fun. You can't possibly be speaking about the quirkless teaching assistant Nedza mentioned. How could they be better than the number one hero at training the next generation of heroes? It was amazing how much arrogance this man could put into his words. Shoyuta already had his capture scarf unwrapped and his mouth open to yell when Izuku stepped around his dad. Don't speak about me like I'm not right here, All Might. I also have a name, it's Aizawa and you do well to use it. I'm tired of your quirkist bullshit. I'm a licensed quirk counselor and I've been training under Nedzu for months so I can help teach these kids to be better heroes than the generation before them. If you have a problem with me, say it to my face, don't complain to my father. Izuku heard a soft fuck yeah and get him Midobro from the peanut gallery in the back. If Shoyuta heard them, he didn't comment on their language. All Might's face was turning red. He put his hands on his giant hips and huffed, "That's enough, my boy, you don't have a right dash. I'm not your boy. I've already asked you not to call me that. If you keep doing it, I'll file a harassment report with Nedzu. As for my right to teach this class, I am fairly sure you'd fail a teaching assessment in seconds. Actually, I'm pretty sure you'd fail any class I taught, and if you want to argue it, then go right ahead and try out the obstacle course I designed for the students. See how well you fare as a real hero in a task that makes you use that undersized brain of yours. It's a shame none of that muscle went to your skull." Oh shit. Katsuki slapped a hand over his mouth before anything else came out. Kirishima was standing there with his mouth open, blinking. Izuku dared to look at Shoyuta, worried his dad might be angry with him. The look of pride on his face was enough to make the teen want to fall over in relief. How dare you speak to me like this? It's what you needed to hear, number one. Shoyuta finally spoke. Now I believe you have two choices here. You can either try and prove my son wrong and run the course, or you can walk away and admit when you're wrong like a good hero. Izuku looked anywhere but at All Might. It didn't quite set in until the hero himself walked off in a huff, mumbling about speaking with Nezu and the commission about this. He blinked a few times before finally it struck him what he just said, to the number one hero, to his face. Oh shit. Izuku mumbled. Shoyuta tilted his head. Did I just do that? Shoyuta smirked as he ruffled Izuku's hair. You did say no promises this morning. But honestly, he deserved it. His attitude is bullshit, Izuku. Katsuki walked over and nudged their shoulders together. Bastard needed to be taken down a peg for once. Besides, after the crap he did to you, he deserves a lot worse. Kirishima came over and almost tackled them in a hug. Izuku yelped. Watch it, shitty hair. Kirishima. Izuku laughed. Sorry. I just got excited. Midobro did such an amazing job standing up for himself. Alright boys. Shoyuta waved a hand. Go home and relax for the day. Izuku, you have training later. Don't be late. Oh, and tell the purple problem child he better not be late either. Izuku blushed. Yes, Dad? Shoyuta wandered off towards the main school building, which left Izuku alone with Katsuki and Kirishima. Who's he talking about? Kirishima asked. Shinso. He's Dad's private student. He's the only one going underground this year, so Dad's been training him in the specifics. I get physical training 7 days a week, and I'm only off academic training on Sundays. Wait, what? Katsuki snapped his attention back to Izuku. Yeah. Since I became Nezu's student 6 months ago. I work 6 days a week on studies, usually from 5 or 6 am until about 4 or 5 in the evening, and then I have physical training with either Shoyuta or Zashi in the evenings until about 8 or 9, and I'm in bed by 10. It's a tight schedule. Tight? That's an understatement. They're working you to the bone. I chose it. What do you mean, Mido? We worked on a schedule that I wanted to keep. I get bored easily if I don't have a book in my hand, I guess. Hell, the only way my dads can punish me is by taking that away. The first time I called Papa a jerkface, I was grounded with no schoolwork for like a week. It was miserable. I had to go outside and smell the roses. Izuku made a mock horror face. Kirishima burst into laughter. Katsuki smacked a hand over his face. Why are you such a nerd? Ask yourself, Kaken. Izuku stuck out his tongue and pushed out of Kirishima's hug. That's fair. What does he mean, Bakugo? You all know I bullied him. He's cracking a joke about being alone, with only books for company. It's at least 60% my fault. 40%? 43. Deal. They both broke into laughter, which only left Kirishima more confused. On the walk to the locker rooms, they explained a few things about their past to Kirishima, and he seemed to understand better why they were joking about whose fault Izuku's reclusive and book-nerdish nature was. The boys' locker room was still bustling when they got there, though it was pretty quiet since everyone was exhausted. Izuku was only here for one person. Hey Shinso. Oh, hey Izuku. You know, you can call me Hitoshi. If we're going to be training together with Aizawa-sensei, it seems fair you have my first name, too. Oh. Izuku cleared his throat. Of course. That makes sense. That's why I came in here today. Oh. Yep, Dad said. Don't be late for tonight's training. We'll be inside Gym Iota for quirkless combat tonight. After dinner at 6:30. Sounds good. I'll see you there. Izuku busied himself with the hem of his shirt shyly until Hitoshi leaned over to get his attention. You did awesome out there, by the way. What? Izuku yelped. A few boys jumped from his outburst. Izuku gave them an apologetic look and looked back to Hitoshi. The obstacle course, it was really challenging, and you're right, I wasn't thinking outside the box. I'll remember for next time, yeah? Izuku's voice was a bit too high-pitched to try and speak right now. Anyway, I'll see you later for training? Yep. Cool. The purple-haired teen went back to changing and Izuku scurried out of the locker room. Bracing a hand on his chest, Izuku tried to catch his breath. Hitoshi was shirtless the whole time their conversation took place. He was desperately trying to get that image out of his head so his face would stop being bright pink. Granted, he didn't want to stop thinking about a shirtless Hitoshi. Now that image was going to be stuck in his head while he was trying to fight later. On Tuesday, Hound Dog told them he'd approve of Izuku and Katsuki having a conversation in his office while he mediated after they both got assessments that afternoon. He was satisfied that they were both capable of having constructive communication and felt it would help them both heal to be open and honest with each other. Izuku wasn't sure he was ready to face one of his biggest demons, even with Ryo in the room. Playful banter and day-to-day conversation was easy enough, because Izuku didn't really see Katsuki as other anymore. He was just part of UA, part of Class 1A. He wasn't Izuku's bully. He wasn't the focal point of the school anymore. But to sit down and pour his heart out, for them both to crack open their minds and unleash the hell that might reside within? That was terrifying. Tuesday and Wednesday were full with the UA staff running drills, tests, and examples for emergency situations. Nedzu and the rest of the staff really took Izuku's idea to heart and the whole student body was preparing for something they didn't know was coming. Hell, the staff didn't know what was coming. Izuku had a few ideas he'd discussed with Nedzu, but they didn't have proof. They didn't have any evidence to support their theories, so they just had to prepare the best they could in the meantime. 1A and 1B both ran the obstacle course on Wednesday after lunch. 1A got through 3 of 15 obstacles. 1B, since it was their first time, didn't even get past the first on any path. They didn't yet recognize the point. A couple students from 1A, namely Momo and Todoroki, told them and 1B seemed a bit more excited to try again. Izuku wasn't assisting with 1B but he did like having some joint training to help better the teamwork across the school. Plus, 1B had the same access to the course if Vlad-sensei wanted to use it for training. Shoyuta called their lesson a few minutes before the last bell for the day, and All Might never showed up to class. Izuku wondered if Nedzu had kicked him out, though he was pretty sure the Chimera would have mentioned it if he had. Ready, nerd? Katsuki walked out of the locker room with his hands tucked into his pockets, glaring at the floor. Izuku locked the tablet he'd been working on and nodded. Yeah. As I'll ever be, which is not at all. Katsuki snorted, yeah, same. Izuku was still getting used to Katsuki actually speaking instead of grunting or using expletives and threats as his method of communication. He was apparently undergoing intense anger management therapy with Hound Dog and then standard psychiatric care on top of that. The changes were dramatic, but overall Katsuki just seemed happier and less stressed. He was still energetic and often shouted, but Izuku knew his quirk required him to keep high blood pressure, so it made sense. So while he was an almost intolerable brat during training, when his blood pressure was high, he was getting more and more easygoing outside of that. Their walk to Ryo's office was quiet, but not tense. Neither teen wanted to fight anymore. At least, not each other. They wanted to repair whatever minefield lay shelled out between them. A soft knock on the door and Ryo ushered them both in. Izuku took one end of the couch and Katsuki plopped down in the chair just to Izuku's right. He'd almost hoped the blonde would take the other end of the couch, but no such luck. Good afternoon, boys. How are we feeling today? Honest answers only. Nervous. Nauseous, they both answered. Izuku chuckled. Katsuki only smiled. Well, this isn't sometimes I expect either of you saw coming in your lives. Oh. I never expected Kaken to dash, well, to apologize. Speaking of that, Katsuki, don't you have something for Izuku? The blonde didn't speak, but he did take a folder out of his backpack and produce an envelope which was handed to Izuku. The white-haired teen tilted his head but took it anyway. Finally, Katsuki met his eyes. As part of my treatment, I was supposed to write a formal apology to you. It's probably shit, you know I'm not a good writer, but it's She glanced at Ryo for a moment. The counselor nodded encouragingly. It's honest. Thank you, Kaken. Whatever. Izuku rolled his eyes and tucked the letter away in his bag. He wanted to read it when he was alone later. He figured it would likely make him cry and he was not in the mood to cry right now. Izuku, do you want to start? What exactly am I supposed to talk about? Well, maybe start from the beginning? How you felt all those years while Katsuki was bullying you. Why it hurt you, and anything else you think of in relation? Izuku looked down at his lap, habitually tracing a couple of scars across the back of his right hand. So many things Izuku wanted to say filled his mind, but he couldn't decide which one to say first. Which subject should he crash his fist through? That's how this felt, like Izuku was shattering a wall that should have never been built between them. Ryo and Katsuki were patient with him and never once spoke up or pushed him while Izuku silently debated his words. I think about when we were kids a lot. When we'd argue over who had the best hero name and design. When our moms would laugh at us chasing each other around the house playing heroes and villains. I was always the villain. Sometimes I wonder if because I always gave in and played the villain, you started to think of me as a villain. He took a breath. That felt like ripping his clothes off in public, exposing the most vulnerable part of himself, one of his deepest fears. I never saw you as a villain, Izuku. Katsuki was almost whispering. Izuku lifted his eyes only enough to watch Katsuki's hands which were clenching his shirt at his chest. I thought you were too weak for your dreams. It was dumb, but I thought. Katsuki growled in the back of his throat. Izuku imagined this was harder to admit to Izuku than to anyone else. I thought if I discouraged you from becoming a hero, you wouldn't get hurt and end up dead, and instead. The blonde's voice dipped into a whisper. Instead, I killed you. No. Izuku scooted down the couch and reached out for the blonde's hands. At first, Katsuki recoiled, but after a moment he let Izuku take them. You didn't do that, you didn't kill me. That day was... He sighed. It's all right if you want to talk about it, Izuku. Ryo opened the floor for him. Izuku pulled Katsuki a little closer so they were both on the edge of their seats, their hands the focus for both their eyes. Izuku thought back to that day 6 months ago, and how far he'd come since then. Katsuki squeezed his hands and Izuku looked up. I want to know. Izuku could have mistaken it for the wind. His words were so soft. Izuku nodded. I just got home after a rough day at school, but the days were always rough. I saw something taped on the door. It was a letter from the Hero Commission. I didn't read anything more than, "We regret to inform you," before I was already running to the roof. I felt so suffocated even being outside. I couldn't breathe, and every part of me felt so empty. That was the day you told me to kill myself. I wasn't thinking of you, I was barely even thinking of Mom. I just stood there until sunset, crying. I don't remember seeing Shoyuta. I know he was there and tried to stop me, catch me. But all I saw were the stars. The night sky was the only constant in my life at that point. But you need to understand something. Izuku scooped both of Katsuki's hands into his, closing them tightly in his grip and bringing them to his face. Izuku took a few deep breaths before saying the hardest thing he ever had to admit to anyone. Even when he'd told his dads it had put a hole in his chest that took time to heal. They took the time to heal him, and he was so thankful for that. The last thought before I hit the ground was how I didn't want to die. But without any support, alone and without anyone to help me, to save me, to be there for me, I didn't know how to live. That's why I did it. It wasn't you, it wasn't Mom, it wasn't All Might. I didn't know how to live in a world that didn't want me. Yes, all of those things contributed, and I might still blame all three of you sometimes, but I made the choice myself. Izuku knew he was crying, but it was those awful silent tears he knew only came when he wasn't processing his emotions or when they were simply too much to process. Izuku Not done. Katsuki nodded and wiped a few tears from his own eyes. But when I woke up, Shoyuta was there. After the shock to us both, one of the first things he told me was that he wasn't leaving me, that I had him, that I wasn't alone. That's all I ever needed. You don't know how hard it was for them to train the quirkest bullshit out of me. They've worked so hard to help me heal, and I know how to live now. But I want you to know that I didn't go through that horrible experience, dying because of you. Yes, you told me to kill myself. Yes, you bullied me. Yes, you hurt me a lot more than I think we can ever fully explore. But I did not go up to that roof thinking about what you said, or wanting to die because of it. Once more he tugged Katsuki's hands, tightly squeezing them for emphasis. You don't need to blame yourself for my first death. It wasn't your fault. Katsuki could only nod. He was practically sobbing at this point. Izuku released their hands so he could wrap Katsuki up in his arms and rock them back and forth for a while to soothe the upset blonde. Ryo was watching with pride in his eyes. Izuku knew he was happy to see how far they had both come since arriving in his care. Katsuki was going through a phase of breaking down, yes, but he would soon be rebuilt and Izuku was so excited to see that. Ryo must be. Izuku pulled back a little to let Katsuki speak. I don't know if I'll ever forgive myself for what I said. I can't take back those words, Izuku. I can't. I know that. But I can spend the rest of my life making up for them. If you'll let me. Oh Katsuki, I forgave you a long time ago. Even if your explosions still make me jump sometimes. Even if the smell of burnt caramel makes me panic sometimes. I forgave you. I forgive you. It's going to take time for you both to heal. Ryo added. This isn't something you can just move past without effort. Izuku has PTSD from the abuse he suffered in childhood, and he gave me permission beforehand to share that. Katsuki, we've gone over your mental health issues, and you both know that none of this will be instantaneous or easy. But that's what I'm here for, to help you walk through it. Izuku offered a faint smile and sat back on the couch, finally releasing Katsuki. The blonde took a few deep breaths and leaned back in his chair too. You know, the old hag keeps asking if she can see you. She wants to apologize. For what? For not seeing what Inko and I were doing sooner. She couldn't have known. After you and I grew apart, they didn't really talk. Still, she blames herself a bit for not having checked on you. You're like a second son to her. Really? Dude. I mean, they practically raised us together, you know? That's true. I guess I just figured that if you hated me, your parents must hate me worse. Far from it. They never knew. Never knew what? Any of it. They didn't know we stopped being friends. They didn't know I started bullying you. They didn't know anything. I never told him, just made excuses. When Inko stopped calling and texting, the hag just assumed she was busy working extra shifts. She was for a long time. Then 6 weeks before she died, she packed everything and left. I didn't know until the day after she died, when Shoyuta and Zashi took me over there to get my stuff. Yeah, you mentioned that when we were fighting in the hallway? Izuku nodded. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. I know you said you forgive me, but I'll never say it enough. I'll never make up for it. But I'm going to try. I'm glad something got through to you in time for you to become an amazing hero. Yeah, I got a bit of a wake-up call from your dad when he was cleaning out your locker. I knew it. Katsuki jumped. What? I knew he was acting suspicious when he came home that day. He kept staring at the scar on my shoulder with this horrible rage in his eyes. He's shit at hiding his emotions. Katsuki snorted. Yeah. He told me, all I see when I look at you right now is the boy who told Izuku to jump off a roof. That's all I see, but maybe, just maybe, it won't be all you are. He told me you had faith in me. I think I needed to hear that. Even after everything I did to you, you still refused to give up on me. I don't think I've ever had a friend like that. Yes, you have. Katsuki gave him a weird look. Me, you idiot? Izuku rolled his eyes. I've always been your friend, or at least, always wanted to be. Yeah. Katsuki nodded. Yeah. I guess I have always had you. Izuku spent most of Thursday by himself. Netsu had a meeting with the commission about All Might. Apparently the number 1 had complained about Izuku. Netsu said he didn't expect any problems from the commission. Izuku's quirk registry had been updated, and since he was licensed, all of All Might's complaints were null and void. Well, okay, he could argue that Izuku's attitude and language was out of hand, but that was a behavioral issue, nothing the commission would stick their fingers in. With Netsu out and Shoyuta and Zashi in their classes, Izuku was left to personal study. All three of them had told him to take the rare day off, but he'd opted to brush up on the new coding language he was learning, which was difficult to say the least. Zashi had patrol and the radio station tonight, which meant he didn't even come home before heading out. Shoyuta had private training with Hitoshi after school as well. So, Izuku was on their apartment balcony around 7 in the evening, leaning over the railing and watching the last few students walking past the teacher's dorm to get back to their own for the evening. He knew Shoyuta should be home soon, but he felt no desire to go inside and start cooking dinner. Yesterday had been a lot, emotionally. Add to that a day of solitude and Izuku was just not in a great headspace. He knew he should go inside before Shoyuta appeared to ask what was wrong. Izuku didn't want to be a burden. Shaking his head, Izuku sighed. A few months had passed since the last time he thought like that. "You okay, kid?" Shuta's voice stirred Izuku from his thoughts. Too late to head inside now. Izuku shook his head to his dad and leaned heavily on the railing. Shoyuta joined him after taking his capture scarf off and leaving it on a nearby chair. As he settled in, Izuku watched his dad put his hair up in a low bun to get comfortable or be prepared for whatever Izuku was about to say. "Talk to me?" Shoyuta wasn't being pushy, he was asking if Izuku was ready and able to speak about whatever was plaguing his mind. The last 2 days were just tough. His voice was a little crackly from not talking all day, so he cleared his throat. "Kaken and I made some real progress and I'm happy about it. I guess I just didn't really think about all the other people who hurt me and how that still affects me." "In what way?" Kaken apologized, right? Shoyuta nodded to him. "I've taken that to heart and I really feel like I've started to change how I think about him, in a good way. But all my other classmates, my teachers, my mom, All Might, I still hear their voices. I still ache when I remember all the spider lilies left on my desk, the jeering and slurs, being ignored and neglected. How do I just forget all that?" It was Shuta's turn to sigh. He reached over and brushed a hand across Izuku's head in a comforting manner. "You don't." Izuku stared at him, worried. "You don't just forget it, kid. You carry it with you. But healing means you'll learn how to live with that weight. It might be heavy right now, but it does get lighter over time, with the right help. What I wouldn't give to carry it for you. But I'll be right here ready to help you when it gets too heavy, okay?" Izuku bit his bottom lip and looked away from his dad. It was too much. He had never in his life felt he deserved such love and acceptance. Of course, he was starting to accept it now that he'd had therapy and genuine care for half a year. But often it was still hard to remember it was real. Izuku nodded and leaned his head on Shuta's shoulder. "Thanks, Dad." Shoyuta wrapped an arm around him as they stared out across campus. After a few minutes he pointed out something in the distance, a huge dome on the far side of campus that would be about a 10-minute bus ride from the center. "That's where we're going tomorrow. Are you prepared?" Izuku stiffened as the subject changed to a more serious note. His fingers rang themselves out in front of him while he went over all the preparations they'd made in his head. After a moment he looked back to Shoyuta. "Yeah. Nedzu and I have done the best we can. The support course is struggling to make sensors for a warp quirk since we can't actually test it. But outside of that we have increased the basic quirk sensor range to cover the USJ. All students and staff have been added into a coded system I built that will register every quirk used on campus via the sensors. If a quirk not on the list pops up, it will send emergency alerts to all staff phones and sound an alarm in the affected area." "You did that all just this week?" "Yeah, Nedzu and I took the week to focus on strengthening the school's defenses during our lessons." "He's turning you into a demon, isn't he?" "Don't tell Papa, but probably." Shoyuta rolled his eyes. Giving Izuku one last hair ruffle, he grabbed his capture scarf and went inside. Izuku followed shortly after. His dad was already getting food out to make dinner, leftovers most likely. Shoyuta wasn't the best cook. Zashi made most of the homemade food in the house. "You have to promise me something, Shoyuta." The tired hero set down the bucket of fried chicken in his hand and scrunched his brows curiously at Izuku. He was probably worried about Izuku's tense tone. "You have to promise me that if it's necessary, you'll use my quirk." "Izuku. Oh. Please listen to me. This is my quirk. This is my power. I plan to use it safely, responsibly, and effectively. Until I can develop methods to utilize it myself, I will only allow trusted people to help me. That means you for the moment. I have lived in shame of myself for too long thanks to other people. I won't be ashamed or afraid of my power. I need you to support me. If things go wrong, I need you to help me. Shoyuta sighed through gritted teeth, which almost made the air hiss out of his mouth. Fine. I don't like it, but I respect that you're right. It's your power and I can't stop you from using it so long as you're using it responsibly. But don't you dare ask me frivolously, Izuku. I mean it. Please remember that this isn't a healing quirk. I am literally killing my own son. While quirks like that don't require special permits, it still feels like I'm destroying my whole world every single time. I feel like I should be put in front of a firing squad for my crimes. Izuku quickly wrapped his arms around Shuta's middle. The tired hero above him hugged back just as tight. I know that. I know it hurts. It may never get easier, but I won't make you carry that weight forever. Don't use my own words against me, problem child. Izuku chuckled as he grabbed the bucket of fried chicken off the counter and went to the microwave. I have no idea what you're talking about, Dad. He smirked. Izuku woke up on Friday morning feeling off. Nothing was wrong. He wasn't sick, he didn't have a fever or even nausea. He just felt like something wasn't quite right. He floated through getting ready for the day, and by the time his mind returned to his body, he was already on the bus to the USJ with Shoyuta, 13, and Class 1A. His eyes blinked rapidly to clear the fog and floaters from being dissociated all morning, only to find himself sitting next to Hitoshi. Hey, you back to Earth? Hitoshi was sporting a concerned look on his face. What? Aizawa, a sensei said you've been kind of absent all morning and asked me to keep an eye on you. You okay? Yeah, I just feel weird. Weird how? I don't know, Toshi. Something just feels off today. Why do I get the distinct feeling you're not telling me the whole truth? Izuku sighed, because I'm not. It's been a whole week since the dashed. He lowered his voice. Since the break-in? The what? Hitoshi hissed back. Look, someone broke into the school during the media craze. We think they took a class schedule. It's been a whole week in Nedzu and I think they have plans for this field trip. I take it you know where we're going? Obviously. But that's beside the point. Please stay close to me. Nedzu didn't want the kids in a panic, so we didn't tell them. Dad and I have a plan. Well, a blueprint. It's hard to guess what they're going to do, but this is why you have all been running drills this week. That makes sense. You think they're going to attack? That's my best guess. Which means this field trip could be a death trap. That's a slight possibility. Hitoshi narrowed his eyes. How slight? He cleared his throat. Like maybe 45%? Hitoshi sighed as his body sank into the bus seat. Izuku took a moment to look around the bus. The students were all behaving and most were either listening to music on their phones or chatting quietly with their neighbors. Izuku knew the bus ride was only about 15 minutes, and a quick glance out the window told him they were only a few minutes out. As his eyes roamed the vehicle, they landed on Shuta's. The tired hero was giving him a questioning look. Izuku offered a thumbs up and mouthed sorry. Shoyuta shook his head and stood up. All right, brats, we're almost there. Shut up, gear up, and be ready for anything. Mina raised her hand. Sensei? I thought this was a rescue training field trip. Izuku shot Shoyuta a look. He shook his head again. It is. But rescue work can include some of the most dangerous scenarios for heroes. Landslides, wildfires, avalanches, these sorts of situations are just as dangerous for those working to save the victims as it is for the victims themselves. Never forget that. The bus came to a halt with a screech of old brake pads and a lurching of bodies. Don't keep me waiting. Izuku, Shinso, with me. The rest of you get your gear out and get ready. Everyone already had their hero suits on minus any support gear, but Izuku and Hitoshi didn't have hero suits, at least not yet. Izuku grabbed his backpack and took out his oversized tablet with campus security access on it. After a quick login, he verified all systems were functioning normally as they exited the bus. I'm going to assume you told Shinso what's going on, judging from the look of annoyance trying to mask the fear on his face. Hey, I'm not that obvious. Kid, you have a long way to go in masking emotions. Izuku report? I told him. Also, all security functions are nominal, no disturbances yet. Could let me know the second that changes. Izuku allowed himself to get lost in his work for the moment. Hitoshi gently grabbed his arm and ushered them both towards the USJ entrance while 13 rounded up all the students. Izuku stood off to the side checking various cameras from inside the facility just to make sure they weren't walking into an ambush. Where's All Might? Hitoshi asked quietly. Izuku twitched. Commission only knows. He probably thought his job here wasn't as important as showing off to the public. Hitoshi didn't respond, so after a moment Izuku looked up and found the purple-haired teen staring at him with a scrunched-up face. Right? I guess not many people know the story. Basically, All Might crushed my dreams and left me on a roof after being attacked by a villain. If my dislike of the man wasn't clear, Izuku was succinct and clipped in his tone. He hated having to recap the story because it brought way too many negative emotions to the forefront of his mind, but he'd do it to explain his obvious hatred for the hero. Oh well, he can go fuck himself then. He's a shit teacher anyway. Izuku snorted. Alright, students, listen up. 13 called for attention. Everyone turned to her. As Aizawa explained on the bus, this is the USJ, or Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It's designed for rescue and hazard training. Today we're going to be working on natural disaster rescue training after an earthquake. Alright, let's head inside. Stick close and don't go wandering off or you might end up lost in the fire zone. A few students gave each other worried glances but followed 13 anyway. Shoyuta and 13 headed up the pack with most of the students behind them. At the back, Izuku kept his focus on the tablet in his hands while Hitoshi led him through the doors so he wouldn't run into anything. Katsuki walked up to them. What's got the nerds so distracted, eyebags? Hitoshi sighed. Security. Something's He even used air quotes for that. Izuku snorted. Sorry guys. I'm just Dash. His tablet beeped aggressively. Izuku yanked his arm from Hitoshi's grip and bolted for Shoyuta at the front of the pack. Shoyuta, he called while skirting through students. Kirishima and Ojiro had to jump out of the way to keep from getting bowled down. What's wrong? He was immediately in hero mode, one hand already unwinding his capture scarf. I've got movement on the security system, not one of ours. The system has already alerted Nedzu and the staff. Shoyuta and 13's phones were buzzing a moment later. Where are they? Izuku didn't reply. He felt his eyes widening as he watched a dark purpose portal opening at the center of the USJ Central Plaza. He lifted a hand to point past Shuta's shoulder. The underground hero spun wide into a defensive stance. Is that part of the training? Mina asked, hopping closer. Whoa, are those test dummies for us? Kaminari threw both fists into the air. I can't believe Principal Nedzu got us rescue actors. They aren't cheap, you know. Momo mumbled to Ida, who was nodding and making chopping arm motions. Stay back, students, those are real villains. 13 splayed her arms out in front of the group while Shoyuta was already starting to walk towards the stairs. All of you stay here. I'll handle the villains. Izuku, get security and emergency services here ASAP. Third, to protect the kids. He dove into the fray below without waiting for a response. Of course, before she could finish, a second portal appeared at the top of the stairs and a tall man covered in mist appeared. Forgive our interruption, we're looking for All Might. But we don't need all of you pesky children interfering. Izuku grabbed Hitoshi's arm and yanked them both to the side. Apparently, Hitoshi grabbed Katsuki because all three of them crashed to the ground just as the rest of the students vanished into multiple portals. Where the hell did you take the extras, you misty fuck? Katsuki snapped. But the villain was gone in a swirl of purple and reappeared down in the central plaza a moment later. Where are they? Izuku. I'm working on it, Kaken. Give me a moment. Izuku flipped through all the cameras in the building, checking every single zone and counting as he went. It took all of 40 seconds for him to breathe a sigh of relief. They're all still here. They're spread out across the facility. They have to face villains, but I didn't spot any high-level threats. They can hold out. We need to help Shoyuta. He was holding his own, sure, but he had at least 15 villains to handle himself. 13 had already run down to assist him. Izuku sent all the details he could to Nezu and tossed his bag and tablet on the ground. Where do you think you're going? Hitoshi grabbed his arm. Izuku yanked his arm free. I'm not leaving my dad to fight by himself. He has 13, Izuku, we're still students. I don't care. I'm not losing another parent. Hitoshi recoiled like Izuku had burnt him, shame evident on his face. Izuku wasn't insulted by what Hitoshi said, but he was far too anxious to calm down his crush right now. Katsuki stepped up beside them and smacked his right fist into his left palm with a pop and crackle of his quirk. I don't know about you two idiots, but I want some action. Let's go. Izuku rolled his eyes. Hitoshi snorted. All three of them dove down into the fray at the base of the stairs. They would save their friends, their teachers, and maybe the school if necessary. Shoyuta was proud to say he could multitask well enough to fight at least 10 villains at once. However, 15 was pushing the limits of his quirk and his skills. Thankfully, 13 arrived shortly after and knocked a few baddies off the board. Unfortunately, the portal user somehow managed to use her own quirk against her. So now she was laying in a heap on the ground with her black split open and bleeding like she just took a half-mile slide across concrete. He had to resist gagging. 3 of the villains around him were trying desperately to get in close and punch him in the face while another 4 were shooting quirks at him that he kept having to cancel or evade. This was far from an ideal situation. Of course, that's when fate decided to intervene. A flash of white sped across his vision, then a crack and thud, and Izuku was standing over a villain with a boot on their face and their arm twisted behind their back. The villain was groaning, half-conscious. What are you doing? Get back to the stairs. Shoyuta whirled around, only to find the step empty. Where were his students? Portal Jerk dropped the extras around the building. Bakugo called as he delivered a nasty quirk-fueled right hook to a villain's face. The guy went flying across the courtyard and slammed into the fountain, bloody and knocked out. Shoyuta could see Hitoshi off to the side with 3 villains all standing lifeless and dead-eyed. He clearly had them under his quirk. That only left. Well, isn't this just a pitiful excuse for a raiding party? Where's the real hero? Where's All Might? Shoyuta turned to find a villain covered in disembodied hands next to the portal user. He plucked one hand from his face, revealing the chapped and cracked skin underneath. The smile he wore could only be described as toe-curling. It made Shoyuta shiver deep in his spine. Who the hell are you, Krusty? Bakugo shouted while grabbing another villain by the face and blasting them with his quirk. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. All Might isn't here. Izuku stood up, uncurling his capture belt from the villain he'd put down and tucking it back into its holster. As if he's a real hero anyway. There's far better heroes to obsess over, I should know. Izuku, don't provoke him. Shoyuta warned. What? He has a right to know the man's a trash goblin. It's not like I hide my disdain for the big blonde doofus. That's not the point. Enough. The hand-covered villain was pacing angrily after he shouted. We are the League of Villains. I am Tamura Shigaraki. I am here to crush All Might. I even brought a little pet for him to play with. It's far more leveled than he is. As if on cue, another portal opened twice the side of the man calling himself Shigaraki. Something even larger than the portal clambered itself through. The beast was human-shaped, minus a bird-like head, with an exposed brain sitting right between its eyes. The whole thing was pure muscle and could rival All Might in height, which was terrifying to think about. Nomu, subdue Eraserhead. He might be a cool hero, but he's in my way. In the time it took Shoyuta to blink and reset his quirk, the Nomu was already in front of him. Shoyuta barely had time to breathe before the beast was grabbing for his arm. His quirk wasn't working. The strength of this thing was impossible. He couldn't get his arm free. He couldn't run away. His capture weapon wasn't made for anything this large. Despite that, he could feel that his quirk was actually functioning. He could feel the bound quirks, under his control. That didn't bode well in any way. Because even if he was channeling multiple quirks, this thing wasn't stopping. Pain shot through his arm at the same time a resounding snap echoed off the walls. Shoyuta screamed, doubling over and still trying to remove his now broken limb from the monster's fist. Shigaraki told the Nomu to subdue him, so if he stayed down, maybe it wouldn't hurt any of his students, so that's what he did. Of course, the monster didn't agree. Instead, it grabbed his head and smacked it right off the concrete with a resounding crack. His face felt like ice, like someone had shoved needles into his right cheekbone. He didn't fight. Shoyuta. He held up his good hand to stop Izuku, his whole body disoriented. No, just get All Might. He tried desperately to breathe through the pain, but the beast wouldn't stop squeezing the shattered limb. He was so close to passing out, but he refused to blink again in case he was in any way helping stop this monster's powers. It killed him to tell his son, of all people, to call for All Might, but this beast was far too much for him, and he knew it. Izuku tried to fight Katsuki's grip on his arms. He needed to get to Shoyuta. He had to stop that monster from hurting his dad. He couldn't lose another parent. He wouldn't. Izuku. Stop. We need a plan. Bags has 3 of them under his control. We can use that against this fucker. That monster stopped for now. Please, I need you to focus. Brushing some long white curls from his face, Izuku took a sobering breath. Shoyuta was still conscious, barely. He could see how hard the man was struggling to keep from blinking. Izuku focused back on Shigaraki. That was the ringleader. If they took him out, this would all be over. The only problem was Izuku didn't have the full scope of this guy's quirk. They had the footage from the front gate, sure, but that didn't give them a clear view of what exactly his quirk could do. They also needed to act fast so they could help the rest of the students. There was no telling how many villains were in the whole facility. The number was likely in the dozens. He knew the students could hold their own for a while, but not forever. They were still heroes in training, after all. A crunch of metal erupted behind them along with a booming, "I am here." Izuku, Katsuki, and Hitoshi all groaned loudly. The hand-covered villain made a weirdly excited expression as All Might hurled himself through the air to the center of the facility. Now the real boss fight can begin. Shigaraki pointed to the monster thing. Nomu. Kill All Might. Izuku bolted forward after wrenching himself from Katsuki's grip. Shoyuta collapsed, clutching his limp arm to his side when the monster released him. Dad. Then, the wounded hero grit out. As soon as Izuku got close enough, Shoyuta grabbed the front collar of his shirt and yanked him into whisper range. I can't cancel its quirks. Izuku froze. Quirks. Quirks, plural. He blinked, then blinked again. Okay. That was all he could think to say before his dad passed out in his arms. All right, what's the play here? Hitoshi was crouched beside him. Katsuki stood over both of them like a guard dog. Obviously we take out the crusty fucker. We don't know the full extent of his quirk, Kaken. We don't know what other firepower he has. They have a portal quirk. They could drop anything on our heads in an instant. On top of that, Shoyuta just told me the Nomu thing has multiple quirks. Fine, you go for handyman and I'll take out the portal. Speaking of the portal, he was standing off to the side behind Shigaraki almost like a butler. Izuku wondered if he was obeying orders like one too. If the portal didn't work of his own free will, then maybe distracting both villains would be enough. Toshi? Can you try and get the Nomu under your control? Knock the 3 villains out for now and focus your quirk on the monster. I don't know if it can respond, but I know you and Dad have been working on pushing your quirk, right? Yeah. I can get a connection even with small sound responses like grunts. I'm not sure that thing can even make verbal responses, but it's worth a shot. Alright. Kaken, approach behind portal guy. He's focused on Shigaraki, but be prepared for him to have eyes in the back of his head. That mist is weird. It looks like there's a body under it you can attack. Don't tell me what to do, nerd. I got this. The way Katsuki grinned told Izuku the blonde was basically saying, good idea, without actually saying it. Izuku laid Shoyuta down gently by the fountain to keep him out of the way. After a good stretch and releasing his capture belt, Izuku nodded to his friends. Hitoshi ran off around the outskirts of the central plaza towards where All Might was fighting the Nomu creature. Izuku knew his job would be mostly to try and distract or provoke the beast to get even the slightest response from it. Even a small acknowledgement could get the connection Toshi needed. Izuku was a little worried the poor tired teen would get swept away in the wind pressure All Might and the Nomu were making, but he had to focus on the other villains for now. Katsuki had gone the opposite direction to sneak up on the Misty Man. Izuku was waiting. He knew Katsuki would know he was waiting. If the portal user was in play, they were all screwed. So he waited, crouched over Shoyuta in a protective stance. It didn't take long. The explosive blonde didn't, for once, use his explosions. He actually used a sneak attack and saved his blasting for the moment his hand connected with something shiny under the mist. Was that a collar? With a rough grunt, the large villain went down with a superheated explosive hand held tight to his neck. "Stay down or I'll dent this collar into your throat," Katsuki barked. Izuku rushed across the plaza. Shigaraki was enthralled by the fight between All Might and the Nomu. Izuku tried to assess the villain quickly as he ran towards him. He was likely in his early 20s, with some kind of destructive quirk. It was somehow related to rust or dust or something that dried out Shigaraki's skin and could disintegrate a metal gate. His skin was a desert in the middle of an oasis, red and scabbed. He was insatiably scratching at his neck so hard he was bleeding. Izuku looked over everything. The hands, so many hands. Was that related to his quirk? The villain seemed to keep his pinkies lifted at all times. Izuku made a snap decision not to allow the guy to get 5 fingers on his body. Coming around the fountain at an angle, Izuku lashed his capture belt at the villain's wrist. It pulled Shigaraki off balance with a yowl of pain and Izuku was tackling him to the ground. They rolled. It took every ounce of Izuku's concentration to prevent the hand-covered man from touching him with his palms, his fingers. If he was unsure about his theory before, the way Shigaraki tried to reach and grab at every single opportunity convinced him. "Get off me!" Shigaraki screeched at him. "You're nothing but a low-level NPC, you aren't even worth my time." "Well, at least we can agree on one thing, you aren't worth my time either." "Kurogyri. Get this brat off me." "My apologies, Tamura Shigaraki, but I am unable to move presently, there's a bomb on my neck, quite literally." "Well then what use are you?" Izuku had to roll off to the side to avoid yet another palm grab. It grazed his shirt sleeve, which instantly disintegrated, leaving only crumbling dust and half his shirt vanishing almost as if it evaporated. "What the dash? Oh, you didn't know about my quirk, did you? It's called decay. If you don't get out of my way, you annoying little troglodyte, I'll turn you into a pile of dust." Izuku paused. "Wow, that's a big word. Are you sure you know what it means?" Shigaraki howled as he threw himself at Izuku, who dodged. They danced around each other for a few minutes. Izuku tirelessly continued the game of tag. Shigaraki wasn't letting up, but Izuku wasn't giving in either. A couple more times the villain managed to graze or scrape his clothing or hair. He lost a few inches of hair on the right side and his left shoe. "Damn it, hurry up, Izuku. I'm trying Kaken. If you're not going to help, you can just shut up. You don't think I'd prefer to be kicking some stupid villain's ass right now? This is fucking boring. Do you want to switch?" "Well, I could certainly do it better." "We both know that's bullshit, Blasty," Hitoshi called across the square. "No one asked you, insomniac. All of you shut up. You worthless brats." Shigaraki stomped his foot, which got the 3 teens to stop their bickering if only so they could laugh or scoff at the villain's antics. Shigaraki let out a rage-filled screech as he dove towards Izuku. The teen yelped, rolling towards the fountain. They were far too close to Shoyuta. Izuku crouched over his dad's body, pulling out the hunting knife from the man's back sheath. "Oh, you're protective of Eraserhead. I don't blame you, he's an awesome hero. Maybe that's how I get you little brats out of my way. I'll just kill your teacher." Izuku flicked his eyes to where All Might was still battling the Nomu. Hitoshi seemed to be failing to get the Nomu to respond, which meant All Might was on his own for now. Katsuki was stuck holding down the portal user. If he let up for even a second, they'd likely lose every single advantage they might have right now. Katsuki likely hadn't figured out how to knock the Misty Portal user out just yet. I felt like maybe they could walk out of this without major loss. Or so he hoped, if they all accomplished their tasks, defeated their villains. He couldn't let Shigaraki touch Shoyuta, he wouldn't. A split second later, Shigaraki's hand was coming right for Izuku's face. Without thinking, he lifted his arm to protect himself, only to get a full all 5 fingers wrapped around his arm. Izuku screamed. The agony that rippled through his shoulder was both white and boiling at the same time. He refused to let anyone hurt his dad, the man who saved him, even if it meant sacrificing himself. When he cracked open his eyes, it was to the disgusting image of Shigaraki snarling over him. In the background, he could see Katsuki running towards him, but everything was in slow motion. Hitoshi was screaming, he could hear it. He knew he heard it, but it wasn't registering in his mind right now as anything other than background noise. Izuku. A familiar voice called. Shuta's voice. Breathe. He did. Everything went dark as he gasped into the void, and the sound of his own neck snapping filled his ears. Blinking into the darkness, the world around him became clear as he floated above his own body. He was lying in Shuta's arms, with a laughing Shigaraki above him. He could see his arm, half gone from disintegration. Shuta's hair was floating, red eyes focused on Shigaraki. Izuku could see Hitoshi frozen in a run towards him, hand outstretched as if he could reach Izuku in time. Katsuki was using his quirk to speed towards Izuku's limp body, leaving an unconscious portal user on the ground behind him. Guess he finally found the body behind the Miz. Sadly, they were panicking. Shuta's face was pained, his good arm wrapped tightly around Izuku's neck. Shoyuta broke his neck. For what? Did he think that would save him from dying to the disintegration? Izuku blinked, letting time speed back up into a sort of live action mode. Shigaraki was laughing as he walked away. He was yapping about how the hero had become the villain even though he tried to save his student from a horribly painful death. How honorable, how ironic, he was saying, that Eraserhead had saved his student from decay by committing a crime and ending Izuku's life. Katsuki had stopped running. He knew about Izuku's quirk, but he was trying to hide his relief. Such a weird thought that Katsuki would be relieved that Izuku was dead. Even if he knew Izuku would revive, he still found comfort in the thought that Izuku was dead and not being disintegrated slowly. After a lengthy tirade, he watched Shigaraki stop only to look around and settle on something in the distance. The Nomu was gone. All Might was kneeling on the ground, half shifted into his small form. There was a hole in the ceiling. Shigaraki raged again, thrashing around like a child as he ran in a full sprint towards All Might. Then, without warning, 3 gunshots split the facility in half and Shigaraki was down a moment later. Shoyuta was shaking him gently. He couldn't feel it, but he could see it. The world righted itself, clearing back to reality with the vicious sound of a snapping neck in reverse. Izuku gasped, coughing as he rolled off Shuta's lap. Breathe, breathe, kid. That was the longest you've been out before. Izuku. Izuku, oh my god, what the hell? What the hell, Aizawa? Toshi. Hey, I got you. Hitoshi wrapped himself around Izuku, rocking them as he glared at Shoyuta. Izuku struggled to regain his breath, but then something struck him. He held up his left arm, his eyes going wide. It wasn't disintegrated anymore, he'd regrown a full limb. Holy shit, he rasped out. Holy shit, Dad? Well, I wasn't trying to regrow your arm. Still, that's incredibly useful. You snapped his neck. Why are you so calm about him regrowing a damn limb? Toshi, it's okay. It's my quirk. What? Shoyuta sighed, answering for him. Izuku has a resurrection quirk. We only use it when necessary, but that was necessary. Shigaraki wouldn't have stopped. I wasn't sure if his arm would heal, but he can heal all wounds sustained during death, and well, that was pretty close. As much as it destroys me to do that, every time Shigaraki would have, there's no coming back from being turned to ash. It's okay, Dad. I'm okay. The square was getting busy. Students were appearing around them. Kirishima was carrying Kaminari. Siro had a huge group of villains tied up in his tape which he deposited in the square. Momo had Tsu on her back and Ida was speeding around dropping tied up villains here and there. Heroes and staff were flooding the building. Snipe walked over and snapped a pair of quirk handcuffs on the wounded decay villain. Kaken? Izuku called. He appeared a moment later. I'm here to... Did a shitty job of holding down that crusty fucker, didn't you? Better than you. Oh really? My target is unconscious and secured. You had to have help from Daddy. But... You want detention? Shoyuta barked, then fell into a coughing fit. Katsuki laughed as he walked over to help Kirishima with Kaminari. Izuku waved a hand in front of Hitoshi's face. The teen blinked back to reality. I'm okay, Toshi. Are you sure? I'm okay. It's my quirk. I've been training. That was the longest I've been dead though. A bit of a rough wake-up call, I'll say that much. But yeah, I'm fine. Come on, we need to get Shoyuta to a doctor. I'll explain my quirk and everything later. Just, don't scare me like that again, okay? I'll try. Izuku blushed. Toshi rubbed a hand against the back of his own head, blushing as well. The screaming headache that was currently cleaving Shuta's skull in half made him pray so desperately for the void of sleep. But the void would not answer, so awake he remained. The smells and sounds made it easy to figure out he was in a hospital. Beeping from his heart monitor, the smell of antiseptic and bleach, voices, so many voices. That doesn't mean I have to agree with it, Izuku. That was Shinso's voice, wasn't it? I know, Toshi. I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying you shouldn't be angry with him. He did the right thing. He broke your neck. It was strange to hear his son having a lover's quarrel with a boy who wasn't even officially his boyfriend yet. For now, he pretended to sleep in order to eavesdrop on them like any good father would. Shigaraki would have turned me to dust. Even my quirk can't bring me back from that. This was the whole reason we trained my quirk, so we'd know how to use it safely and effectively on missions or against villains. Shinso sighed, sounding more tired than any teenager should. But I'll try and forgive him. I wish I had been there when you revealed this to Bakugo though. I'm sorry I missed the tears. Toshi. What? You can't blame me for saying it now that I know the whole story. Okay, fine. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you before. We're trying to keep it a secret since it's such a rare quirk. I get it. I promised I wouldn't tell anyone. Something shifted in the room. A chair creaked and skid across the floor. Shoyuta felt a hand take his. It was small and warm. He knew immediately it was Izuku's hand. I'm so scared. Izuku mumbled. Shoyuta felt the boy's head lay down against his knee on the bed. I was so scared I was going to lose you. I still am. Please, Shoyuta. Please wake up. Izuku, he's safe. The doctors said he wasn't in any danger. That doesn't make me feel better and you know it. Again, his purple son. No, Shoyuta was not acknowledging his mental adoption of another kid, sighed. Another chair creaked, the weight on his legs getting heavier as Shinso joined Shuta's son leaning on the bed. They were curled up together. Shoyuta knew they were good for each other now. If they could work through their disagreements this well and support each other in times of need, then they'd make it through. He was, obviously, against his son dating until age 40, but maybe he could be persuaded since Shinso treated Izuku so well. Finally, he gave in to being awake. Besides, he had no desire to torture his son who was waiting for him to wake up. Softly, he squeezed the boy's hand in his. Shoyuta? Izuku squeaked, making Shinso jump a bit. Dad? What happened? He squeezed my hand, Toshi. He's awake. Shoyuta groaned. Aizawa-sensei. Shinso quickly rounded the bed to take his other hand. Don't try to move. He twitched as the boy took his casted hand, a pain shooting up through his arm. Stop, it hurts? Shit, sorry. Sorry. Shinso carefully released his hand to the bed and instead rested his hands on the bed near Shuta's legs. Do you need anything? Yeah, anything you need, Dad. We're here. See, he mumbled. Headache. Thankfully, they both lowered their voices. Thinking might be easy, but for some reason he couldn't get words to push themselves out of his throat like he wanted. I'm going to get the doctor and Mike-sensei. I'll be right back. Shinso's weight left the bed. A moment later, the door slid open and closed. He followed the sound. Shoyuta had adamantly refused to open his eyes yet, and he realized now that he couldn't. They were wrapped. The room was silent for a few minutes. Izuku seemed focused on the hand he was tracing with his own. Shoyuta realized by the placement of the thumb it was Izuku's left arm, the one that would have been lost had Shoyuta not killed him. Despite all the therapy they had been through, Shoyuta and Izuku hadn't had a long-ended conversation about their situation since the first time Izuku brought up practicing his quirk. This is the most severe situation they had encountered thus far. Izuku had been dead for at least 7 minutes while Shigaraki ran his mouth before Snipe took him down. He cleared his throat to try and find his voice. "I want to talk about it." Izuku froze up. He hit the right button. Izuku was panicking over everything that had happened today, or was it yesterday now? "I'm trying to be open here, Dad. It hurts, knowing I had no other choice to stop Shigaraki. That I wasn't strong enough to save you. I also know this is what your quirk is designed for. But that doesn't make it easier." "No, it doesn't." Izuku agreed. "How are you doing?" "Exhausted. I haven't let the quirk sleep take me yet." "How long?" "We left the USJ about 8 hours ago." "Is there another bed in here?" "Yeah." "It's empty. Go sleep." "I'm fine." "But Dad dash." "Oh. We can talk when you're awake." "I'm fine." But Izuku's hand squeezed his tightly, his head once more falling into Shuta's knee. "What if I fall asleep and you don't wake up?" he whispered. Shuta's breath shuddered. Taking his hand from Izuku's grip, he lifted his arm and motioned for Izuku to get up on the bed. "Come on." Izuku hesitated before curling his smaller body up against Shuta's side. The tired hero fought the urge to wince from how painful the weight of his son's body on his chest was, but he managed it. He wouldn't stop comforting his son for something silly like pain. "I love you, Dad." "I love you too, Izuku." "Sleep." His breathing evened out in seconds, the quirk exhaustion taking him under before Shoyuta finished speaking. That's how Shinso found them when he returned with the doctor, and a haggard-sounding Hisashi a few minutes later. "Sho." His husband kissed his cheek over and over, then gave Izuku a few atop his white curls, or so Shoyuta assumed judging by the sound. "I'm so relieved you're awake." "My head feels like it was cracked on concrete." "Right, it was..." "Yes, about that." The doctor finally spoke up. Shinso had settled back in the chair on his right while Zashi was to his left, rubbing circles on Izuku's back. "How bad is it?" he asked. "Worse than your last concussion, but not as bad as I expected. Your quirk will be damaged slightly, limiting the length of time you can keep your eyes open with it activated. I'd estimate you lost maybe a third in terms of time before you need to blink." Shoyuta sighed. "Thanks, Doc. Sorry to take up a bed." "Nonsense. I can only hope you'll stay in it as long as we say you should." Hisashi laughed. "Somehow I doubt that, Doctor." "Yes, well, I've come to expect as much from Eraserhead. Anyway, I wanted to discuss Izuku's results with you both." "Results?" Shoyuta wasn't aware of any testing. "Sorry, I forgot to mention that before I went to find you both." "It's okay, Shinso." They ran a few quirk tests on Izuku because this was his first real use of it in combat. On top of that, he had to remain in his death state for much longer than usual, and he managed to regrow a limb. He should have passed out the minute the adrenaline wore off. "I don't think it did wear off until I told him to sleep a moment ago." "What do you mean, Eraser?" the doctor asked. "He was scared if he fell asleep I wouldn't wake up." Shinso shifted in his chair nervously. "I tried to dash, to get him to sleep, but he just wouldn't. He explained everything to me. He spent the last 8 hours telling me his life story, about Bakugo, about his family, about his quirk. He just wouldn't let himself sleep until he knew you were safe." It's okay, Shinso. Thank you for keeping him company." "Of course, Sensei." "Alright, so those results." The doctor paged through what must have been Izuku's medical chart. This wasn't the same doctor who had evaluated Izuku's quirk initially, but he knew they were on the same team, so Shoyuta trusted them. It looks like his quirk might in fact have a latent or passive healing factor to it. As my colleague had mentioned when he first evaluated this quirk, it's clear it heals all paramotum damage, meaning damage sustained at or near the time of death. However, we couldn't have assumed just how far that extended until now. It seems he can heal basically anything. Though, I'd put a warning label on that. It's unlikely he will be able to survive getting his head cut off or his heart ripped out. which should be obvious. But besides that, we found evidence of stem cells in his newly grown arm, which proves his body is simply creating new genetic and cellular material as needed. It's astounding. So, he's like a unicorn? Pretty much, kid. Shoyuta snorted a chuckle at Shinso's question. I was hoping, Eraserhead, that you and Mike might give consent for us to harvest some of those stem cells for cultures and research analysis. It could help improve our healing methods. I can have the hospital draw up legal papers to assure you have the rights to all samples and Izuku gets credited for any research. Hisashi sounded unsure. We'll think about it, Doctor. Shoyuta sighed. It's Izuku's decision, and while we have to consent, we'll need to speak with him first. Very well. Please let the nurses know if you want more pain medication. I'm sure you have an awful headache. Just know that another dose will likely knock you out again. Feel better and stay in bed, Eraser. Thanks, document. He could imagine the doctor glaring or shaking his head as he left. He felt Shinso shifting in his chair, reaching across the bed. Shoyuta could only assume he was maybe brushing Izuku's hair from his face or tugging up the blanket over them both. He's never going to allow it? Sensei, he told me sometimes he still thinks this quirk is a curse. He still views it as horribly ironic that he was never quirkless to begin with, and that he'd never have even known about it if he hadn't tried to kill himself. Even if this did advance medicine, I don't think he'd want to expose anyone to his quirk like that. You're probably right, listener. Hisashi squeezed Shuta's hand as he spoke. But he could change his mind someday. True. Shinso. Shoyuta turned his head carefully. Are you two going to keep dancing around each other? Sensei? Hisashi chuckled. It's all right, listener, we know you two like each other. Though, Shoyuta will likely need more convincing to allow Izuku to date than I will. I think he's just shocked that the two of you are so close that you'd know his feelings on this when you just found out the truth. Well, we talk about quirks a lot. Between classes or when training together. We also have a lot in common from our childhoods. We were both bullied pretty severely and had shitty parents. Oh, my adoptive parents are really awesome now. But yeah, I haven't really said all this to his face, I guess. He's a talker, but he's also a good listener, if you let him, Shinso. The boy didn't reply, so Shoyuta assumed he was probably nodding or thinking over Shuta's words. Zashi unfortunately had to go back to work dealing with the aftermath of the USJ incident and then the radio station. He took Shinso with him so the kid could get home at a reasonable hour despite wanting to stay. Shoyuta was sure his parents were worried sick and just wanted to see their son, so he'd convinced his underground student to go with Hisashi. That left Shoyuta to his own devices in the quiet of his mind while Izuku slept on his chest. He didn't expect Izuku to be up for quite a while. Even if recently his after-quirk naps had been getting shorter, this experience had been his worst thus far, and quirk exhaustion was not something to fool around with. So, eventually, after panning through ideas on how to talk to his son about what happened, he fell into the void of sleep once more. Izuku always woke up feeling well rested after a quirk nap. It was like a reset for his brain, and for a moment he could forget the whole world and just let himself open his eyes and take it all in with wonder and excitement. Of course, moments later real life would settle in and he'd be horribly disappointed, but at least he got a few precious seconds of peace each time. He did remember falling asleep to Shuta's voice and the soft beeping of his heart monitor on the wall. The beeping was still present and so was the warmth of the body he was curled up into, Shoyuta. There was no way to know if his dad was asleep or awake without checking. Izuku was almost too terrified to open his eyes and once more see the bandaged face of the man who saved his life. It hurt. It hurt so much to watch him be injured over and over again in Izuku's mind. Izuku hugged the body beneath him tighter, scared that if he let go the man would slip away. But instead of slipping away, a hand came up and brushed over his curls. "I'm right here, kiddo." Relief flooded through Izuku's veins. Finally he could open his eyes and find his dad laying on the bed with a bandaged face staring down at him. Izuku sighed out a breath he hadn't noticed he'd been holding. How are you feeling? Shoyuta groaned softly, like shit. But better than earlier. How long was I out? I can't really tell time. Zashi? Izuku finally looked up from the bed to find his other dad curled up in a chair nearby. The blonde was wrapped in a couple cheap hospital blankets and snoozing quietly. Papa's out cold. It's fine, I can check my phone. It took some shuffling, but he managed to get his phone from his pocket without disturbing his dad's restful place on the bed. If the time and date were accurate, Izuku had been unconscious for 14 hours. He blinked a few times, trying to figure out just how bad he'd exhausted himself. There had to be some kind of math they could sort out for his quirk, but it didn't seem possible with the wide range of experiences he had over time. Looks like 14 hours. Shoyuta rolled his head to the side. How are you feeling? Great, actually. Well, physically, that is. Everything else? Shoyuta snorted. Sounds about right. His hand came up to rub circles on Izuku's back. Shuta's broken arm was still unmoving on the bed on his right. Izuku really hoped it didn't hurt too much. He knew Shoyuta wouldn't ever ask for more pain meds and risk being knocked out for more than a few hours unless absolutely necessary. He also knew Shoyuta was likely going to drag himself out of the hospital bed before the end of the day. He sounded clear-headed, or as clear-headed as he could be with a nasty concussion, and Izuku knew his stubborn dad wouldn't let any injury keep him from teaching or protecting his students. We still need to talk about it. Izuku groaned and buried his face back into Shuta's chest. He really did not want to talk about it. He knew it was important, but that didn't negate the anxiety that rippled through his body at the notion of having this conversation. Izuku, I can feel you tensing. What has you so panicked? Izuku huffed, sitting himself up on the bed. He kept one hand in his dad's, gripping it tightly. I just don't want you to say I can't use my quirk again, or that you regret what you had to do. Because you saved my life, Dad. If you didn't activate my quirk, Shigaraki would have turned me to dust, and there's no coming back from that, as far as we know. He wouldn't have stopped. He believed you offered me a merciful way out. That's all that saved me. I don't want you to regret that or think that my quirk is dangerous or harmful to me. Hey. Shoyuta squeezed his hand. Take a breath, kiddo. I don't regret what I did. That's what you've been training for. Well, okay, maybe not surviving a decay quirk, but close enough. Playing possum saved your life. That's the whole reason we have been pushing through this together. Am I upset that I had to do it? Did it break my heart to do that in front of your friends? More than you know. But I'd do it again if it meant preventing you from being hurt for good by a villain. Izuku took a deep shuddering breath. Ever since he discovered his quirk, he'd been on and off apprehensive about his dad's opinions of his quirk. It was hard to tell if they truly feared or hated it, since while they were outwardly helping him, Izuku could always see that reserved sort of wariness in their eyes. But maybe that was just worry, not fear or hate. He should have expected that by now, but there would always be small reminders in the back of his mind of how he used to see himself and how others used to see him. Then, what did you want to talk about? Shoyuta sighed. I just wanted to make sure you were okay with what I did. I kept my promise, and I know you don't want me to regret it, but that doesn't mean you're perfectly fine with me snapping your neck in front of your friends. Well, you snapped my neck in front of Kaken and Toshi. Are they not your friends? What? Of course. I meant they're more, or different. Please just call the tired purple teen your boyfriend already. You've been dancing around each other for weeks. Izuku's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Dad? He gasped. Anyway, Shoyuta chuckled quietly. What about Bakugo? How is he more? Well, I don't know. Izuku sighed, struggling to find the right words. We know each other so intimately, but not like... I get it. You grew up together. Yeah. It's hard to just forget that. Even after everything he did to me, I still know all the silly little habits and tics he has. I can still name every brand of hair and skincare product he refuses to ever stop using. I know his favorite foods, his favorite candy, his favorite manga, and even that he likes his dad's tempura over his mom's. Shoyuta grinned, and Izuku knew he was tucking that little bit of information away for a rainy day, though he wasn't sure how useful it would be. Even if we're not quite friends again and he still has a long way to go to earn my full trust back, I can't just not acknowledge that he knows all those things about me too. Fair enough. So we're okay? Well, yeah, we're okay. I explained everything to Toshi and he gets it now, I think. He mentioned that before he left. Oh, that reminds me, we need to talk about the tests the doctors gave you while I was knocked out. Oh, did the results come back? Wake Zashi for me? Izuku nodded and gently hopped off the bed so he could shake Zashi's shoulders. The voice hero groaned, unkinking his neck from the horrible position he'd taken up in the hospital recliner. Those things were miserable to sleep in, even when laid flat. Izuku brushed some of the blonde's hair from his face. Morning, Papa. Dad wants to go over my test results. Oh, I'm up. Go ahead. Zashi patted his lap as he sat upright a little so Izuku climbed himself into the oversized medical recliner and curled up with his papa. Zashi wrapped his blankets around them both and tucked his cheek against Izuku's head. Izuku could feel his calm breath against his hair. Zashi was barely awake. The doctors said you likely have a latent passive healing ability as part of your quirk. You can effectively heal anything as you die. Shoyuta clicked his tongue. Just don't go getting your head cut off or major organs ripped out. They weren't so sure you could heal those. We should add being turned to dust to that list. Izuku mumbled. Probably. Zashi snorted. Agreed. Shoyuta used his good hand to itch at the edge of the bandages covering his face while he spoke. They discovered you can produce stem cells, which is incredibly rare, unicorn rare. When your injuries heal, you create new genetic material as needed to repair the damage. They want to harvest the stem cells for research and analysis so they can advance medicine, or something along those lines. They what? Izuku scrunched up his face a little. They wanted to use Izuku for research. Something in his body was useful? To benefit others? That was enough of a shock already, but then add to that the realization that these doctors wanted to use part of his body on other people, not just as a benefit but to change them, to heal them. Izuku felt sick in a way he couldn't describe. If some part of himself was used for science, harvested and tested and experimented on, and then given to someone else, he'd probably feel disgustingly guilty for the rest of his life. I don't think that's a good idea, Dad. Shoyuta nodded, but it was Zashi that answered for them both. We were fairly sure we knew how you'd answer, but we still wanted to ask. It's okay if you don't want to. You can always change your mind someday, and that's okay. Izuku nodded as Zashi wrapped himself around the white-haired teen. His phone buzzed and Izuku had to semi-free himself from his dad's arms to get the device from his pocket again. Who is it? Shoyuta asked. Nedzu. He just texted the dumpster fire is the winner. What does that mean, Green Bean? Hisashi asked. Izuku knew. He knew without even thinking. He knew Nedzu was covering his tracks, playing vague. He knew the rat wouldn't let the commission know they were onto them, or the heroes they were trying to protect. He knew, in no uncertain terms, that Endeavor killed his mother. Endeavor? What? Shoyuta sat up, surprisingly energetic for his broken state. Endeavor? Endeavor killed my mom. Oh, Izuku. Zashi hugged him tight. Izuku was numb. Everything faded away around him. He could hear Shoyuta and Zashi talking. He could hear them talking to him. At some point his phone was taken from his hand and he was crushed into his papa's chest. But he couldn't really feel or hear anything distinct. It was like his ears were full of water or cotton. His whole head felt like he was floating away in the wind. Izuku, sweetie, come back to me please? Izuku shook his head. What? There you are. I think you had a freeze attack. Huh. There's flight, fight, and freeze. It's a kind of panic attack. It's okay. You were out for about 15 minutes? Izuku blinked and glanced around the room. Shoyuta was still sitting up in bed, but he looked like he might be dozing off against the pillows. Izuku was still curled up in Hisashi's lap and wrapped up in blankets. The hospital was chilly, but he felt safe and comfortable here. I'm sorry, Papa. No, none of that. Just relax for a while. We should head home soon and let Sho rest too. He's going to need it. God knows he'll never listen to the doctors and stay in bed. There was a huff of breath that came from the bed. Izuku smiled into Zashi's chest and curled up. He was right, Izuku should rest. Should rest and not think about the fact that he now knew who had taken one of the few remaining strands of hope that was left in his body before he found his heroes. So, he slept, and let the worry sleep with him, ready for tomorrow when he could face them head-on with a rabid chimera ready to take on the world, and the hero commission with him. Izuku didn't sleep well. He woke up on edge and antsy. Of course, he'd spent the whole night in Hizashi's lap, and while that did provide him emotional support, his back was aching from being curled up all night. Shoyuta was still asleep when he left. Hitoshi stopped by to check on them before going back to UA, and after a quick chat with Hizashi, the boys left for the school with Toshi's parents. They were kind and friendly. Izuku liked them. He was glad Hitoshi had a good support system now, like Izuku did. All the kids had been sent home for the weekend as a result of the emergency, but being Sunday, a good portion of them were returning to campus. Toshi had a small bag with him and said goodbye to his parents as they made their way back towards the dorms. Izuku needed to drop off his own bag and get a shower before meeting with Nezu. Hey Izuku? What's up? Thank you. Not sure if anyone said that yet. For what? Everything you did during the break-in. Security, fighting, saving your dad and all of us. I just did what any hero would do. Yeah maybe, but still, thank you. Izuku smiled. As they walked, Izuku bumped his shoulder with Toshi's. The purple-haired teen chuckled and bumped their temples together. You're such a dork. Izuku laughed. Maybe I am. But so are you. Yeah. But I'm your dork. Izuku stopped. Hitoshi took another few steps before looking back with a confused twist to his brows. My dork? Hitoshi grinned. If you want me to be. Izuku tried to hold back the grin that spread across his lips. He knew his whole face was lighting up. Without thinking, he dove in for a hug. Toshi grunted in surprise and hugged him back. Izuku was more than happy to call Hitoshi his, he just didn't yet know how to say it or ask for it. But thankfully, Toshi had done it for them. Blushing, he pulled back a little and tried to meet his boyfriend's eyes. Oh. What? Izuku tilted his head. Your eyes. They're like galaxies when you smile. Izuku blinked. Hadn't Shoyuta once said something like that when he thought Izuku was still half asleep? Maybe. Really? Yeah. It's beautiful. Oh, thank you. Hitoshi rubbed at the back of his head. So, I'll see you later? Oh yeah. I will be back to the dorms in a bit. Probably before the rest of the students show up. Do you want to maybe do lunch together? I'd like that, Zoo. Izuku smiled once more. He could see the way Hitoshi's eyes tracked his, almost captured by them. He really wasn't sure why the other teen found his eyes so pretty. They were just green, right? Did he really have stars somewhere buried in there? Maybe he'd have to check in a mirror later. See ya, Toshi. Izuku waved as he ran into the building for a quick shower. It took all of 15 minutes to get back out the doors and across campus. Nezu was sipping tea behind his desk when Izuku walked in. The chimera looked ridiculously smug. He was fairly sure the principal had been watching the cameras to see Izuku and Toshi walking back on campus. Or maybe he was smug because he found out about Endeavor. Izuku didn't feel too excited about that, he just felt vindicated, perhaps? He'd had his assumptions, of course. He knew there was a slim chance any hero besides Endeavor had actually caused such harm. But he didn't have the full scope of what happened. So maybe Nezu was smug because he knew all the details now. Izuku plopped down in one of the comfy chairs across from Nezu's desk. Alright, you look terribly smug. Speak, oh knowing ratgut. Izuku tried to grin but failed. Well, you know I get excited when I find out all the dirty little secrets the commission hides from me. They think they know everything, don't they? Izuku leaned back and folded his hands in his lap. How did you find out, anyway? Yes, such know-it-alls. I found out because under my suspicions that it was, or could be Endeavor, I decided to look for the accompanying reports that would have to be filed. Meaning the fire marshal reports, the city damage reports, the insurance reports. Granted, most of it had been covered up already. But the commission slipped up. They missed the report from the local fire department. It was in their public records. I simply asked for all the reports from that week, and I found it. Well, aren't you a sneaky bastard? That's a dirty trick, but it's good. It's really good. Izuku held out his hand in expectation. Nedzu didn't leave him waiting. He plucked the report from his desk and set it gently in Izuku's palm. The report itself was innocuous, harmless. It was a report from the fire chief on duty that day who showed up on site and commanded the scene. He did, however, write some scathing words in his report. The flames were a direct result of Endeavor's heroic efforts. He didn't even spare his obvious distaste for the hero. Izuku couldn't blame him, after all. Endeavor was so easy to hate. This was living, burning proof that Endeavor had caused one of the worst civilian losses in the last decade. The report listed the deaths, injuries, even the estimated property damage. This fire chief had been on the force for a long time. Nedzu made notes in the margins about it. 45 years in the fire safety field. He was well respected, well trained, and educated. He also had a degree in civil law with a specialization in property damage lawsuits. There was no denying Endeavor's involvement with this report. This was damning in every sense of the word. Izuku knew if this report got out, there would be riots online, maybe even in the news or media. The Hero Commission would easily smother the public image of it all, but they couldn't smother the online spiral that would happen. I know what you're thinking, Izuku. Nedzu had his paws crossed in front of his face with his elbows on his desk. But we can't. Not yet. How do you know what I'm thinking? Because it's exactly what I thought up when I first got the report. It would be a simple enough task. All one has to do is make a throwaway account with some small encryption and post the report. It would take seconds to destroy what they covered up. But we can't do that yet. Why not yet? Because we can make it far more impactful if we wait and gather more information. What kind of information? I want you to spend the next couple of days snooping around online. I think there's a vigilante you'll want to look into. His name is Ember. He has a fire quirk, a very powerful one. Izuku leaned forward, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. What are you suggesting, Nedzu? Oh, nothing. Just speculating. I believe you might find this vigilante interesting, that's all. Interesting in the way that might help us build a case against Endeavor? Izuku sat back with a satisfied smirk. He might not know exactly who this Ember was, but if Nedzu believed they could help, then Izuku would try. Hell, maybe he could meet and speak with them at some point. Granted, after the security fiasco and break-in, there likely wasn't a chance he'd be allowed off campus by himself. Not that anyone needed to know he was gone, but it would be harder that way. Maybe he could take Eraserhead with him. That might work. He'd have to wait until Shoyuda was all patched up, though. How's Shoyuda? Nedzu asked after a moment of silence. Izuku brought himself back to the moment. He's healing. I'm sure he'll be back on campus before the day's end. We both know he won't stay in bed on doctor's orders. He'd drag himself across a battlefield with one eye and broken limbs if it meant he got the job done. Izuku sighed. Yes, I'm afraid he's just as self-sacrificial as you are. It's no wonder you're such a good match. Izuku knew Nedzu was teasing, but he wasn't wrong. He wondered if there was a reason behind that. Shuda's quirk was controversial, to say the least. In a world where quirks were the utmost of importance to society and identity, taking that away from someone would be cruel and seen as villainous, wouldn't it? Maybe Shoyuda understood him better than he initially thought. Alright, I'll work on finding Ember. Am I to assume you're going at this from another angle, Nedzu? Oh yes. I'll be tackling a few other sources of data I would like to compile as proof against the Commission and Endeavor. They might have blocked me from the police reports, but I think I might be able to get a hold of a few civil reports and maybe find a couple eyewitnesses they forgot to pay off. Izuku clapped his hands together once as he stood up. Excellent. Since the meeting with Nedzu was quick, Izuku found some free time to panic prepare for his lunch with Toshi. He wandered the halls of UA, not really sure where to go since he had an hour or so free. Izuku sort of expected that meeting to be a planning session on how to hack the damn Commission mainframes. It wasn't. He passed the conference rooms which eventually led to the teacher's lounge. Here, of course, his day had to be derailed. The teacher's lounge door opened and of course All Might had to walk out. Izuku froze. His hands rest limply in his pockets, a blank expression adorning his face. If ever there were a picture of indifference, It was Izuku, right now. The hero paused as he turned, his eyes meeting Izuku's. A rush of panic and, surprisingly, fear ran through the adult's face, but he didn't scramble to run away or hide back in the lounge. Izuku my bow dash. Aizawa-kun. It's good to see you. And wow, stuttering. The #1 hero stuttering. That was new. Maybe Nedzu put the fear of the rat god in him. Izuku had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from smirking or barking a laugh. He wished so desperately he could go back to that rooftop where All Might crushed his dreams and maybe change something he said so it didn't happen. Maybe then his childhood hero wouldn't have blown a hole in his view of reality. But the past couldn't be changed, and now Izuku had been left scarred and All Might's legacy was tarnished. All Might, he finally greeted with a terse tone. Were you looking for me, Aizawa-kun? Why would you think that? Well, it's not like there's anyone else in the building. Izuku sighed. I was taking a walk. If you'll excuse me. Sidestepping the giant, Izuku made to leave down the hall. Why was All Might even in his large form in the middle of the day on a Sunday when the school was empty? Izuku shouldn't bother himself with it, he should just get away as fast as possible. Wait, All Might ordered. Izuku twitched, but stopped. He didn't turn around, only shifted his head to the side so he could glance at the older man from the corner of his eye over his shoulder. What? Annoyance dripped from his tongue. All Might flinched, then hemmed and hawed for a few seconds before speaking. I wanted to apologize. Now that was a shock. Izuku might have dreamed about someday getting some form of apology or retribution for the offenses this man caused, but he never expected to get one. So, he turned around. He erased as much of the annoyance from his face as he could. He tried to give All Might at least one chance to speak without judgment. He nodded, letting All Might know he was listening. Back when we first met on that rooftop, I shouldn't have told you your dreams weren't realistic. You were just asking as any kid would ask their hero if they could be just like them. You wanted validation of your dreams like any child would. So far so good. Izuku relaxed his posture a little more. Maybe he'd actually make some good progress today on all the trauma that was still bogging down his mind. Or maybe he'd be disappointed all over again. But you need to understand something, Izuku. Izuku took a deep breath and waited to see where this would go. He didn't yet snap for All Might using his first name. You were quirkless. It's simply not possible for quirkless individuals to become heroes. They're too fragile. It wasn't a realistic dream. You were a child, Izuku. You still are. Izuku sighed, something in the very back of his heart snapping, perhaps the last heartstring that might have held whatever remained of his compassion. It felt cathartic, but also depressing. No, All Might. You're wrong. I stopped being a child when I jumped off my roof expecting to die. But that shouldn't matter. You still don't get it, do you? Get what? Izuku scoffed. He stopped forward and titled his head up so he could stare All Might in the eyes. It doesn't matter if I was quirkless. It doesn't matter if I was a child. One of the most important things that makes a hero is their ability to save others, yes. But saving other people isn't just defined by what quirk someone has. It's not defined by just how fast they save people or how many people they save in their career. What makes a hero is their ability to help people. You didn't help me, All Might. You were one of the people that killed me. Izuku sighed deeply before going on. I was a kid with a dream. A hero shouldn't be worried about what's realistic when speaking to a child. You're a hero, you should be a role model, an example to others. What example did you set by crushing my dreams? You're not my hero anymore, All Might. You haven't been since that day. We both get to live with that. But sadly, you still don't seem to understand how profound that was in my life. Izuku. No, Izuku kept his voice soft and calm. I don't accept your apology. Now, Izuku, please. Stop. Just stop. Stepping back, Izuku shook his head. You just used your one chance to earn back my respect. Do you seriously not understand that what you said helped drive me to jump off a roof? It might not have been the main reason, but you crushed the single most important dream I had as a child. You destroyed me, All Might. I know, I can't even call you that anymore. You aren't a hero to me. I refuse to use your hero name. If I didn't have a quirk, I'd be dead. Izuku raised his voice. Do you get that? I would be dead, Tashinori. The man was glaring at the ground, his fists clenched at his sides. Izuku couldn't read Tashinori's face. He couldn't see if what he was experiencing was anger or disappointment in himself. Izuku could only hope it was the latter. You're so wrapped up in your false hero persona you can't even give me a genuine apology. You're so quirkist and idealistic you can't see that a hurt child just wanted some small confirmation that the man who used to be their hero might still be their hero. But you're not. You can't even do that. So no. You don't get my forgiveness. I will never say your hero name again. Izuku. All Might's tone was cold, clipped. No. Izuku shouted. Leave me alone, Tashinori. Don't speak to me. Don't even look at me. You don't exist to me anymore. My hero died on the roof the day he told me my dreams were unrealistic. So please. Alone. Izuku once again turned on his heel and started to storm down the hallway. But of course, it was never that fucking simple. Izuku felt a flash of heat and anger course through his body. Tashinori grabbed his wrist. He grabbed it with enough force that Izuku nearly lost his balance from the sudden stop. He yanked his arm, but the adult didn't budge. Let go. Izuku demanded. He could feel the panic attack already building in his chest. His head was getting foggy. He didn't want to be touched. His wrist hurt. He was back in middle school, bullies trapping him in a corner as they beat bruises and scars into his body. Now, listen here, Izuku. You need to understand this is more complicated than you think it is. Being a hero isn't as simple as just telling every single person they can achieve their dreams. I have to be careful what I say and dash. What, exactly, was careful about what you said to me? What was careful about how many times you've insulted me and my ability to teach or train my students? The panic was rising in his throat, choking him as he shouted at the man still gripping his wrist with cruising force. He continued to try and wriggle his wrist free, but he couldn't. Izuku looked around for a way out, for a camera to try and get Ned's help, anything. But they were just past the teacher's lounge, on a corner where the cameras didn't cover too well. He could see that from where he stood. His mind was buzzing, humming with the need to escape, to run, to scream. There's choices heroes have to make every day that are far more complex than children can understand. Izuku, stop being a petulant brat and calm down this instant. Get off me. Izuku screamed. I don't want to be touched. Quit screaming, you're only making this worse by fussing. You can't seem to understand what I'm saying. This matter is better left for the heroes. You shouldn't have been given so much responsibility if you can't even have a rational conversation with. Izuku's mind blanked. Panic overwhelmed him. All he could hear was a dull roar as he thrashed in Tashinori's grip. He could feel white-hot tears streaming down his face, but he couldn't hear himself crying. He couldn't feel the way his chest was heaving for oxygen or the way his wrist cracked under the weight of the man's tight grip around it. The smell of burnt caramel brought him back. For once, it didn't panic him. The smell soothed him. A wave of clarity struck his mind just as the sound of explosions shattered the hallway. Get the fuck off him, you asshole! Katsuki screamed. An explosion-backed punch landed right on Tashinori's cheek. Both him and Izuku flew sideways for a second until Izuku's wrist was released. Finally, he felt like he could breathe again. Izuku collapsed to the ground, unable to move while clutching his chest with his good hand. Tashinori lay, in his deflated form, knocked out on the tile floor. Blood dribbled from his very obviously bruised face. A cracked orbital bone most likely, somehow that registered in Izuku's brain. Heitu. Look at me. Izuku's eyes flicked up and found deep purple. Hitoshi. He was here. Izuku whimpered. Where did Katsuki go? He looked around. The blonde was standing back with his hands in his pockets and not looking at Izuku. But Toshi put his hands out. Izuku leaned back and shook his head. Okay, that's okay. No touching right now. Speaking? Izuku shook his head again. But can I see your wrist? I won't touch it. Promise? Izuku nodded and held out his throbbing hand. It was already bruised with a few marks from burst blood vessels around the center. It was swelling pretty fast and the throbbing was only getting worse. Kat, it's broken. We need to take him to Recovery Girl. Katsuki grunted. Nedzu said security was on the way for this trash mite. Let's go. Zu, can you walk? Hitoshi asked. Izuku nodded. As he stood, Hitoshi held out his hands in case Izuku needed them, but he never tried to touch Izuku. He never tried to grab or take hold of any part of him, and for that, Izuku was thankful. Katsuki stayed back the whole time. He seemed apprehensive about something. But Izuku wanted him, he wanted his friends, both of them. Izuku whined again, but this time he stared at Katsuki. The blonde wasn't looking. What? Izuku wants your attention? Katsuki met Izuku's eyes for a moment but immediately looked away. Was he scared? Why was he scared? Did the situation upset him somehow? Well, of course it did, but Izuku couldn't really see a reason outside just Toshinori hurting Izuku. But Izuku was used to being hurt, injured. Kaken, he croaked. As he spoke, he leaned his head on Hitoshi's shoulder. The purple-haired teen carefully laid a hand over his cheek. Izuku sunk into it. Yeah, nerd? Izuku whined again. Katsuki sighed and looked at him. What? Kumri? Katsuki's jaw ground itself for a few moments. I thought my quirk bothers you? The blonde mumbled. To his credit, Hitoshi stayed silent the whole time. He didn't even look up at Katsuki, he just held Izuku gently and brushed his white hair from his face repeatedly. Did before? Caramel. I like caramel, now. Brought me back. Katsuki's eyes widened but he still didn't look Izuku in the eyes. Come on. Hitoshi finally interjected. You need healing. Aizawa-sensei is going to have an absolute fit when he gets here. What? Izuku choked out, coughing and deciding that maybe he should stop forcing his words out and stay quiet. When you didn't show up for lunch, I went looking for you. I found Katsuki and we wandered around together. When we got into the school, Nedzu called Kat's phone. He said you were in an argument with Trash Mite and security was already on the way, but we were closer. He had already called Yamada-sensei. As they spoke, Hound Dog showed up in full hero gear with Midnight and Snipe. Izuku? Ryo asked, crouching down beside him. Midnight and Snipe got their arms under Toshinori's to heft the man up and carry him away. Are you alright? Izuku shrugged. He's not very verbal right now, Inui-sensei. That's alright, Shinso. Can you tell me what happened? Blonde asshole had a death grip on the nerd's wrist, despite Izuku screaming to be let go. Seemed like the dipshit wanted to teach Izuku some bullshit about complicated heroics or whatever. Katsuki huffed as he leaned on the wall across the hallway. Ryo looked back to Izuku, who nodded. That was about as accurate as it could get right now. He didn't have the strength to explain the whole situation just yet. His wrist looks broken, Inui-sensei. Izuku looked down. It looked worse than a second ago. Alright, Shinso, take him to Recovery Girl. Take Bakugo with you so we know where you all are. Yes, sensei. Hitoshi replied. Katsuki grunted. Come on, Zu. Can you stand? Izuku nodded. Hitoshi helped him up but Izuku never took his head from his boyfriend's shoulders. The realization he'd missed having lunch with Tashi upset him, but he could apologize later. He would apologize later. Damn. All three students looked between each other, unsure if they should comment on Recovery Girl's expletive. They all silently decided not to comment. Izuku was curled up on one of the infirmary beds at the end. Hitoshi was sitting behind him, his feet hanging around Izuku's body over the edge. Izuku's bad arm was resting in a sling while Recovery Girl assessed his x-rays. She hadn't yet decided on a treatment plan. Alright, I got all the films I need. We're going to cast it and give you a dose of my quirk. But after your panic attack, I don't want to give you a full dose. Your body is already stressed and exhausted. The cast will only be on for a week and I'll give you a few small doses of my quirk. Does that sound alright? Izuku nodded, still not speaking. They'd been here for about half an hour while Recovery Girl poked and prodded and took scans and vitals. She didn't usually get so detailed since her quirk handled most problems the students could come in with. But Izuku had caught the tail end of her mumbling about needing to record everything to put that idiot in his place. He assumed she meant Toshinori. Recovery Girl came over and held out her hand, letting Izuku know she needed his arm. He carefully lifted the sling from around his neck and held out his arm for her. Once the sling and temporary splint were removed, she set about cleaning off his arm with care. The process of casting his wrist was a lot more intense than he would have liked. She had to wrap it up in cotton and then gauze, and then she took out a small bucket and filled it with hot water from the sink. And grabbed a box of little packages. Pick a color. Izuku scrunched up his eyebrows. That was a tough decision. Just one color? He could pick green, his favorite color. Or purple, Toshi's color. Or a wide range of other colors like, maybe orange, like Katsuki. Why was he thinking about what color Katsuki would be? Izuku shook his head to clear that thought. Green. He muttered. She grabbed a few packages with green dots on them, opened the special casting fabric, and soaked them in water. When she started wrapping the casting gauze around his wrist, it was warm, hot really. It felt much more comfortable than Toshinori's hand had felt. When she was done, she held his wrist between her gloved hands firm and still while the casting material stiffened and cured. It took minutes, which was neat. Izuku had never been given a cast for broken bones before. He usually just splinted his injuries or put on a cheap drugstore brace. Izuku? Four heads turned to the door as it clacked open to the side to reveal a rather upset Zashi. Oh gods, what did that bastard do to you? Oh, calm down, Yamada. Recovery girl put the sling back over Izuku's head and settled his casted arm while giving him a peck on the forehead with her quirk. The pain dulled immediately, just enough to take the edge off. He'll be all right. I have some pain medication for you to take home, but he should rest for today. You're all free to leave. That was about as much of a dismissal as anyone ever got from Recovery Girl. She plopped a pill bottle on the table next to Izuku's bed and wandered back to her office, probably to fill out the reports for this incident. Hizashi came over, immediately going in for a hug. Hitoshi stopped him with an outstretched hand just as Izuku buried himself into the other teen's shoulders. Green bean. He's shook up, Yamada-sensei. The tall blonde nodded and crouched down beside the end of the bed. Izuku slowly uncurled himself. Zashi didn't do anything more than wait with a faint hopeful smile. After a moment, his brain registered that this was one of his safe people and he dove into the man's arms. Papa. He mumbled into his dad's shoulder. Hizashi wrapped his arms around Izuku as the teen tangled his legs around the man's waist and clutched his good hand into the back of his shirt. Hey green bean, I got you. It's all right. It's going to be okay. In this moment, every single scar on Izuku's body came alive with a buzzing pain that made him remember every wound his bullies ever gave him. He was so exhausted, and he went limp in his dad's arms from the lack of energy. Hizashi clutched him tighter. All right boys, let's get back to the dorms. Izuku, do you want your friends to come have dinner at our place? Izuku didn't speak. Instead, he reached out his good hand and sought Hitoshi's hand. It found him in second. All right, that's decided. Guess you two are having dinner with us. Shuta's back at home, fussing and cussing up a storm while Bastard paces his lap. So be prepared for that. Dad was already home? Izuku tilted his head up to Hizashi, giving him a furrowed brow glance. Oh, don't look shocked. We both know there's no way I could have kept him in the hospital after Nedza called us about this. He's ready to take a warpath against the number one. He should have let me kill him before school started. Hitoshi and Katsuki both choked or muttered in shock at Zashi's outburst. You kidding, right? Toshi asked. Am I? Ask my little listener later. Izuku blushed. His throat cracked when he tried to speak, but he did get out. It was between ice cream or murder. Obviously we got ice cream, after Nemuri ruined our surprise that evening. She didn't? Izuku buried his face deeper. No. Okay, green bean. Save your voice. Izuku nodded. He turned his head and found Katsuki staring at him. The ash blonde smirked and offered him a stiff nod. They were good. Izuku could tell. They had gone through a lot in the last few weeks, but Izuku was happy that Katsuki was by his side. Today was the first time Katsuki had saved him. He was so proud because maybe Katsuki was finally starting to get it. Maybe he was starting to become the hero Izuku knew he could be. Yuta would be pacing the apartment if his eyes weren't still bandaged. No, that's a lie, he wouldn't be pacing his apartment. He'd be tracking down the asshole that dared to lay a finger on his son. His son. There was no upper limit to how angry Yuta was, or to the well of rage that burned in his pit. This was worse than the way he held anger for Katsuki Bakugo. Because Bakugo had given a genuine apology and made strong efforts to change his personality and path in life. But every single curveball that Yagi Tashinori threw at them came with only insults, trauma, and bullshit. Yuta was beyond angry. Livid didn't even touch the darkness that was firing in his synapses at knowing the charted #1 hero just laid a hand on his son. The door to their apartment opened and Yuta was on his feet in seconds. He couldn't go anywhere. He was trapped in the void of his living room with only the couch pressed on the back of his calves as grounding. But a moment later, a heavy weight crashed into his front. Dead. A weak voice gasped into his chest. Yuta hugged Izuku tightly, slipping his body to the floor so the teen could wrap himself, with one arm, around Shuta's neck. He cupped his hand to the back of his son's head, making soothing sounds as he rocked them back and forth. What a pair they made now, both down an arm and crushed by the day. Zashi came over and kissed the top of his head while pressing a hand against his in Izuku's curls. Hey Sho. He's gonna be okay. I brought company for dinner, Bakugo and Shinso. Hey sensei. Shinso greeted as he plopped down next to Yuta on the couch. Bakugo grunted, just here for the nerd. Right, of course, no one wants my amazing cooking. You know, I distinctly remember Izuku saying, Papa makes the best rice, once when he bolted out of the teacher's lounge. The teen in Shuta's arms giggled hysterically and flopped out of his lap. Yuta shook his head, remembering the scene. At the time Yuta had been incredibly annoyed, but now he knew it was Izuku being shy about his crush and acting like a brat because of it. It's true. Izuku mumbled. He rolled back over to Yuta and bumped their forehead together. So, how long until the bandages come off? I was gonna take them off tomorrow. He tried to keep his voice low so his husband didn't hear it, but there was never such a thing as luck in Shuta's life. Not on your life, Yuta. Those bandages stay on until Roviri girl clears you. He sighed loudly and leaned back against the couch, his head draping dramatically on Shinso's knee. I have students to teach, Zashi. Shinso will lapse terribly if he doesn't keep up. Who are you talking about? Certainly not me, old man. Shinso jerked his knee, effectively evicting Shuta's head from his lap. Yuta chuckled and reached out to find Izuku. The teen took his hand and helped him back onto the couch. Teaching can wait. You just got your head bashed into the concrete by a monster? Or did the concussion make you forget that? Zashi called. No, I certainly do not forget that. Thank you, oh love of my life. Anytime. Shinso, Bakugo. Do you have any dislikes or food requirements? I'll eat whatever. Shinso must have shrugged, it shook the couch a little. Anything spicy? Bakugo grunted. Did this kid ever just speak his mind clearly? He was so easily spoken during the USJ attack, but for some reason he seemed shy and reserved. Was this because Izuku got hurt? Maybe. He seemed emotionally invested in that regard. Now Yuta really wished he could rip the bandages off so he could read all the teens' faces and body language. It made understanding them so much easier. Just dump curry sauce on his bowl, Papa. Kakin can't taste food unless it's bubbling with spice. It's fine, nerd, he doesn't have to dash. Kakin, it's fine. Papa likes cooking, he has a whole herb garden, he likes making food the way people like eating it. I promise. Do whatever. That means yes. Izuku had settled himself in front of the couch. Yuta could feel the thud of his weight when he leaned back into it between Shinso's legs. He could imagine it was a cute sight. Maybe Shinso was combing his fingers through Izuku's hair or draping his arms over the smaller teen's shoulders. They made such a cute pair. Yuta still didn't want his son dating until he was much older, but he could tolerate this match for now. Alright, extra spicy curry for Bakugo, and everyone else gets regular curry. Where are the babies? I don't know, crack a can. I haven't fed them yet? And they're not freaking out? You know Bastard doesn't like people, he's probably hiding behind your damn fluffball of a feline. I have no idea where Nugget would be. She's been staying in my room. Lady never leaves your room, Dad. Ah, that tracks. Wait, you have 3 cats? Shinso seemed to perk up at that. Yeah, you want to feed them? Papa, let Toshi do it. Sure. Go on, listener. Food's in the cabinet there. Just crack a can and divide it into the 3 bowls on the counter. They'll come to you. Bastard is an old black boy with a scar over his eye that matches mine. Nugget is a younger torty calico mix, and Lady is an old prissy orange tabby. Izuku explained as Shinso left the couch. Shoyuta sighed as he leaned back into the couch and got comfortable. His kids were safe. Izuku might be injured, but he was safe, and that's what mattered. There would be damages, All Might would pay for what happened, but at least Izuku was safe and happy for the moment. Shoyuta faded out into sleep as he listened to his beloved husband screeching about how unfair it was that Bastard had curled up in Bakugo's lap and Nugget was crawling around Shinsu's shoulders like a parrot. Lady had apparently vanished back to her favorite sunspot after being fed, which was her princess custom. Shoyuta slept, with a smile on his face, and his son leaning on his shoulder. A week passed in relative peace. Izuku spent most of it doing research online when he wasn't working with 1A on the obstacle course. They had mastered about a quarter of the obstacles as a class, but a few holdouts were still being fussy about working as a class. Namely, there was Katsuki Bakugo, who was just a stubborn brat at the best of times, and an intolerable jerk at the worst. Even with all the work he'd put in during therapy, Ryo warned Izuku and Shoyuta he would still have anger issues from his quirk, which would show themselves during training because of his heightened blood pressure and quirk use. He usually apologized after class if it got too bad, but that didn't help the class make progress. Shudo Todoroki was also, oddly, one of the holdouts to the process. Izuku assumed it was because his number 2 hero father had trained him to think like a lone hero, not as a team member. He was slowly coming around, but the cold shoulders were real early on in the past week. On Thursday, Recovery Girl took off Izuku's cast and gave him the last dose of her quirk. Shoyuta also had his bandages removed on Friday. He had a nasty scar under his right eye, but otherwise he was doing fine. His quirk was affected, he couldn't hold it as long as before, but it wasn't a dramatic change. Izuku's wrist healed up well, but he knew that wouldn't be the end of the story. Shoyuta was on the warpath against All Might. Nedzu had immediately suspended the number 1's teaching at UA. The commission had yet to refute that decision. They were in talks with Nedzu and Shoyuta to try and prevent the school and Izuku's adoptive fathers from suing the number 1. The commission was going to fail, Izuku knew that. Putting Nedzu and Shoyuta together against a single enemy was like taking a sledgehammer to a paper piñata. They would crumble it all, they just needed the time for one good swing. Progress on the Endeavor case was a slog. Izuku had spent hours combing through vigilante forums and dark websites for information on Ember. He found almost nothing. That could either be because Ember was very good at hiding their tracks, or more simply, they didn't even have access to the internet. It was common for a lot of vigilantes these days to be semi-homeless, and if that was the case, there was a chance that Ember wouldn't have access to the internet except at places that offered it for free like internet cafes. So, Izuku was careful to tag any accounts he found that might remotely be linked to Ember to alert him if the possible vigilante logged on. It took a few days, but Saturday morning he woke to the chime of his computer alerting him one of the accounts had logged in. The account was one of the few he was unsure about, so he'd have to go into this gently. Izuku cracked his knuckles and sat down at his desk, still in his pajamas, and got to work. Forever Undead has joined the chat. Embers of the Past has joined the chat. Forever Undead. Hey there, got a moment to chat? Embers of the Past, who is this? Forever Undead. Well, if you are who I think you are, then I'm a friend who's looking for some revenge on a certain heroes that might interest you. Are you the vigilante, Ember? Embers of the Past. That depends, which hero are you going after? Forever Undead, Endeavor. Embers of the Past, you have my attention. I am Ember. What do you want? Forever Undead, he killed my mother. The commission covered it up. I want to take him down so he spends the rest of his life in a cell with a quirk-canceling collar around his neck, preferably in Tartarus, but we'll see how that goes. I've been told, credibly, that you might have an investment in Endeavor being taken down. Embers of the past, I certainly want to see the bastard fall. I'm sorry to hear about your mother. I don't feel comfortable talking about this over an internet chat. Let's meet somewhere. Somewhere safe so we can talk. Forever Undead, would you feel safe coming to UA? Principal Nedzu has given me full permission to offer you the school's protection from Endeavor, the Commission, and the police. Embers of the past, how can he promise all of that? Forever Undead, let's just say, no one really wants to fuck with the rat god, it usually ends poorly for them. Nedzu and my dad are currently in the process of suing All Might cause he broke my wrist and verbally abused me multiple times, quirkest asshole. Embers of the past, well, that's a story I need to hear in detail. Alright kid, I'll come to you at Forever Undead, I'll be by the main gate at 2 p.m. today. Can't miss me, stark white hair. Embers of the past, really living up to that username, huh? Forever Undead, wait till you find out about my quirk. P. Embers of the past, why do I sense danger in that sentence? Forever Undead, it's not directed at you, 2 p.m., main gate. Embers of the past, got it. Oh, and I also have white hair, lots of scars, can't miss me either. Embers of the past has left the chat. Forever Undead has left the chat. Izuku leaned back in his chair. Excellent. Progress. It might not be trust, but it was progress and that counted for something. Nedzu hadn't said why this vigilante would be so invested in taking down Endeavor, but Izuku could think up a few reasons. What he did know about Ember was they had a very powerful fire quirk, and lots of scars. Why did that remind him so much of Shudo Todoroki? The silent fire and ice quirk boy with white and red hair and a burn scar on his face? Yeah, there was definitely a connection to the family. A quick online public records search yielded the information he needed to piece the puzzle together pretty easily. Enji Todoroki had 4 children, 3 of which were listed as living. The eldest, Tuya Todoroki, was listed as deceased at age 13. He supposedly died in a quirk accident up on a nearby mountain while training. They only found a piece of his jawbone, no body. If he'd lived, he'd be 24 now. Izuku wondered just how he could have survived such a massive quirk accident. If his quirk went wild and started a wildfire as big as the report claims, there would be little left unscarred or unaffected, right? A knock at his door started him from his thoughts. Morning, green bean. Hizashi offered with a smile. Morning, Papa. What's up? Breakfast? I have pancakes on the table. You didn't answer when I called. Oh, sorry. I was chatting with someone online. We're going to have a visitor to UA this afternoon, Nedzu approved. Do I want to know? Let's get breakfast, I'll explain to you both. Sounds good. Izuku hugged Zashi quickly around the waist and scrambled down the hall to the kitchen. Shoyuda was already at the table, eating. Izuku rounded the table after giving Shoyuda a quick hug and plopped down in front of a huge stack of pancakes already doused in butter and syrup. You're energetic this morning, any reason for that? Shoyuda looked between Hizashi and Izuku. Hizashi shrugged as he sat down next to Shoyuda. He said he'll tell us both over breakfast. Nedzu asked me to find a vigilante named Ember. It took most of the week, but I got a hold of him this morning. Izuku took a few bites before continuing. He's tied to Endeavor. Nedzu wouldn't tell me how, but I pieced it together after our chat and some public record research. I'm fairly sure Ember is Endeavor's eldest son, Tuya. I remember that story, a quirk accident, right? The kid died some years ago. Or did he, Dad? You really think this vigilante is Tuya? Yeah. It makes sense. If what I think happened is real, you'll need to have a sit-down with Shudo, too. Why is that, little listener? Because if Endeavor's hero persona isn't a persona, then he's probably abused worse than I was. Shuda's fork clattered to the plate. Sho? Zashi put a hand on his shoulder. The burn scar. Bingo. Izuku remarked, taking another bite. I don't get it. Hizashi looked between them. Zashi. Shoyuda turned to his husband. Why does the kid have a burn scar on the side of his face that should be fireproof? Hizashi opened his mouth to speak, only to bring his hand up to cover it. You think? Something happened. It should have been obvious. Endeavor is hardly a beloved hero. He's more tolerated for his skill, which is questionable anyway. More like his damage potential is what people value him for. He gets rid of villains and criminals, by any means necessary. He doesn't hold back, and that often leads to a whole lot of damage. Izuku set his fork down, pancakes sufficiently scarfed down. Damn it. Alright, tell me how this meeting goes with Ember and we'll go from there. Sounds good. I need to alert Nezu. Izuku shot a quick text explaining that Ember was on the way, what he'd promised, with Nezu's go-ahead, and what he had found out about the vigilante. Nezu said he'd have tea ready by the time they made it to his office. Izuku certainly hadn't planned to spend his Saturday getting ready to meet an infamous vigilante. It seemed almost preposterous. Actually, that was a lie. Had his plan to become a hero failed and he didn't end up in a bloody heap on the ground, he might have, in some other universe, become a vigilante himself. It would be a good way to get back at all the people who hurt him, told him he couldn't be a hero. But here, in Izuku's reality, he found his real heroes and they saved him. Izuku turned to the road when he heard footsteps, his thoughts on the possible ways his life could have gone forgotten for now. The man waking up was indeed hard to miss. Stark white spiky hair with deep purple scars covering the vast majority of his body. He wore a big black overcoat, a ratty white t-shirt, and torn-up jeans with bulky steel-toed boots. Izuku really wondered if this guy was trying to pass for a villain. He sure looked like one. Izuku himself wore only a forest green t-shirt with weekend shirts printed in kanji on the front, a pair of basketball shorts, and some beat-up red sneakers. He had his quickly growing white curls pulled up in a tied bun on the back of his head, which left the scar over his temple on full display along with all the starbursts down his arms. Love the shirt. Ember had a raspy voice, deep and almost intimidating. Thanks. Guess we match in shock value. Huh? Seems so, kid. So, what do I call you anyway? Izuku offered out his hand to shake. Izukizao. Just Izuku is fine. Alright, just Izuku. Ember took his hand firmly. It was warm. Call me Tuya? Izuku grinned and jerked his head towards campus. He swiped his ID card and tapped the +1 button on the scanner panel so the gates didn't freak out when another body walked in. He'd already put the vigilante's quirk in their security system this morning to prevent it from freaking out as well. We'll be meeting with Nezu in his office. He promised to have tea prepared when we arrived. I hope you like vanilla. Yeah, I haven't had a good cup of tea in ages. Looks like you haven't had a good meal in a while either. I'll see if lunch rush is around. As he spoke, he took out his pocket security tablet and looked through the cameras in the cafeteria. Lunch rush was indeed on duty, making prep for the next week. He sent a quick text through the teacher's communication app and asked for some katsudon to Nezu's office. It wasn't uncommon for Izuku to eat lunch on the weekends in Nezu's office while he worked. Today was one of the few Saturdays he had off because of recent injuries for him and Shoyuta. You trying to pamper me? Butter me up for information. Yes, actually. Tuya stopped. Izuku turned to tilt his head. Sorry, I'm not the subtle type. I need information that will put Endeavor behind bars. I already have all the logistical data I could ever want on his destructive form of heroics. What I need is proof the commission can't invalidate that would put him in jail. So, if that means I have to get my nose a little dirty to get that info, so be it. Nezu refuses to let me hack the commission yet, so you're our next best option. Tuya snorted. I'm not sure if it's a compliment or an insult to beat option 2 compared to hacking the commission. That might net you what you want. I know they knew what he did to me, to us, his children. So you admit to being Tuya Todoroki? You don't look very died at 13 to a quirk accident to me. Do the scars not give that away? How'd you do the whole jawbone thing? The man winced, a shiver running down his back before he spoke. Got a new one. I'm not going to ask. Anyways, follow me. Yeah. The walk was pretty quiet. Tuya didn't seem too keen to speak once they got inside the school. He did take note of every camera they passed. Izuku noted everything the man inspected. He didn't seem shady or dangerous, but that didn't mean Izuku wasn't prepared to defend himself in the event the fire user went berserk. Just how powerful was his fire quirk? It was only listed as blue flame on the registry. Izuku could assume it was much hotter than Endeavor's, as blue flames burn hotter than red/orange. But that didn't give him much to go on besides a possible temperature. Netsu's door hissed open on its automatic hinges and Izuku led the way inside. The fresh scent of tea and katsudon struck him and his mouth was immediately watering. "Ah, Izuku, and our new friend, how shall I address you, sir?" Tuya snorted. "No, sir, just Tuya is fine." "I assume you are the infamous Principal Netsu?" "Indeed I am. Please sit, let's chat." Izuku motioned for Tuya to sit and followed suit, taking his favorite chair next to Netsu. Tuya took the couch across from them. It took only a few seconds of him staring at the steaming bowl of katsudon for the man to break. He grabbed the bowl and scarfed down half of it before Izuku had even started drinking his tea. Netsu was smiling like always, sipping away at his tea happily. Izuku was pretty sure the rat knew who Tuya was the whole time and kept it from Izuku purposefully so he'd snoop around and find out for himself. Izuku picked up his own bowl of katsudon and munched quietly while watching the scarred vigilante across from him. As he got down to the last of his meal, Tuya slowed down and finally looked back to the two curious faces across from him. So, Izuku was pretty clear this was a transaction. He wants to take Endeavor down, and I certainly want that as well, but I am not in the habit of offering up my sob story for free. Netsu exchanged a look with Izuku, who only shrugged in reply. He wasn't in the position to make any offers. That was Netsu's job. So the rat god took over. "What exactly do you want out of this, Tuya?" "A home." "A home?" "Not for me. I had a run-in with the one remaining cell of the Yakuza. Nasty bunch. You heard of those quirk erasing bullets that have been cropping up?" "What?" Izuku glared at Netsu. "Yes, unfortunately. They were still experimental. I was in the process of assigning that case. No need anymore." He took another bite while waving his free hand to dismiss Netsu's concerns. "Why is that? They're dead. I destroyed the remaining bullets and all their research and burned the whole HQ to the ground. But I found something a bit more interesting in their HQ than just the bullets. They had a little girl there. Apparently their leader used his quirk on her to take her apart and put her back together. It's how he got the genetic material to make the bullets. They're made from her quirk, her DNA. That's abhorrent." Izuku could tell Netsu was enraged. He didn't show it, but the way his claws started peeking out of his paws told Izuku the chimera would have readily jumped on the opportunity to destroy anyone experimenting on others. "Yeah. Anyway, I took the girl. She's been living with me. Guess I still have some big brother instincts left somewhere. But her and I both know she deserves better than my run-down apartment with a half-functioning door. She needs an education, and, parental love or whatever. All the shit I never got." Izuku put a hand on the arm of Netsu's chair. What is it, Izuku?" "Back when Dad and Papa first adopted me, they mentioned that they might want to adopt a second child after me. Have they told you they plan on retiring from active duty soon?" "Yes. That might be a good fit. I'll speak with Shoyudo when we're done here." The scarred vigilante looked up from his now empty bowl. "Where is the girl now?" "Safe, with a friend." "Very well. Regardless if it's Izuku's fathers who adopt Eri or not, I can guarantee she will have a home here, and an education. If that is agreeable, please, tell us what you know about Endeavor." Tuya sighed. He set the bowl back on the coffee table and crossed his arms as he leaned into the couch behind him. "He's an asshole. He's only ever been a career hero, he's only ever tried to beat out All Might. I was raised to be All Might's replacement. I was supposed to be his masterpiece. But my quirk was too powerful. It hurt me, obviously. So he threw me aside. He ignored Fuyumi and Natsuo almost entirely and left our mother to raise them. When Shudo was born with both their quirks, he became the focus. The three of us were pushed into a corner. The training itself was violent. I could handle black belt level combat before I was 8. I had control of my quirk by the time I was 7, until it started scarring me." Izuku took notes on one of Netsu's tablets after pulling up one of their shared files on his mother's case. Shudo had it the worst. He'd be forced to train every day. He'd come out of it bruised or cut up or burnt. Endeavor kept Shudo away from the rest of us, He barely knew us. I don't think he even remembers me at all. I left shortly after our mother burned him. The scar on his face, it's frostburn. Frostburn? Izuku asked. From what I remember, he walked into the kitchen and startled her. She saw Enji's face and poured boiling water on that half in a psychotic rage. He would have been fine, but she tried to cool the burn with her quirk. Nedzu winced. He's immune to fire, not ice. She frost burnt the skin around his eye. It was an accident, a moment of psychosis. But it drove a wedge between everyone. That night, I vowed to get Enji's attention back. As if that might stop the madness and abuse on my younger siblings. He was so violent with Mom all the time. Tuya sighed. That's when I died in the quirk accident. I found out a few years ago that Mom had been remanded to a psychiatric facility days after that all happened. As far as I know, she's still there. For 11 years? Nedzu set down his teacup with a clatter, angrily. Yeah. Natsuo and Fuyumi have both gotten out for the most part. Natsu is working on his medical degree and Fuyumi is a teacher. Shudo is still trapped, though, kept away from them by Enji. He can't risk his perfect little masterpiece being corrupted by civilians like our siblings. It's bullshit. I have plans for Shudo to be given the opportunity to speak with one of our staff privately. Shoyuta Aizawa, Izuku's adoptive father, is a licensed social worker. We also have an on-staff psychiatric therapist, Ryo Inui. Good. He's gonna need that. Eri will too. Eri? Izuku kept taking notes while trying to stay involved in the conversation. The girl. Her name is Eri. She's 6. Izuku was a little startled by how young he revealed the girl was. He'd never heard of someone with a quirk that could rip a person apart and put them back together, let alone someone who could do anything even remotely like that to a young child. The 6-year-old? Izuku shivered. She was most certainly traumatized. She had faced death and revival who knows how many times in her very short life. I might be able to help her, or at least, understand her. How's that? Tuya asked, one eyebrow arched skeptically. Netza gave him a warning glance. Izuku put a hand up to dismiss the chimera. My quirk. I told you my username was fitting. I have a resurrection quirk. He watched the scarred vigilante's eyebrows raise in shock. Genuine too. I die and I can revive myself and heal the damage. I even regrew my arm after it disintegrated recently. Your arm disintegrated? Yeah, some asshole with a decay quirk tried to kill my dad. He took a few bullets in the end. So he got his karma. That's fair. Izuku chuckled. Anyway, I know what it's like to die, many times over. To exist without truly living. I know what isolation and abuse look like, feel like, and do to the mind. I can help her. Your scars. Tuya motioned to Izuku's arm. Those aren't from your quirk? No, Izuku rubbed a thumb across a particular scar on his left arm. All of the scars on my body were caused by quirks, yes. But not mine. Other people caused them. The vigilante looked away, as did Nedzu. It was hard to look at Izuku's body the first time someone found out the truth. He knew Nedzu was used to it, but Izuku had not said this aloud in front of the chimera yet. They'd never spoken about it. Nedzu knew, of course, because Shoyuta would have had to tell him. But Nedzu never asked, and Izuku never brought it up. I think she'll fit in here with you. If you agree to keep her safe and give her a good life, then I'll testify against Endeavor if you take him to court. I'll do my best to convince my siblings if you can get them on board. I know Fuyumi was always trying to get the family back together, she might not. But Natsuo hates Endeavor, I know he'll agree. Shudo is a whole other matter. He might if you agree to take him away from Endeavor. I don't know his current state, but back when we were all brats, he just wanted to play with us, he wanted to have a normal childhood. Endeavor never allowed that. Thank you, Tia. Nedzu composed himself by straightening his tie. I would like to add to our agreement. We have a guest dorm here. I'd like to allow you to stay there as our guest, until you get on your feet. I'd like to ask you to walk away from being a vigilante, but I doubt you will. However, if you'd like somewhere safe to stay and maybe find a job, you are welcome here. I think everyone deserves a second chance in life. Perhaps, if you no longer wish to pretend to be dead, you could make a new life for yourself. Tuya leaned over to rest his arms on his thighs. Who would like that? I could never get a job because I'm registered as deceased. No paperwork, no ID. I will handle your revival quietly, so you can get your life back. Thank you, Netsu. I can never repay you. You already have. Izuku reached across the table and took the man's hand. Scar in scar, palm in palm, he squeezed. Thank you to Chan. Vigilante put a hand to his face. Izuku imagined he likely couldn't cry with the scars around his eyes and tear ducts. But he looked like he wanted to cry. I haven't heard that nickname in a long time. Well, you're part of the UA family now. Get used to it? That filled the room with light-hearted laughter, and Izuku once again felt his own soul lighten. He noticed Netsu and Tuya both staring at his eyes. Perhaps he could feel how bright the color in them had gotten as of late. That only made him smile more. A few hours later, Tuya returned to UA with a little white-haired girl on his hip and a couple bags of belongings, one for him and one for her. They owned very little, and Netsu saw fit to have the guest dorm for Tuya filled with clothes and necessities he was lacking. It wasn't overfull to the point of spoiling the now ex-vigilante, but it was a new start and the poor man was in a state of shock. Izuku and Eri became best friends immediately. She called him Zuzu. Big brother Zuzu. It was so cute. Shoyuta and Hizashi fell in love almost instantly, which Izuku had already assumed would happen the moment he met the little girl. His dads were doomed to be the best parents in the world, and he knew they would be more than happy to help a little girl in need of a good life. Eri still called Tuya daddy though, and the three Aizawas were fairly sure Tuya needed to be the one to eventually adopt her. Netsu was quick with paperwork, and Tsukachi, after a little teasing about Shoyuta bringing home more strays, got the guardianship forms through within hours. Since Eri was technically an emergency placement kid from the streets/criminal case, it was much easier to push the forms and get her a temporary ID while they tried to search for her papers. She was placed in Shuta's care for the time being while Tuya was revived, so to speak. Eri was terribly shy, and it took a few days to introduce her to the whole of one. The only reason she had to be was because she couldn't stay in the dorms on her own. So she would stay with one of her new guardians or Izuku while they taught. Though it was pretty common for her to be brought to Nedzu's office so she could hide in Izuku's lap when she got too overwhelmed. Ironically, she had started to cling to Katsuki. When he wasn't an explosive brat during training, he was mostly reserved and brooding in class. It had taken barely 3 class periods on her first day with Shoyuta before she just toddled over to Katsuki's desk, tapped his arm and held out her arms to be picked up. The blonde had apparently sighed and picked her up without any further prompting. He settled her in his lap with a piece of paper and a colored pencil, then went back to taking notes. Shoyuta reported the whole class was stunned into silence. It was usually Katsuki who had to bring Eri to Nedzu's office. She was picking up her own work very well. She was bright and craved knowledge. She would get side lessons while 1A worked on their own coursework. They also gave her private lessons after school. Once she was a little older and had more time to work through her trauma, she'd be sent to regular school. Shoyuta said she had a lot to catch up on anyway, so this gave her time to slowly acclimate. Friday afternoon, Eri was sitting in Katsuki's lap with his oversized on her, hoodie wrapped around herself. One of the 1B kids had startled her in the hallway on the way back to the dorms. Katsuki gave them a brash talking to while holding his hands over Eri's ears, then brought her here. Izuku struggled through some adjustments to the obstacle course in the 1A common area with them. He had a tablet, his laptop, and 4 notebooks spread out across the table to work on. Katsuki was on the couch nearby, reading a book for class while taking notes. Shockingly, no one else was in the common room with them. Half the class was in the gym working on their weight and exercise training. The other half were already in their dorms doing homework. Shoyuta had taken Todoroki for a talk, which Izuku was eager to hear the result of. Tuya was even out today. He usually spent the afternoons he had free with Eri and Izuku. He'd become a sort of older brother to the whole class. There was a bit of a heartfelt and confusing reunion between Tuya and Shudo, but after a little screaming and even a couple slaps to Tuya's scarred cheek for leaving, they'd made up. Today, Tuya was out speaking with Netsu and the school's lawyer about the case they were building against Endeavor. So that left the dorms quiet. Eri was snoozing peacefully now, so Izuku leaned back in his chair and sighed. Hey Kaken. The blonde grunted, he was listening. I never said thank you for punching Tashinori. Katsuki's eyes roamed the page of his book, confused for a moment, but recognition of the name seemed to strike him eventually, and Izuku caught those burning eyes. I mean it, thank you. I couldn't pull myself out of that situation. You know, right after, my first thought was, maybe he's starting to be the hero I always believed he could be. That ever-present scowl softened. Katsuki's shoulders dropped. His whole body relaxed as if some invisible weight had been forcibly removed from his body. He set the book down and stared at Izuku with the faintest of smiles. Still, he didn't speak. I know you still struggle with your anger when your quirk riles your blood, but you've changed. Izuku tipped his head back to trace the tiles on the ceiling for a moment. Katsuki didn't disturb his thoughts. After a moment, he pushed back his chair and got up. He took something from his backpack and gently sat down on the couch beside Katsuki. Eri was still sound asleep in his lap with her face buried in the blonde's chest. Izuku held out the envelope Katsuki had given him weeks ago at their joint meeting with Ryo. Katsuki's eyes widened. I haven't read it yet. Why not? Katsuki's voice cracked, he cleared his throat. 2 reasons. 1, because you already apologized to me verbally and that means more to me, and 2, because I wanted to be sure before I read it. Sure? Yeah, sure. Sure that you were ready to change. That you were ready and willing to put in the effort it would take to be a hero. That you weren't just putting useless words in my head. I might have forgiven you a long time ago, but we both know I have unresolved trust issues. Both boys chuckled. Katsuki reached out a hand and took the letter from Izuku. In an instant, it went up in a puff of smoke and a short, quiet crackle of sparks. To be honest, Izuku, it wasn't worth reading. When I was forced to write it, I probably wasn't ready. But in Ryo's office, I made a choice. I chose to be a hero, a real one. The hero you needed. I never realized I always had the friend I needed, and I was never the friend you needed. That had to change. I've always had you, and it was time I started returning the sentiment. Izuku smiled, a single nod emphasizing he agreed. Understood. You'll never win the case. There's no point in me testifying. Show you decide. He knew to expect the youngest Todoroki to refuse at first. Tuya had warned him after their reunion that something in the kid was off, like he'd been stripped of all his emotions. Shoyuta knew it was a trauma response. He'd shut himself down and masked his emotions away to avoid being hurt. The kid was protecting himself from the pain he believed was inevitable. Even if we lose in court, there's already enough evidence to remove Enji Todoroki as your guardian. What? Tuya and Natsuo have both given formal testimonies. There's more than enough to legally remove you from his care. You're the only minor left in the family, but what we have is enough to have him blacklisted from childcare forever. With the addition of your own testimony, it could swing the court easily, no matter how good his lawyers are. The teens seemed to debate this information for a while. He'd always been thoughtful, even in class. During the first attempt at the obstacle course, Shoyuta remembered Shudo's analytical brain assessing the course at the beginning like he could unpack and dissect it with his eyes. I could be free of him? Yes. Nedzu has already agreed to make you a ward of UA, if that's what you want. You'd stay in your dorm and Endeavor would be legally required to continue paying your tuition in accordance with fair childcare laws in our prefecture. What would I do on holidays when the school is closed? We assign teachers to remain here on a rotating schedule each year since we have transfer and exchange students who can't always afford to travel home during holidays. So there would always be someone here and you could stay, or you could stay with my family for the holidays. We'll likely stay at our off-campus house on breaks. Oh, you're not alone, kid. You got a whole family right here willing to help. If Todoroki agreed, they would have a lot more to throw at the case. Since Tuya and Natsuo were both adults now, their testimonies could only count for past grievances. But Todoroki was a minor and actively under Endeavor's abuse. If he testified, they would likely take Endeavor down for good. The case was complicated since it was dual charges: child neglect/abuse and also reckless damages and wrongful death during heroics. Nedzu had just barely enough evidence scraped together to give Endeavor's lawyers a run for their money on the wrongful death charges, and Izuku had run the calculations and gathered the data and evidence on his reckless damages, with his whole history of heroics to back it up. The kid worked fast and they were all proud. Thankfully, since Izuku was licensed in quirk analytics and had a provisional hero license, he could provide evidence. He couldn't testify as an expert witness because of his biological mother being the victim, but at least they wouldn't have to credit someone else for the hard work he put into the case. Shoyuta looked back to Todoroki. The kid was staring out the window deep in thought. They needed his testimony, but Shoyuta wasn't going to force it out of him. This had to be his decision. Shudo had to decide if he was ready to step away from the pain and try healing. It wasn't an easy choice. Hell, Shoyuta had watched how difficult the last few weeks and months had been for Katsuki Bakugo. Change wasn't easy, especially not when the person themselves had to choose to change and alter their whole lifestyle or worldview. Todoroki was going to have to alter his worldview. He'd have to accept kindness instead of hellflame. Ryo was not getting paid enough. Shoyuta vowed to ask Nedzu to give the canine hero a raise. Okay. Shoyuta blinked, focusing back on the teen across from him. Okay? I'll testify, if you make me a ward of you. I also have one condition. I'll do my best to make it happen, but I can't promise anything before I know what it is. I want a restraining order against Endeavor. The devious grin that crossed Shuda's face wasn't even hidden in his capture scarf. That I can do. As soon as you give your formal written testimony to the police, we can have the courts issue a restraining order against Endeavor. I'll also have Nedzu request one for the school grounds so he can't come here at all. Thank you. The teen heaved a sigh that made Shuda's heart crack. Izuku tapped his thumbs on Eri's feet. She was on his shoulders as he walked back to the teacher's dorm. Her bright red eyes never once left the late evening sky. She tangled her fingers into his hair to keep her balance, but Izuku was careful to always hold her legs in case she tipped. Zuzu, why do those stars look like a picture? Izuku looked up. It was just dark enough to see the faint peak of stars in the sky, just about dinner time. Izuku smiled as he found her pointing up at the sky. The pictures are called constellations. Long ago people started giving the stars names, and then when they found pictures in the stars, they gave those pictures names. What's that one? That one is the Big Dipper. Looks like a big bucket, right? It does. She giggled. Izuku pointed to a few more and said their names. That's Ursa Major, the bear. This one Leo, the lion. This one is Cancer, the crab. Then there's Andromeda. Her brightest star is also part of Pegasus, the horse. That Ons is Gemini, the twins. What about that one? Izuku spun them around as he walked, showing her the stars as the sky darkened minute by minute. That's Orion. He's my favorite. Why? He's a hunter. See how the stars make a big arc in front of him? That's his bow. It takes a lot of strength to pull back a bow, and he's held that bow for eternity. He's really strong. Eri leaned down to rest her cheek on Izuku's head, her eyes still searching the sky. Izuku wasn't sure if she understood most of the constellations up there. Izuku didn't when he was young. The universe was so much larger than a small child could fully grasp. It was harder to understand that vastness when your world was so small and alone for so long. Izuku had always had the stars for a constant, and even if he didn't really understand the vastness of the world they lived in, he felt comforted to know it was out there. Eri didn't have that. They'd learned she'd been locked in a small room most of her life and experimented on almost every day by a vindictive and obsessed madman with a powerful quirk. Tuya confirmed he was dead now, but that didn't help ease the tension Izuku's shoulders had gathered when he found out. More than anything, Izuku wanted to help Eri learn that there was more to the world than just one room or one coloring book. So far, She was doing great and devouring everything they gave her to learn. You're really strong too, right, Zuzu? He felt a sob almost choke him at the sudden remark. He nodded carefully. Yeah, chickadee I am. Eri giggled and curled up on his shoulders so her arms wrapped around his head. She kept staring up at the sky and Izuku felt no desire to move. They were just outside the teacher's dorm, standing on the grass in the fading light of the evening sky. He knew they needed to head in and get dinner, but right now, he wanted to watch the stars. Maybe, for only a single second, he felt himself on that windy rooftop once more. This time, though, he felt his dad's ever-present capture scarf wrap around him. He was safe. Eri was safe. He knew how to live now. Hey, kiddos. Izuku tilted his head down to find Shoyuta standing in the open doorway of the dorm. A warm light glowed behind him. He was smiling. Sho. Eri squealed, batting her hands on Izuku's head. Izuku saw the way Shuta's heart clenched. The 6-year-old was quick to adopt them all. Tuya was still considered daddy, no matter how many times he tried to tell her otherwise. Zashi would forever be papa, to everyone, and he was more than happy to keep the role. Shoyuta had become just Sho or Shosho to Eri. Shoyuta skipped down the steps and picked Eri up off Izuku's shoulders so she could curl up in his arms. She was wide awake after her afternoon nap in Katsuki's lap. I was worried when you didn't come in for dinner, but Zashi spotted you both stargazing and we thought we'd give you some time out here. It's been a while since you looked up, huh? Yeah. I guess so. I haven't really needed to in a long time. I have other constants in my life now. Eri pointed up at the sky and tapped Shuta's chest. Shosho, that one is a bear, and that one's a crab, and there's a horse and Zuzu said they're called constellations. Constellations? Izuku chuckled as he reached over to tickle her. She squealed again, giggling like mad. Izuku knows all the constellations. I'm sure he can teach you. You know they change, right? What? She gasped. See, the whole planet we're standing on moves. It rotates. So sometimes we get to see different parts of the sky when we move. That's so cool. Shoyuta jerked his head towards the door and Izuku nodded. Dinner was peaceful, quiet but reflective, not awkward. Eri would babble every few minutes about the sky, happily recounting the stargazing she did with her big brother. When they were done, Shoyuta got Eri ready for bed and Izuku had a rare moment with Hisashi. Normally he'd be getting ready for the late show at the radio station, but he had the night off for once. Have you talked to Ryo about the court case? Izuku shrugged, a little. I mentioned it's likely going to get ugly. He gave me his personal cell to call since he isn't sure if he can be there in person. That's good. I'm worried this is going to hurt you. Zashi. Izuku set down the stack of plates he'd been carting to the sink. Yes, it's going to hurt. I don't want to revisit the worst day of my life for the nth time. I know this will be like ripping off the scab to a wound I just closed, but I have to do this. I have to. I know, baby. I know. The blonde came over and offered a hug. Izuku snuggled himself close and sighed in the warm pine scent of his papa's shampoo. I know you're strong and brave and you can do this, I know you can. But it pains me to see you hurting. Just bring the tissues, Papa. I can handle the rest. Hisashi laughed, the joyous sound making them both shake with the force of it. Izuku couldn't help but laugh right along. All right, little listener, you got it? Understand. On Saturday, Izuku was babysitting Eri while working on his ever-continuing project, the obstacle course. He really needed to have it ready for the coming week so 1A could run it once more before midterm exams. The course was a part of their exam and he wanted them to have practice before the exams in a couple weeks. The kitchen table was covered in his notes along with his tablet and laptop where both had different sections of code pulled up. He had the blueprints on paper spread across the table as well. Eri was watching a movie while coloring and eating some veggie straws. She was happy. The girl wasn't very excitable and often chose quiet hobbies to fill her free time like coloring or reading. She was still below her grade/age level, but she was catching up fast. The TV was playing How to Train Your Dragon for the 4th time this week. Izuku never tired of it, thankfully. Izuku looked up as a knock came to the apartment door. He wasn't expecting anyone. But it could only be someone from campus. Probably a teacher or student needing Izuku's help with something or other. Who he found instead was Tuya. "Hey." The ex-vigilante greeted with an awkward wave. "Sorry, I wasn't expecting to see you. You've been a bit of a recluse since Nedzu submitted the lawsuit." "Yeah." Tuya rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, "Just been in a bad mood. My flames get a bit out of control when my emotions go haywire. I mentioned it to Nedzu and he had Recovery Girl give me some mild suppressants. It's helped a lot." Izuku smiled, motioning for him to come in. "So what brings you over?" "I thought we could chat. I also wanted to see Eri. Natsuo got me a job at his clinic. Did I tell you?" "You texted a couple days ago." "Right, sorry. I'm so scatterbrained right now." "Hey, it's all right. I am too." He led Tuya into the kitchen where his mind was literally scattered on the table. "Ah. I see that." Izuku sighed. "Yeah. I need to finish these modifications before this coming week." "Shit, is this a bad time?" "No, not at all. I needed a break. Do you want to chat here?" Eri's in the living room, glued to her coloring book and How to Train Your Dragon. Tuya pulled one of the chairs out and shook his head. "Here's fine. I don't want to bother her just yet. I need to get some things off my chest." "Of course." Izuku pulled out the chair next to him and got as comfortable as he could with the paperwork and tablets encroaching on his sanity. He did clear a spot so he could lean his arm on the table, at least. "What's going on?" I met a guy." "Oh? That's awesome. But why do I feel like you're not excited?" "I am." Izuku arched his brow. "Okay, that's a lie. I'm scared." He's not. He's a hero. There's no way he could be interested in me, but we ran into each other on the clinic rooftop while I was on my lunch break and we talked for the whole hour and I swear he was flirting with me and— Wait. Back up. How did you run into him on a roof? As an expert rooftop gremlin myself, I assure you, that's not normal. Tuya snorted. He was on patrol in the air. Izuku stared at the scarred man across from him with a skeptical look, but then it clicked. "Oh my god," he gasped. "It's Hawks, isn't it?" Tuya hissed. "Maybe." "Oh come on, you can tell me." Fine. "Yes, it's Hawks." "So what's the problem? You guys got along, right? He's not the type to judge appearances, so you shouldn't have any issues with your scars, right?" "I mean, that's always been my worry, but Toshi's not judgmental either." "Well yeah, that's all fine and dandy, but are you forgetting he's like Endeavor's best friend and biggest fan?" Somewhere, in the back of his head, Izuku heard screeching brakes. Oh shit. As a hero nerd and quirk analyst, he really should have remembered that. But Izuku was too focused on his excitement. Well, that certainly throws a wrench in the gears. You don't say. Oh come on, you can't tell me he wouldn't side with us on this one. How should I know? I just met the guy. I don't know if I should warn him? I mean, what if he defends Endeavor? I mean, I'd say you should be prepared for him to be shocked at first, but any intelligent person can see the truth once it's laid out before them. All of us have testified under Detective Tsukachi's truth quirk. It's not like they can call us liars. I guess you're right. Tuya sighed, his whole body slumping. We just clicked, you know? Is that what it was like with Hitoshi? Yeah, kind of. I mean, we were kind of just awkward for a bit, then when the USJ incident happened we just fell together? I don't know. We have similar pasts. He was abused and neglected for his villainous quirk and I for my lack of one. It's a hard niche to fall into and we both just fit. Izuku leaned around the corner of the kitchen doorway to check on Eri while Tuya chewed his words for a moment. The toddler was still drawing, barely even watching the TV. Sometimes she'd just get lost making circles for hours. Over and over, just circles on the page. Izuku had debated introducing her to video games or maybe puzzles. Puzzles were productive and often educational. The circle drawing seemed like some kind of coping mechanism. While not inherently unhealthy, it's like she was in a trance, which couldn't be good for her. I can't tell him anyway. I can't tell him before it comes out, remember? Nedzu put a gag order on all of us. Right? Even without that, I know the rat god is trying to keep this under wraps so Endeavor's lawyers don't have time to prepare. Yeah, them and the commission. It's going to be tight, and we're going to get our asses chewed out. They already dislike me because of the blonde asshole reporting me falsely so many times at the beginning of the year, but then he went and broke my wrist, so they might not go so hard on me and my evidence in this case in any effort to keep this to just one lawsuit. Do they honestly think Shoyuda would drop the lawsuit against All Might? They're trying to settle out of court. Nedzu and Shoyuda are trying to keep me out of it after Kaken, Toshi, and I gave our testimonies. Shoyuda won't stop until he's ordered to back down by Nedzu. I don't even think a judge would be able to stop him. You've got a good father. Yeah, well, I didn't always. My biological father might not have abused me, but he did walk out, ashamed of my lack of quirk. They sat in silence for a while. Izuku hadn't been trying to one-up Tuya in the father department, and the scarred man knew that. They both had deadbeat dads, and they had bonded over that pretty quickly. Tuya might not have been adopted into the Aizawa household, but he was still considered a part of the UA family now. Auntie Namuri had taken to him pretty well, and they were thick as thieves. He was fairly sure they were soul siblings in a previous life, and Izuku was happy that Tuya got the chance to be cared for now, even in adulthood. Hey, Izuku mumbled. Do you know why Eri draws circles so much? Yeah, I asked her once. She said she sees circles everywhere. What do you mean? Like, around things on things. She says it's part of her quirk. She can see the cycles of time or life, or something. I thought maybe it was a coping mechanism for when she was alone. A way to kill time and not feel isolated. I mean, that's also probable. Both could be true. Have Shoyuda and Zashi started her quirk training? Not yet. Izuku huffed a sigh. She's still too scared she'll hurt us. Ryo's doing his best, but Nedzu is calling in a specialist who works with traumatized minors under age 10. Damn. It's frustrating, but she'll be okay. We promised we'd take care of her, and we will. I know. Tuya leaned over to rest his head on Izuku's shoulder. You're a good big brother, you know that? I wish I'd had the chance to stay and be a good big brother to my siblings. Tuchan, you can still do that. Shudo is just confused, and until the end of the coming court battle he'll probably be hard on you, but don't mistake that for a lack of love. He's still your little brother. Natsuo got you a job, and you see him almost every day. You're being a good brother? I know I'm trying. I just feel like I'm failing. Fuyumi told me she needed time, and I'm giving her patience. It's just hard. She's my twin, you know? Yeah. She said she knew all this time that I was alive. She said she would have felt it if I died. But she's angry that I never told her, that I never came home. Izuku sighed and brushed a hand through Tuya's white hair. He once told Izuku that used to dye it black to hide who he was. Izuku was glad he was finally starting to accept himself. Recovery Girl had made some small progress on his scarring. It wasn't perfect, but the deep purple scars had faded to a dull darker skin tone, so they didn't stand out as much. They also hurt less, and he didn't have to staple himself together anymore. She'd been very upset about that when she first met him. She'll come around, so will Shudo. Take it one step at a time, okay? Now, Izuku gently shoved Tuya off him and the chair he was sitting on. Hey, go see the daughter that adopted you. I've got work to do. I'm pawning babysitting duties off on you. I'm not her father. But you are the one who killed her tormentor. I never admitted to that. And you don't need to admit it for it to be true. Tuya narrowed his eyes at Izuku with both hands on his hips. Unfortunately for the ex-vigilante, a ball of blankets and curly white hair crashed into the back of his legs. Daddy, she squeaked. Told ya? Izuku called over his shoulder. Eri, my little spark. As if he could deny having adopted her already. Izuku knew there was no way to part those two. Just like Shoyuda and Izuku had trauma bonded over his first death, Eri and Tuya had become inseparable after he rescued her from the monster who'd torn her apart all her life. There was no way he could ever leave her, and Izuku was leaning heavily on his dads to try and convince Tuya to officially adopt her someday. Shoyuda and Hizashi loved Eri, of course, but they could also see how much differently she treated Tuya. Izuku went back to his work on the obstacle course with the happy sounds of his siblings in the background. He wasn't even going to think about how complicated their adopted family tree was getting. It didn't matter. Instead, he focused on the coding nightmare of trying to make one of the obstacles move in a specific pattern safely. This was the last piece he had to solve before Monday, and he'd be damned if he didn't figure it out. He figured it out at 3 a.m. on Sunday after waking up in a cold sweat from a nightmare about the obstacle course. All right, problem children. Izuku clapped his hands together once, loudly. Aizawa arched his left eyebrow. Students, kiddos, gather round. Did Aizawa just side-eye you for using his nickname for us? Toshi whispered to Izuku. I have no idea what you're talking about, Toshi. He whispered back, everyone. He shouted over the chattering students. 1A came to attention. Toshi was smirking off to the side. Izuku eye-rolled at him. You've had plenty of time to practice, and I had some time to make adjustments and clean up the coding in this monstrosity, so this will be your last run-through before midterms. I'll be grading you on the obstacle course. The goal isn't completion. Remember that, please. The goal is what? He held a hand to his ear, waiting for an answer. Teamwork, effective use of quirks as a group, cooperation, being our best hero selves, came the multiple responses. Most said teamwork, but they were all right in their own regard. Excellent. Now, I have changed up the routes a little, so it doesn't matter which you take. They'll be different, but I have tried to keep the obstacles you've already encountered at the beginning in a new order since this is just practice. Shoji raised one of his arms. Yes, Shoji? Does that mean for the midterm there'll be completely new obstacles? Excellent observation. I will be swapping the obstacles out completely for the midterm, and the final will also be a whole new orientation. After midterms, I will be changing the course weekly so you can experience every obstacle at least once before the finals. A collective groan echoed through the training ground. I'm still not sure I see how this is supposed to make us better heroes. Kaminari grunted. Despite him being across the field, Izuku heard him. Izuku sighed and started to answer, only for Katsuki to jump in. The blonde smacked Kaminari lightly on the back of the head. Were you not listening last time Izuku reamed us about this course, Pikachu? It's about working together as heroes, and thinking outside the box, and not running head first into danger. Pay attention. Izuku snorted. Even if it was brash and a little mean, Katsuki had made the correct point. I get it, geesh, blasty. Katsuki glared at Kaminari for a moment, but when Izuku chuckled, the tension vanished. Kaminari, he's right. While I wouldn't have said it so violently, he got the point. So, you're all going to be working as a class today, but if you would like to work in smaller groups while inside the court you can. It's just practice. But again, remember our quirks aren't our only defense, offense, and may not be useful at all. Yaoyorozu piped up. Exactly. Now then, begin at your own pace. Shoyuta was already sitting on the bench outside the obstacle course when Izuku plopped himself down. He had his own tablet today, which surprised Izuku. You're not going to take a nap, Dad? No. With midterms so close, I would like to track their progress, plus, they can't see me out here, so they'll never know the difference. Izuku chuckled. The course itself had been modified just enough to make it run smoother, faster, and safer. He also had time on Sunday to rearrange the whole course. He kept, as promised, the obstacles they were familiar with in the front so they could face challenges they were at least somewhat familiar with, the ones they'd been practicing with already. But he put them in a new orientation so they interacted with each other differently and the heroes in training could try out new methods for getting past them. Izuku truly hoped they could get past at least a few obstacles together. He'd watched the footage from their practice runs over the last few weeks and they had managed to accomplish a few of the obstacles as single challenges, but not in a whole course yet. So this would be a new experience for them, but every time they step into the course itself should be a new experience in Izuku's opinion. How exactly will you be grading them for the midterm and the final? Shoyuta asked. Oh, well, for the midterm it will be mostly based on how far they have progressed since the introduction of the obstacle course. There will be points for completion, but it will be more like how much more they complete than before. There will also be points for how well they work as a team or teams. For the midterm they won't be required to work as a whole class, similar to today's practice. But if they do, they'll get more points overall. The final will be based more on completion as a group. Shoyuta made a grunt of either acknowledgement or approval. Either way, Izuku knew he agreed with the plan for now. As for the students, they were doing well so far. The path they chose had the sand pit as the first obstacle. The whole class seemed to be working together. They weren't working flawlessly. Katsuki was making angry little quips here and there, and Aoyama was fussing about sand in his armor. But they were working as a group. Izuku would take progress as progress. Jiraiya was quick to use her sound waves to keep the sand moving. All the students made it across easily, with the bigger students like Sato, Shoji, and Kirishima tossing their classmates halfway across the pit to start. The second obstacle they encountered was the cannon room. Izuku had the cannons upgraded. The shots were far more powerful. They still only bruised, but the fake tar they were loaded with would incapacitate a student completely until they were drenched in a special solvent. This time, Siro and Mino worked together to mask each and every cannon's laser sights. Once they were blocked, the students could waltz through the room safely, or so it appeared. Izuku grinned to himself. He was hoping they'd take his advice at face value. It might teach them a lesson. But apparently, someone must have been practicing with this room, because as soon as Katsuki took a single step forward, Dark Shadow grabbed him and yanked him backwards. The blonde snapped, but a second later a dart cut into the ground where he'd been standing. The whole class stepped back. They assessed the situation. He watched their brains try and pick out where the darts were coming from. It was Yaoyorozu who had the idea to make them shields. Dark Shadow also tested out an idea, which was to see if she could catch the darts. They wouldn't affect her, obviously. It worked. So, with a combination of Dark Shadow and some metal shields made by Momo, the group passed through their second, and technically third, obstacle. Izuku was incredibly proud of his students. He was also proud of the support department, who had remade Momo's hero suit to be far less revealing, but still functional for her quirk. Their next obstacle was the box. This time, Izuku had made the room dim upon entry so the students who were familiar with the box wouldn't immediately recognize it. It worked, and they all ended up trapped in the room with the walls closing in. Of course, Izuku had also altered the tracks on this one so it wouldn't close as tightly as before, since there were more students. This time, Hitoshi took the lead. He asked the class if he could utilize their bodies, and they agreed, though a few were apprehensive. He controlled Ida, Shoji, and Tokoyami. He's gotten better. Izuku looked up from the cameras. Shinso. He's getting better with his quirk. We've been training it. He can control up to 5 people now, but it gives him a headache. He's being smart, not pushing himself. 3 is more than enough. For this, isn't it? Yeah. They both looked back and watched a coordinated attack from all 3 puppeteered students at the breakaway corners of the box. It shattered, or well, it broke in the way it was designed when struck at the right places with the right force. Once broken, it exposed the entrance to the next room. This room was the quirk hazard room, which replicated zero gravity and poltergeist. Unfortunately, a couple of the students seemed to have realized the trick and secretly removed the tiny metal plates that Izuku had placed in their uniforms. Tsu, Ojiro, and Hagakura were all still standing on the ground. Granted, all 3 of them had pretty simplistic uniforms. Hagakura was basically naked. Wait, Dad? Shoyuta jumped. What? Hagakura is naked? Yeah, she dash. Wait, the tired hero put his face in his hands and groaned. How? I mean, if she's invisible, I think we sort of just forgot? Well, that's not an excuse. No, but, well, you know. Right? I'll have the support department do what they did for Togata. They made his suit from his hair so it works with his quirk. It should work fine for hers as well. Why didn't they do that from the start? Why didn't they do that from the start for Togata's? Shoyuta countered, clearly annoyed. Izuku sighed. Are we all just elephants on parade to hero society? Honestly, a little. Back to the students, Izuku focused on what they were doing to overcome the magnetic field. He tried not to think about the Hero Commission abusing heroes for their bodies and their appearances. Nope. Tsuyu was using her tongue, Ojiro his tail, and Hagakure was using Siro's tape. They all tied the class together in a line connected to Zero at the back and Shudo at the front. The half-hot half-cold hero student then made a railing out of ice for them to grab and pull themselves down to the ground across the obstacle room. Izuku could think of a few easier ways to get this done, but he'd give them major points for originality and forethought. Zero's tape and Momo's creation were used to produce quick gloves to protect hands from the ice. Shudo even stood at the exit with fire in his palms for everyone to warm their hands as they exited the room. Izuku. He didn't look up from the screen when his dad called him. Izuku. This time he looked up. What? Nedzu stood at his feet, a serious look on his face and his furry brows knit together. Izuku knew what that meant. Bad news? Or expected news that would make Izuku's day crash in a cavalcade of anger and fear. That sounded fun, right? He quickly tapped the emergency stop on the course before the students made it to the next room and tapped the intercom. That's enough for today. Make your way to the exit for a review with Aizawa-sensei. Nedzu offered his hand. Izuku handed off the tablet to Shoyuda and picked the chimera up and placed him on his shoulders. The principal's legs barely wrapped around his neck, his hands resting calmly in the teen's white hair. It's time, huh? I'm afraid so, Izuku. Nedzu patted his head. The court has set the date for tomorrow. What? Shoyuda stood up, anger clear in his voice. The students started to file out, looking confused at seeing Nedzu on Izuku's shoulder. I wasn't given a choice, Shoyuda. They don't want either side having preparation because of how messy this case is. The commission picked the judge. But they don't know we've been prepping this case for months. We likely have the upper hand, even with a judge chosen by their side. That doesn't excuse giving less than 24 hours notice. That has to break some kind of law. It doesn't, Nedzu explained. Hitoshi came up to Izuku's side, offering a hand. Izuku took it, kissed the back, and sighed. What's going on, Zu? We have to be in court tomorrow. That's fucking stupid. Katsuki barked, then bit his lip. He took a few steadying breaths. Sorry, Eiji, can you grab my blood pressure meds from my bag? I got you, Bakobro. Do they really expect you to just show up tomorrow? Is everyone even free? Izuku could feel the frustration wafting off Katsuki as he spoke. I don't know, Kaken. Tuchan will have to take time off his new job. Dad? I'm assuming Shudo and Eri will be coming too? Unfortunately. Wait, what's going on? Shudo walked up at the exact wrong moment. Where am I going? Court. Tomorrow. Nedzu's voice was terse, annoyed, but not at the class. What? That's not, what about my restraining order? I've already spoken to the judge. Endeavor will not be permitted to get within 20 feet of you and he will not be permitted to speak directly to you, but for the court date, you'll have to both be in the same courtroom. I'm sorry, Todoroki. The dual-toned teen sighed. He didn't say anything else as he walked off towards the locker rooms. Half the class followed him. Zero put an arm around his shoulder and Izuku watched them talk quietly as they wandered off. Zu, are you going to be okay? Izuku smiled up at Toshi, nodding. Yeah, I'll be okay. I'll try and text you when I can throughout the day. I promise. Toshi leaned over to kiss him on the forehead and whisper, even if Nedzu heard him, you got this, Izuku, and we've got you. Thank you. He mumbled back. Nedzu tapped his head and he knew it was time to leave. There was a lot to get ready, and Izuku was likely not going to sleep tonight. Katsuki caught up to them as Izuku and Shoyuda were walking back into the school with Nedzu having moved to Shuda's capture scarf. Toshi had already left for the locker rooms with everyone else. The blonde stopped him with a gentle hand on his shoulder. Izuku gave Shoyuda and Nedzu a hand wave to keep going, he'd catch up. The pair of teens didn't speak to each other for a few tense moments. Izuku wanted to say a lot of things. This was the culmination of months of research and work. Izuku wanted this, right? He wanted to take Endeavor down, not just for killing his mother but for the abuse his friends had suffered at the man's hands. So why did he feel so strange about this? Why did he feel fake? Katsuki must have seen the way his face scrunched. The blonde lifted his chin with one finger. Don't you dare back down from this, Izuku. We both know this bastard deserves it. It's not that. Then what? Izuku huffed, frustrated with himself. I feel like Some frail sort of whimper escaped his lips, but he couldn't seem to get the words out. Katsuki frowned, but waited with crossed arms for Izuku to figure out what he was trying to say. Inko wasn't a good mother. She left me alone, to fend for myself, for weeks before she even died. Why am I angry that Endeavor killed her? Why am I going after him for wrongful death when you aren't even sure you would prefer her alive? Izuku nodded, trying his best not to let the tears choking him fall. Katsuki sighed. What could he even say to that revelation? What could anyone say to that? Izuku felt horrible. He couldn't say he would prefer his mother alive, so why was he fighting so hard to take down the man who killed her? Izuku wrapped his arms around himself, sinking into his own shame from admitting the truth he'd been avoiding for a while. Katsuki was quick to pull Izuku into a hug, his whole body encompassing the smaller teen. Izuku allowed the blonde to hold him. His head buried itself in his friend's chest and shoulder. He allowed himself to crack, just a little. He allowed his stony facade to crumble for one moment while he was alone with a safe person. Of course, the sobs only came faster when he realized Katsuki was now a safe person. What would this court battle do to Izuku? How far would this madness go? Nedzu had warned him they would likely try to use his mental state against him, or his former mental state. They'll dredge up the day his mother died. He will have to relive that awful evening with Shoyuta having to bear the same brutal experience. The lawyers had prepared him for it, but each time Izuku had walked out before they could get too far, or ask too many questions. He didn't want to speak about his quirk. He didn't want anyone to call him cursed, or a freak, or suicidal. He wasn't any of that, at least not anymore. Katsuki slid them both to the ground and rocked him. He could feel his friend's chin at the top of his head. No one disturbed him. Neither Nedzu nor Shoyuta came back to fetch him. Hitoshi was likely back in class and didn't know he was breaking down in the middle of the training grounds. Eventually, Izuku calmed down with only the sound of Katsuki's heart to soothe him. You know I'd be there by your side if I could. I know. Izuku sniffled, wiped his nose with his sleeve. Katsuki brushed some tears from his face and smiled his half-scowled grin. You're strong, nerd. Stronger than you think. It's okay to be conflicted, or so Ryo says. Izuku chuckled wetly. Yeah. Give him hell, Izuku. Katsuki ruffled his hair. By the way, I never told you, the white suits you. Thanks, Kaken. Whatever, a nerd. Izuku sat in the front row with Nedzu, Shoyuta, and Shuto. Tuya sat with Natsuo and Fuyumi behind them. In the back row sat Hizashi with Eri on his lap. At the front were their lawyers, spread out across the table beyond the railing separating the audience from the judge and legal teams. On the opposite side of the room, Endeavor sat beside his team of lawyers past the railing. No one sat in the pews behind him. This was a closed case. Despite how badly the media had tried to hype it up and gain access, Nedzu had been adamant on keeping this between the two parties only until the outcome. The door creaked open, making almost everyone turn. A large ruffle of red feathers sounded as Hawks entered the courtroom alongside Detective Tsukachi. There were already 3 armed policemen and 2 court guards in the room. The number 3 hero didn't pick a side. He stood at the back center of the room, just past the door enough that people could get around him. Tsukachi leaned into their pew for a second. I got permission to have the number 3 here, just in case. I think we're all worried this might end messy. Izuku shot a glance at Tuya behind him. The ex-vigilante was staring at his hands with Natsuo rubbing circles on his back. Fuyumi was trying not to look at Tuya, but failing, her eyes kept drawing to her twin. Eventually, she seemed to give in and reached out to take his hands in her. The scarred man melted in a deep sigh. Thank you, Suki. Shoyuta mumbled back to the detective. Tsukachi nodded and moved to sit across from them, behind Endeavor. They all knew it wasn't to show support for the hero. It was because he didn't trust Endeavor. None of them trusted him to play fair, or let this end peacefully. Izuku flicked his gaze to Hawks. The hero looked green around the gills. He'd likely been given a crash course on the case right outside the courtroom and had to take in the madness in seconds with no real processing. Shoyuta tapped him on the shoulder and motioned to the railing. Aizawa-kun, their main lawyer, Tada, called his name. They're doing your case first since it will likely be shorter. Are you ready to testify? Izuku swallowed hard. I think so. Alright. I know this will be difficult, but we've gone over as much as we could. What if they throw a curveball? Tada sighed. Then you look at me, and I will call for recess. I know there's topics you don't want to discuss and I'll object as much as I can, but I can't promise it will always work. Okay. Izuku turned back to Shoyuta. The man was wearing a worried crease in his brows. Izuku was worried it would become permanent. Hisashi's face matched. Eri was now sitting in the pew and coloring in a book quietly. She didn't seem all that bothered by the situation, but she likely didn't understand most of it. After a moment she looked up, seemed to notice just how stressed Tuya was and whispered something to Hisashi. The blonde smiled and nodded. Izuku watched Eri hop off the bench and sneak around the pews and past Fuyumi, who was shocked to see the little girl scooting into the row. It's okay, Daddy. Eri mumbled. Zashi said it's okay to be scared. Thank you, little spark. Tuya picked her up to set her in his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck and settled in with observant eyes. Tuya smiled at Izuku, who was still watching them. Izuku tried his best to smile back. The proceedings started. The beginning was just a pompous show of lawyers doing their opening statements. Most of the observers didn't bother to listen too intently. They gave the general overview of the case, the charges laid against Endeavor, Enji Todoroki. Both sides said their piece, and in following with how quick the court wanted to push this case, they started to call witnesses. Izuku knew that along with Shoyuta and Nedzu, he'd likely be on the short list of witnesses for this half of the case. The defense calls Izuku Aizawa, formerly Midoriya, to the stand. Izuku took a deep breath, swallowed, and stood up. Shoyuta squeezed his hand quickly, a silent support. Izuku was grateful for it. He walked past the railing, his lawyer holding the little swinging wooden gate open for him. The walk to the stand took an eternity, where he felt every single eye on his back. When he finally made it up there, a court guard and Tsukachi met him as he rounded the box where he was supposed to sit. Aizawa-kun, do you swear to tell the truth? I do. Tsukachi nodded to the judge and the pair were dismissed. Izuku sat down. Endeavor's lawyer, whose name Izuku never did learn, stepped up and began questioning him. Good morning, may I ask your preferred method of address before we begin? Just Izuku is fine, ma'am. Very well. Izuku, can you start at the beginning for us, when you found out your mother had passed? Izuku closed his eyes, his hands clutching each other between his knees as he tried not to think about that night. It didn't stop the sensation of rushing air from sweeping past his face, a reminder of jumping off the rooftop. His eyes snapped towards Shoyuta, more specifically his capture scarf. Izuku had worked through this with Ryo and normally he was fine. But this was different. Okay. He muttered. Okay, again, but slightly more confident. The judge sat back in his chair and Endeavor's lawyer paced the floor in front of him casually. I came home from school that afternoon and found a note taped to my door. Had anything particularly interesting happened that day at school? They'd already addressed this in council, so Izuku was prepared for it. That depends on your definition of interesting, ma'am. Anything out of the ordinary for your day? Oh. It was an ordinary day for me. The lawyer looked at Tsukachi, who nodded. Sadly, the lawyer didn't take that at face value. The police reports don't agree with you, despite the confirmation of truth. Ma'am, you asked if anything out of the ordinary happened, it didn't? Pulled out a piece of paper from a binder, holding it up like some grand revelation. So, you don't find being told to kill yourself or being bullied as out of the ordinary? The judge arched his eyebrows in surprise and looked at Izuku with interest. Izuku leaned forward. Oh, not for me. I was registered as quirkless. Being told to kill myself was normal, an almost weekly or daily occurrence. Would you like to know all the other things that were ordinary for me, ma'am? Spider lilies on my desk, beatings, quirk abuse. Would you like to see the scars? I'm sure they'd be more than sufficient to prove that that day was, indeed, ordinary. The lawyer paled, the police report set back down on her desk. Endeavor glared at Izuku for some reason. Izuku hadn't yet deigned to look at the man. That won't be necessary, Izuku. Thank you. Let's move on. What happened next? I opened the letter posted on the door. I barely got past the first line. We regret to inform you, before I started up the stairs to the roof. So you didn't read the full letter just yet? No, that came later. How much later? At the hospital. I do believe we've skipped something. I don't have much in between the report of you going home and then the hospital. Could you fill that in? Izuku's lawyer interrupted. Your Honor, that's been blacked out in accordance with Izuku's right as a minor to quirk privacy. The boy's registered quirkless, Your Honor. Endeavor's lawyer refuted. It's all right, Tadison, I can speak about it. The lawyer sighed, nodding as he sat back down. The judge waved a hand. There's no one here but us chickens. I don't need any grandstanding. If the boy's fine with speaking about it, then carry on. Endeavor's lawyer motioned for him to continue where he left off. I stood on the roof for hours, I think. I was not all there. I cried a lot. My mother was the last piece of, I had always hoped she'd one day love me again. Anyway, eventually, I decided that without anyone who cared about me left in the world, I didn't know how to live. I didn't want to die, but what was left for me? So, I jumped? I take it Eraserhead saved you, given the end of the reports that I have dashed. Nomu. He didn't? I'm sorry. He failed to catch me when I jumped. I landed twisted and head first. That's not possible, Izuku. Izuku smiled faintly. I died that night. But then my quirk awakened. I have a resurrection quirk. The registry has been updated and medically confirmed. Believe me, we've tested it enough to be sure. She didn't seem to know what to make of that. Endeavor was staring at him like he was a ghost, a look Izuku had become quite familiar with. After you fell dash. Jumped. After that, you were taken to the hospital? Yes. That's a little blurry, actually. The time there. But I did read the letter while I was in the hospital, and I found the check the Hero Commission left me as collateral. The lawyer twitched. And what did you do when you found out the full scope of the situation? I cried. A lot. But Eraserhead and Present Mike took care of me. They helped me through it. When I was released, they took me back to my mother's apartment so I could pick up my things and go home with them. Yes, and it was at your apartment that you discovered your mother had already moved out, correct? Correct. But how does my mother's poor parenting skills have anything to do with her death being wrongful? One could say that had she not made those choices in life, to abandon you for example, that she wouldn't have been where she was at the time of her death. You could, except she went to that shop 3 times a week. Tada lifted a sheet from his own binder and offered it to the judge a moment later. Those are the most recent bank statements of Inko Midoriya, going back long before she abandoned her son. It shows she often visited that shop, and her poor parenting choices had no bearing on her location. Indeed. The female lawyer mumbled non-committally. Izuku wasn't impressed. The questioning carried on like that for another 20 minutes before Izuku was released. Shuda's questioning focused mainly on the observations of Izuku jumping and his care for the teen afterwards. Netsu's questioning was about all the evidence he found, as well as the statistics and research Izuku did. The Chimera's questioning lasted nearly an hour. They hashed out the legality of how he found everything and what he knew about the case. There were a lot of objections back and forth before finally Endeavor's lawyer was left with nothing to question. The judge had decided to hold any and all decisions until the very end of both cases. Once the lawyers gave some closing statements, a recess was called for lunch so they could all take a break before the Todoroki abuse case began. As soon as Izuku walked out of the courtroom for recess, a bullet made of cuteness ran right into his legs. He smiled, picking Eri up and settling her on his hip. Tuya walked up a second later. Sorry, she really wanted to see you. It's fine. I needed that. Zuzu. Are you okay? You looked really sad up there. Izuku brushed some wind-tousled hair from her face. Had she ran all the way over here from the conference room they were supposed to eat lunch in? I'm fine, chickadee. It's just really hard for me to talk about the day I got my quirk. Well, I get it. She did, that's the sad part. Izuku hugged her tightly. The toddler was more than happy to strangle his neck right back. After a moment he patted her back and offered her back to Tuya. Eri curled up in his arms, wrapped casually in his long black trench coat. Izuku realized that was the trench coat he wore as a vigilante. He didn't realize the man still had it. Tuya tilted his head as if to ask what Izuku was making a face at, but Izuku just shook his head and started walking. Everyone already at lunch? Yeah. What did the lawyers want with you? Izuku sighed. They were warning me. He glanced around to make sure the hall was empty before going on. I might be called up in your case. What? You already had your torture. That's bullshit. Yeah, but I'm the one who found you. Tuya stopped. Eri looked up, confused. Izuku shrugged. It's fine, Tian. They have a right to question my motivations and methods. Did you find me legally? Yeah. Chat rooms and a lot of educated guesses? I won't lie, that sounds suspicious. Well, I may have used a few coding programs to narrow the usernames down, but nothing illegal and all on my own server side, so there's nothing they can do. My motivations were my own, wanting to learn more about Endeavor for my case. Nothing wrong with that. Should we even be talking about this? No, you shouldn't. Shuda's voice rumbled from the doorway of the conference room as they approached. Sorry, Dit. Get in. He wasn't angry, just wary. His eyes never stopped roving the halls behind them. Everyone was on edge today, and likely would be until a verdict was reached. No matter the verdict, this was going to make national news. The press was already trying to break down the front doors, but a team of police and heroes was keeping them at bay. Shoyuta said he still expected surprises throughout the day, likely in the form of quirk use by reporters to get the scoop or whatever. He was right, of course. There was always a risk they could sneak in. Izuku should have been more careful what he was saying. The Todoroki siblings were all in the corner, talking quietly while they ate. Tuya set Eri down on Hisashi's lap so she could continue eating a pile of apple slices and a sandwich while he went to speak with his sister. Ever since Fuyumi grabbed his hand, they'd been almost inseparable. Izuku had been watching them throughout the morning session. He was so glad she finally came around. Nedzu was at the opposite end of the conference table with a couple of the lawyers going over paperwork and evidence. Izuku didn't imagine he'd bother eating, too busy. Shoyuta leaned against the wall but grabbed his arm as he passed. Here. A sandwich was shoved in his hands. Izuku sighed, took it, and leaned on the wall right beside his dad. I know this is hard, Dad. Don't do that. What? The sandwich stopped halfway to his mouth. This is cruel, not hard. All of you kids being forced to relive your trauma just so some judge can wave a hand and either doom you or doom Endeavor. It's cruel. Would you have preferred a jury trial where we're on display for the public? God, no. But that doesn't make this any less hard. He grumbled the last part, agreeing with Izuku. Izuku sighed, finally taking a bite of turkey and cheese. Yeah. He mumbled around bites. The whole ordeal was likely going to send him spiraling back down into a therapy hole that he didn't really want to find himself in. But that's what Rio was for, right? To keep him sane and safe. That didn't stop him from ruminating on the fact that he could just snap his neck and take a literal dirt nap while everyone else had to deal with reality. The temptation was so very enticing on that one. But his dads would likely ground him for a month if he pulled something like that. Rio had praised him for not activating his quirk in the Trashmite situation. It was a similar panic attack to when he'd first heard Katsuki's explosions at the entrance exams, but between the two events were months of therapy and training. Nedzu was pleased to see his progress meant it was less likely Izuku would accidentally activate his quirk in stressful situations. Izuku knew it was only very specific triggers that set him off like that, but he had no words for how to explain how he knew that now. He was pretty sure there was no real guarantee if his quirk would or wouldn't activate under stress, not yet at least. The other two lawyers who'd held Izuku back in the courtroom a moment ago walked in, which included Tada. They grabbed sandwiches and walked over to Nedzu and the rest of the legal team, immediately working on the Todoroki case. He really hoped they each got their chance to speak and tell their stories. Finding a window, Izuku pushed off the wall so he could look out. The curtains were drawn, for obvious reasons, so he peeked out between the crack at the corner. It was practically a riot outside. The press and media were basically protesting the blockade keeping them out. Some even had pickets with hastily scrawled words like, "The people need to know," and stop hiding the number 2 and justice for endeavor. The last one made his eye twitch. Were they really on his side? Izuku sighed. Hey, Green Bean. Izuku tried to smile at Hisashi. Hey, Papa. Hisashi wrapped his arms around Izuku's shoulders and leaned his chin down to kiss the top of Izuku's head. It was a familiar pose both his dads liked to use when Izuku shut down or curled up. If he couldn't hug them, they'd wrap themselves around him and protect him from the outside. He knew the poor blonde was trying to comfort him, but Izuku was dancing on a razor's edge right now, and not doing well at it. Need those tissues yet? Izuku puffed, barely a chuckle. I'm okay. We both know that's a lie. Yeah, but I have to be, for them. He motioned to the rest of the room. Izuku, it's okay not to be okay. Didn't Ryo teach you that? Of course. Izuku rolled his eyes. That doesn't mean I need to show it. Alright. Just don't push yourself too hard. Speak up if you need something, a break, or a breather, or even just a subject change. Okay. The trial continued an hour later. This time, Izuku found himself sitting back in the pews behind the railing. The lawyers once again dove in on their opening statements, this time about child abuse and neglect. The room was a little less populated this time around. Shoyuta and Hisashi both agreed that Eri shouldn't be present for this trial, but Hisashi might be called as witness since he was Shudo's teacher as well, so the judge allowed him to sit outside the courtroom with Eri in case he had to be called. Hawks was also surprisingly absent for the first 15 minutes of the case, but Detective Tsukachi walked back in with him and a haggard look on his face. The poor detective seemed to only get more and more tired each time Izuku saw him. Once again, the avian hero stayed at the back of the room by the doors, standing. When Tsukachi passed, Izuku grabbed his arm. Izuku, did you request Hawks on purpose? What do you mean? Shoyuta turned to him, despite his whispering. He could also feel Tuya's eyes burning a hole in the back of his head. Hawks is Endeavor's hero partner, biggest fan, and long-time hero commission promoter. Did you request him here on purpose? He's the number 3 hero. I requested he be here because of the rabid media. Izuku released the detective's arm, but didn't reply. Shoyuta and Tsukachi exchanged a look and the detective moved to sit in the pew across from them. Surprisingly, their own team of lawyers called Endeavor up first. They asked him various questions and most of his answers were pretty tame, but incriminating. Now, Todoroki-san, did you ever strike your children? There was an uncomfortable shifting in the pew behind him. Hero training can get rough. Your Honor, that wasn't an answer. Todoroki-san, please answer the question. The oversized flame hero sighed. Yes, I struck my children when training. During combat training. And how young did you start training both Tuya and Shudo? They both started training shortly after their quirks appeared. For Tuya it was around 5, and for Shudo it was 4. So you believed it was acceptable to give 4 and 5-year-olds combat training, and to strike them during training at such a young age? Again, hero training is rough. If they had any hopes of making the top 10, they'd need to toughen up. Toughen up. Indeed. So, when Tuya's quirk started to cause him harm, did you tell him to toughen up? No. I told him it wasn't realistic that he could become a hero when he couldn't control his quirk. Izuku twitched at the word unrealistic. God, he hated that word. Then you ignored him? I was busy. Shudo's quirk had manifested, I was training him. He had the better quirk, anyway. It was half mine and half Rei's and controllable. Busy. So you admit you ignored your eldest son who was having quirk difficulties that should have been sent to a quirk counselor or doctor. He didn't need a counselor, he just needed to accept he would lead a civilian life. Todoroki-san, being a civilian doesn't negate the need for medical attention when a quirk hurts the holder. There are methods of helping. As Yue has shown. Since Tuya has been in Recovery Girl's care, his quirk has been well controlled and his scars have shown significant improvement. All he needed was a regime of mild suppressants to keep the temperature of his flames from exceeding his body's tolerance. Should we take this as an admission that you never sought medical attention for your eldest son's quirk needs? No, I did not. Let's switch gears. What about your 2 middle children, Fuyumi and Natsuo? Did you interact with them any differently than your other 2 children? Their quirks weren't good for heroics. Rei took care of them. So, you didn't interact with them at all? You ignored them? I am a busy man. I work 10 to 12-hour days at the agency, and then I would train Tuya or Shudo in my free time. I didn't have time for civilian children. No further questions, Your Honor. Izuku let the questioning filter out of his mind for a while. The defense was questioning Endeavor, his own lawyers kept trying to validate his actions. Izuku would never accept any validation of this man's actions. So instead of listening to the pomp and show, he looked around at the room to see how everyone was holding up. There were mixed results. The first thing he noticed was Tsukachi looking ready to pass out, but not from exhaustion, more from frustration or anger. Shuda's look was nearly matching, but he always looked ready to pass out, so Izuku just saw the anger. Nedzu looked studious as he flipped through the binder, drowning his lap. Hizashi was still in the hall with Eri, so Izuku wasn't sure how sick or upset his dad might look right now, but he was sure he'd be full of righteous fury if he were in the courtroom. Thankfully, Eri was still too young to understand. The Todoroki siblings had varying degrees of sorrow on their faces. Shudo, however, looked almost as blank as usual while staring at the wall to the right of the judge. But Izuku could see the tension in his shoulders and the way his fists gripped the seat at his sides. Fuyumi and Tuya were still hand in hand, both looking at their laps. Natsuo was the only one actively paying attention. The middle son stared directly at his father on the stand, his eyes full of the hell flame they all knew had burned him. Hawks, to his credit, looked disgusted. He kept trying to catch Endeavor's eye, but the man was too busy with the lawyers to realize it. Eventually, he gave up and moved to the pews. This caught everyone's attention, or at least, it caught the attention of most. The judge and Endeavor's lawyers kept going back and forth as needed. Hawks moved into the last row behind the Todoroki siblings and put both his hands on Tuya's shoulders, staring at Endeavor with the blankiest indifferent glare Izuku had ever seen the avian hero muster. Tuya froze for a second, but his body relaxed when a couple feathers fell over his shoulder. Fuyumi was smiling knowingly. Izuku turned back to the room and leaned his head on Shuda's shoulder. "It's gonna be okay, Dad," Izuku mumbled. Shoyuta brushed a hand through his hair. "I know, kiddo." Again, the court went into recess, but this time it was for the judge to deliberate. They'd been warned this could take minutes, hours, or even days. For now, they were told to retire to the conference rooms, and if the judge needed more than a few hours, they'd be told to leave. As Izuku walked out first while everyone spoke, Eri ran to him once again. "Where's Daddy?" "He'll be out in a second, chickadee." He was speaking with Hawks, and Izuku didn't want to disturb that heartfelt moment. Hizashi stayed close, and just as Izuku was about to ask him something, the man's eyes widened and he tried to usher them off. "We need to move." "What's wrong?" "Not here, please, Izuku." "NG." A booming voice called. Izuku froze, despite his dad's best efforts to move him. "Yagi," the flame hero greeted back. "What do you want?" Hizashi was quick to hide him from All Might's view. Eri kept peeking over the blonde's shoulder. Izuku closed his eyes and counted to 10 while pressing his forehead into Zashi's chest. "What's all this about? It's madness out there. You know how important your image is. Why are you letting them hide you away in here?" "I'm not hiding, All Might. This is a sensitive case. I can't speak about it right now." "How did you get in here?" "I'm the #1 hero. Why would they have kept me from a courtroom?" Endeavor sighed. "Leave, All Might. This doesn't concern you. It concerns the #2 hero. I should think it does concern me." Izuku was floating. His head felt foggy and stuffed with clouds. "Papa," he whispered. Hizashi was still trying to move them, but Izuku's feet were rooted to the ground. "Papa," he mumbled again. "Sweetie, I need you to move, please." The blonde's eyes still focused on the arguing heroes to make sure they didn't spot the kids hiding behind him. Eri was gripping his neck, choking him. She wasn't actually choking him, but he felt choked. He couldn't do this. He had yet to have a chance to speak much with Ryo about the panic attack he had when All Might broke his wrist. He hadn't talked this through yet. It was still so fresh in his mind, and everything was spinning and floating away, and he couldn't breath. He couldn't breathe. Slowly, he shook his head. It made him dizzy. He did his best to shift Eri away from him. Thank whatever god was out there, Shoyuta walked out at that moment. He immediately spotted Hisashi trying to move Izuku and grabbed Eri, handed her to Hisashi and picked Izuku up. Zashi, take Eri to Tuya, I'll get Izuku to the conference room and meet you there. Gotcha. Izuku blinked a few times and each time he blinked they were in another part of the courthouse. Izuku felt air return to his lungs slowly the farther they got from the angry giants that had started the whole panic. Shoyuta put him down in the far corner of the conference room and blocked his view of the room, making the space smaller and more controllable. Izuku's hands sunk into his hair but Shoyuta was quick to grab them and tangle them in his capture scarf instead. Izuku's fingers tugged and pulled at the scarf, trying to use it to soothe himself and pry at anything that could relieve the panic. Izuku? Can you hear me? He nodded. Okay, is there anything I can do to help? He mumbled, trying and failing to form words. What did he want? What did he need? He needed silence. He needed to reset his whole lungs and rodent brain. That would help. Then he realized the panic attack he had at the entrance exams went away when he died. He woke up fine. Izuku's eyes finally focused back on the world around him, on Shuta's face. He could feel his breathing getting rapid, the tunnel vision sensation oh so familiar during death. Izuku was struggling between letting his panic overwhelm him and activate his quirk and asking his dad to snap his neck. The fog kept overlapping over his need to speak, his need to stop choking on the fear of the man who hurt him, still out there in the hallway. Izuku released the capture scarf to grab for his neck and beg with his eyes. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't breathe. Shit. Shoyuta grunted. But then he got up and Izuku whined. His vision was dipping in and out again. Why was this panic lasting so much longer than the last time it killed him? Tears poured down his face as he fell over on all fours, sobbing into the carpet. Shoyuta was back a second later. I locked the door, told Zashi. Come here. His dad picked him up and wrapped his arm around Izuku. Izuku gasped for breath again. Shoyuta didn't waste any time. Izuku felt the man's arm wrap around his neck and with just a loud crack, the world blanked out. For maybe the 9th or 10th time in his life, Izuku gasped into the void. Breathing became so much easier in a split second. He stood over his own body with Shoyuta rocking him, whispering gentle nothings to try and soothe him. He couldn't remember if he'd told Shoyuta he could hear in the void. Izuku took just a moment to himself before allowing his body to recover. Another crack, and he blinked back in his body, still crushed in Shuta's arms. It's okay, you're safe now. I'm sorry. Shoyuta muttered. I'm sorry, Dad. Shoyuta cupped his face. No apologies. He shouldn't be here. I should have been more careful. He abused his rank to get in, I heard him say so. It's not your fault. Shoyuta sighed, hugging him closer. A knock came to the door. Izuku nodded. I'm okay. Shoyuta stood up and opened the door, letting their whole party of people into the room, which this time included Hawks and Tsukachi and not just their lawyers. Hisashi was quick to run to Izuku's side and inspect him. The first thing he did was grab Izuku's chin and check his neck. I'm fine, Papa. I promise. Did you? Dad helped stop my panic attack. He didn't explain further. Hisashi understood. We're going to speak to Ryo about this later. I know. Hey, you okay? Tuya was next to come up to him with Eri making grabby hands for Izuku. He was quick to take the girl and gently shush her very obvious tears. I'm fine. Why is Eri so upset? Everyone in the room looked either angry, fearful, or just looked away. The flame bass dash. Our father heard her call for me and freaked out. All Might and him were somehow still arguing over the flaming trash can screaming about how I could never be a good father. The toddler crying against his chest clung to him while snuffling and wiping her eyes. Izuku bounced her a little bit and moved around the table so he could find somewhere to sit with Tuya by his side. Hawks also followed suit and stood behind them. Fuyui and Natsuo were by the closed window, chatting. Netsu took up his place on the table again with the lawyers. Tsukachi was having a heated discussion with Shoyuta by the door which Izuku was glad he couldn't hear. Hisashi started to pace behind Netsu, asking him a question every so often. Eri wiggled a little so Izuku sat her on the table between them. She was more than happy to play with Tuya's sleeve. You doing okay, chickadee? Izuku asked, trying to meet Eri's eyes. She nodded, but didn't speak. It wasn't uncommon for her to shut down if she got triggered. Rio said it was normal, a trauma response. She was likely reminded of the way Overhaul used to treat her when Endeavor lost his shit. He violated the restraining order. Tuya explained. Izuku looked around, realizing Shudo was by the door speaking with Tsukachi and Shoyuta. The teen was almost shaking. Was it rage or fear? Izuku couldn't tell. Izuku sighed, I'm sure it will be handled properly. Nedza got in his face, on Hisashi's shoulders, and told him he'd be calling for a greater order even if nothing else happens as a result of the trial. That chimera scares the crap out of me. But he's a god, and we should fear him. Tuya chuckled. Apparently. Izuku lowered his voice and gave his friend a conspiratorial look. Did you make up with Hawks? Tuya jabbed an elbow in his gut. Izuku coughed. What? I mean it? Yeah, but shut up, you idiot. He is back. Izuku put his hands up in surrender, still grinning like a demon. Calm down. Just make a move already. Do you really think he wants to be a part of this traumatized family that already has far too many kids? A hand split their vision. Hawks offered a feather to Eri. It's so pretty. She gasped. Can I keep it? Of course. Hawks grinned at Izuku and Tuya. I don't mind kids. This stays between us, but my father was a villain. So, I get it. Izuku leaned back in his chair and let the two, hopefully, lovebirds chat away about how they plan to be better parents to their children than their own were to them. Of course, they weren't talking about co-parenting, but Izuku was hopeful that maybe someday they would end up co-parenting Eri. 2.5 hours of boredom and stress passed. It would have been silent except for Eri squealing and running around the room with Hawk's feathers chasing her. It made everyone laugh and cut a huge knife through the tension that had built up. Eventually, she picked Nedzu up off the table and carried him around like a doll. Of course, the chimera was quite displeased with this. Shoyuta ended up on the ground laughing so hard he nearly pissed himself. Apparently, this was comparable to Shoyuta putting the chimera on top of the fridge and Shoyuta just lost it over that. Hisashi did his absolute best to hide his amusement, but he took pictures and posted them in the teacher's chat. Izuku was in that chat. He can prove it happened. Izuku even managed to spot Shudo cracking a grin at the toddler's antics. Fuyumi tried to get Eri to calm down at one point and color, but Tuya stopped his sister, the kindergarten teacher, if only because it was so rare to see Eri let loose and enjoy something this much. When one of the court guards did call them back in, the mood shifted back to somber in seconds. Eri noticed, and shut down in record time before piling back in Hisashi's lap as he was her official guardian for the day. They'd warned her ahead of time because Izuku, Shoyuta, and Tuya all had to be involved in the proceedings. The walk back to the courtroom felt like walking down a single plank suspended over lava. They knew it would hold their weight, but that didn't mean they couldn't lose their balance and fall in, or be pushed. Please rise for the reading of the verdict. The room filled with a shuffling of bodies as everyone stood, and the judge picked up a set of glasses and a piece of paper. Thank you all for your time today. I have come to a decision on both cases. Enji Todoroki. The man nodded. You stand accused of negligent and harmful acts during the course of heroism, the wrongful death of Inko Midoriya, child abuse, child neglect. I have added medical neglect as a result of the proceedings as well. Izuku swallowed hard and slipped one hand into Shuda's and the other into Tuya's. They both squeezed back. On the count of negligent and harmful acts during the course of heroism, I find you guilty. On the count of wrongful death, I find you guilty. A weight lifted from Izuku's chest. A weight he hadn't even realized was there. His chest felt so light. Tears streamed down his face. He released Tuya's hand so he could wrap himself around his dad and bury his face into the man's side. Shoyuta stumbled but recovered quickly and hugged him tight. On the count of child neglect, I find you guilty. On the count of child abuse, I find you guilty. On the count of medical neglect, I find you guilty. I will proceed to sentencing. Izuku didn't see it, but he heard the four siblings crash into each other over the pew. Tuya practically climbed the damn thing to hug his siblings. Izuku peeked an eye out to spot Nedzu on the other side of Shoyuta. The chimera had one of his maddening deviant grins on, and Izuku knew something interesting was about to happen. Endeavor's lawyers were scrambling for anything they could use to object, but the case was already over. The judge had made a call. Endeavor himself was standing shell-shocked and frozen at the table. Now, they'd find out how much damage this would do to the hero's reputation. If the Hero Commission had as much a hand in this case as they all feared, then he'd be slapped on the wrist, despite all the charges. But Netsu's grin made Izuku think otherwise. Enji Todoroki, I hereby strip you of your hero license and formally blacklist you from ever practicing heroism again. On the count of negligent and harmful acts, I sentence you to pay a fine of upwards of 200 million yen, $2 million. The whole room went silent. So far, nothing out of the ordinary. Stripping a hero from their license wasn't common, but often enough even if they're blacklisted, the commission gets them reinstated a few years later with proof of good behavior. The fine wasn't anything to gawk at. It was hardly much compared to the funds Endeavor's insurance agency had dished out over his years as a hero. As well, for the charges of wrongful death, I sentence you to 10 years in prison. Silence. On the count of child abuse, which I am counting as 4 counts, 1 for each of your children, I sentence you to 10 years per count, for a total of 40 years. On the count of child neglect, again, 4 counts, another 40 years. Lastly, medical neglect of your child with an uncontrolled quirk, another 15 years. In total we're at, let's see, where are we? The judge took a moment to do some math. Izuku had already done it in his head. Yes, 105 years total for all counts. Probation is postponed for 30 years minimum. The judge stood up, but the court guard got his attention and handed him one last piece of paper. Oh yes, forgive me. I forgot to read the last bit of sentencing. Here we are. He put his glasses back on his face and cleared his throat. Given your status as the former number 2 hero, you'll be remanded to Tartarus prison where you will serve your sentence. This is to prevent you harm in general population prisons, and also to keep that pesky quirk of yours from causing any more damages, yes? Court dismissed. 4 police officers and the court guards along with Tsukachi and Hawks were standing around Endeavor by the time the judge had finished. Izuku was stunned. 105 years with a minimum of 30 before probation could be considered. Glancing back at Netsu, the Chimera winked at him. Izuku wanted to laugh. Of course he would have suggested Tartarus to the judge. Of course he'd give very good reasons. Of course. Izuku should have expected a pretty little twist from their Chaos Lord. The siblings were practically cheering. Fuyumi was in sobbing tears. Natsuo was doing his best to console her, but they all knew those were happy tears. Shudo was sitting on the pew with his forehead resting on his folded hands, leaning over his knees. He was clearly in shock. Tuya was spinning Eri around as the girl giggled endlessly, and Hizashi watched on with a huge smile. I'd say today was a success, Shoyuta asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I think it was all worth it in the end. Endeavor was indeed remanded to Tartarus. The whole public was in an uproar until the details of the case were released. Then silence. No one could come up with any way to defend him or even refute what he was charged with. His name was erased from the hero charts. His hero merch vanished from stores overnight. Endeavor, as a hero, evaporated days after the case finished. The Hero Commission put enough pressure on Netsu and Shoyuta that they caved into settling out of court. Izuku was shocked, but it made sense once he heard the deal. Basically, the commission was forcing All Might into an early retirement to save face. He'd be stripped of his teaching position. Netsu was quick to remind them he'd been long against even allowing All Might to teach. His hero license would be retired, but effectively revoked, and he'd be removed from the public eye after a short public send-off for retirement. Izuku would also be given a hefty sum from All Might's insurance as payment for the physical and psychological damages he sustained. Izuku hardly cared about the money, but he was more than satisfied with All Might being made to retire. It wasn't jail, but Izuku hadn't really been seeking that like he had been with Endeavor. After all, while All Might had a hand in his decision to jump, he wasn't the ultimate cause. Overall, UA finally got back to the everyday scholastic schedule. A week after the court proceedings, the hero course had their midterm exam, and Izuku was proud to say they passed with flying colors. He vowed to make their final a lot harder. A couple weeks after that, Tuya officially announced he would be adopting Eri. Shoyuta told him in private that they'd been working on the paperwork for weeks. It had been a nightmare because of Tuya's former status as deceased, but once Nedzu put a little pressure on things, the paperwork went through. Hawks and Tuya became an item pretty quick, and Eri took to Hawks like he'd always been a part of the family. Shudo opened up a lot after the proceedings and therapy, his stale and monotone emotions getting more colorful by the day. He was getting close with Shiro, and Izuku was quietly rooting for them. Katsuki spent more time with Izuku when he wasn't spending time with Kirishima. They'd gotten closer and had more time to talk. Katsuki was still an angry Pomeranian on the best of days, but he was playful and the class knew he was working on his anger issues. Every day was progress. On the first Saturday Izuku was free, he asked Hitoshi out for lunch, to make up for the lunch he missed that ended in a broken arm. They opted to go to a nearby cat cafe. The place was small but popular. They had about 10 cats and served amazing tea, coffee, and light lunch-style meals throughout the day. The decor was modern and sparse, with cat trees and perches everywhere. They grabbed a booth on their way in. Izuku ordered a mint chai boba and Hitoshi ordered vanilla mocha tea. "Feels like this is our first date?" Toshi joked as their tea arrived. "I mean, it kind of is, isn't it?" Toshi paused, teacup halfway to his lips, then set it back down. "I guess so, yeah. Unless you count the 8 hours we spent talking in the ER while your dad was recovering. Well, you did get to learn my life story. That might not have been a date, but it was certainly eye-opening." "Yeah, about that." Hitoshi leaned back a bit. A big old gray tabby jumped up onto Toshi's lap and curled up. The purple-haired teen chuckled as he pet the feline. Izuku reached a hand over to scratch the cat behind the ears while letting Toshi gather his thoughts. He wasn't sure if maybe the other teen was upset at having learned Izuku's sob story or something else. But he'd let Toshi speak before assuming anything. "So, you shared your life story with me, but you hardly know mine." "Not that. I know I don't have to share, and I really took the time to think about what I wanted to share. You know the basics, I was bullied for my quirk and all that, but there's more." Izuku nodded. So he wanted to share some of his story. Another cat, this one pure white, jumped onto the booth seat and settled its front paws on Izuku's knee. He focused on the cat for a while to let Toshi open up at his own pace. "My birth parents hated me, or maybe just my quirk, and treated me like a disease or a hazard, I don't know. They kept me muzzled most of the time once my quirk manifested. It was an accident, you know? The first time I used it. I wasn't trying to order anyone around. I didn't hurt anyone, but people take things like that seriously. I talked with Aizawa-sensei, and he faced similar problems. Loss of control, power, of your identity, it means a lot in today's society." Toshi sighed out the end of his thoughts. "I know you have good parents now, adoptive parents?" "Yeah. When I was about 9 or 10, they finally got tired of keeping me around, I guess. I don't know. They shipped me to an orphanage for troubled youth, and that's where my parents found me. The ones I have now. They're great, they've always been on my side, you know? Yeah, I get it. That's how Shoyuta and Zashi are. They support me." The white feline jumped up into Izuku's lap, then up onto his shoulders. The pair laughed as the cat tried to get settled around him like a scarf. He even draped his legs down along Izuku's chest. It was cute and hilarious at the same time. "There's more to the story, obviously. It's okay, Toshi. You don't have to tell me. I know, I get it. You have scars too?" "Yeah, I do. I'm not ready to show them off just yet. But I figured you'd understand." Izuku leaned over and pressed a kiss to Toshi's cheek, brushing some fluffy purple hair from his tired eyes. "Yeah, I understand." Hitoshi smiled. The beginning of their school year had been an adventure, a roller coaster of emotions and pain and joy and fear and happiness. But they were going to be okay. Small steps. It started with small steps. Izuku knew that all too well. He'd taken one small step off a roof a year ago, and it led to a whole new life. It led to him finding his dads, a sister, brothers, and even Toshi. It led him to finding the light in his eyes he never used to even know about. "Hey." Toshi put a finger under his chin to pull his eyes up. You've been different since the court case." "Different how?" "Not entirely sure. Just different. Remember that day after the USJ, when I said I saw galaxies in your eyes? Sometimes it's like I can see the thoughts clouding your eyes, like a foggy night that blocks the night sky. He paused. Was that too poetic? Izuku snorted, not at all. They stared at each other for a while. Izuku so rarely found himself able to just sit and enjoy a person's company anymore. But curled up against Hitoshi's side with the teen's thumb brushing across his cheek, he was happier than he remembered being in a long time. Tell me something no one knows about you. Toshi muttered against his temple, a soft kiss following his words. Izuku mused. There was a lot he could say. There was a lot people didn't know. There wasn't much his dads didn't know, but he kept most things from everyone else. Katsuki knew a few choice details about him, but that was fair given their strange relationship. After a few minutes he figured out what he wanted to say. This is going to sound really awful, but I actually like being in the death state. Toshi gave him a weird look. Don't judge me too harshly. I don't mean that I like being dead. I don't. It's just that when I'm there, when I'm in that other place, or plane, the world, it's so quiet. It's peaceful. During the entrance exam, I heard Kaken's explosions for the first time in months and I panicked. I panicked so hard my quirk activated and I suffocated myself to death by accident. Of course, this was before we knew the full scope of my quirk and everything, we'd only just started testing it. But then, at the courthouse, Toshinori showed up. He didn't see me, but Toshi was sitting up straighter, looking concerned. But he got into a fight with Endeavor, verbal. I panicked again. There was just so much all at once. Dad locked the door to the conference room and snapped my neck. Well, I asked him to, without so many words. It worked. It stopped the panic. It's like that calm, peaceful place where I can just exist. It helps me. I'm glad it helps you, but you should be careful with that. Don't rely on it. No, I won't. It's just this weird sort of peace that I get when I'm there. What's it like dying? Oh, now you're pushing it, Toshi. Izuku leaned over, smirking. That's deep. Are you sure you want to know? Despite the cat around Izuku's neck and the one in Toshi's lap, they somehow got cuddled up together in the booth with Toshi wrapped around him. Yeah, I'm sure. Izuku took a deep breath. It's scary at first. Dark, empty, confusing. It's like getting lost in the woods at night. And you do that often? Well, when we were testing it, yeah. I've only died like 9 times, I think. You say only as if it's normal. Toshi frowned. Well, it is for me. Do you still think it's a curse, your quirk? Izuku shifted uncomfortably. No, not really. I just wouldn't wish it on anyone else, you know? Like I'm very glad that I didn't die when I jumped off that roof, but I also wouldn't want anyone to experience the confusion and mental anguish that comes with it. Rio's helped a lot, but it's still confusing pretty often. What about you? Would you consider your quirk a curse? I did when I was a kid. But my adoptive parents really helped me a lot and I plan to use it to help people as much as I can. Yeah, me too. The cat round his neck meowed loudly in his ear. Izuku chuckled. Well, I guess he agrees we've got a pretty good plan. Hey, yeah, I guess so. Toshi chuckled, leaning over to nuzzle his face into the cat's nose around Izuku's neck. The conversation died down after that, not so serious. They talked about classes, about their plans for the next break, about other date ideas they could try, anything and everything that came to mind. They spent a while in the cat play area just petting the few kittens the shop had. All in all, it was the relaxing afternoon they both needed. When they decided to head out, Izuku texted Shoyuta that they'd walk back to campus. It was dusk by the time they got back, hand in hand, to the dorms. Izuku looked up to the sky for a moment. Toshi? Yeah. I'm really happy I have you. You're my North Star. Oh really? Then I guess you're the constellations keeping my sky lit up, huh? Yeah. Izuku smiled. Hitoshi leaned down and scooped him up into a hug, offering a kiss to the edge of his lips. Izuku titled his head, catching his partner's lips fully in their first real kiss. Tingles shot around his neck and down his spine. Hitoshi cupped his face and deepened the kiss for only a moment before the both gasped for air and crushed their foreheads together. Izuku knew that living was hard. But if he ever struggled with how, he had people by his side to help him. He had constants, stars to guide him through the darkness, and he would keep his eyes on them. He'd make sure to never lose the light, the hope, again.